Hello and welcome into day 4 of the Harry Potter 2 PC Warpless Tournament. It's the final day, we got to know our winner and our runner-up and so on, so it's kind of the day of decisions, which means we also had some really close and really fun matches lined up. Everything else applies as always. If you haven't seen the first 3 days, please go ahead and click on this, they're gonna be linked here. I'd recommend it because we talk about how the tournament works, like the format, the rules, all of it. So it's some good additional background information to have. There will also be a spoiler-free bracket linked in the description. So the bracket going into this day, so before this day. So if you want to follow the matches a bit easier, I think clicking on that also helps quite a bit and keeping track a bit with that bracket. It's also important to note that the order of matches that you're gonna see in this video is actually not how they've been played live, because we had some small scheduling issues with people's availabilities. So if there's some weird cuts in there somewhere, it's probably just me cutting out some stuff that would have been a spoiler. So don't be too confused if there's like a weird cut you can't explain. It's probably to prevent spoilers. If there's still some in there, I apologize. I hope there's not, there shouldn't be. But if you still get spoiled by any commentary, well, at least you know why. It's just because when we did it live, we couldn't really do it in the proper order. Alright, we made it back from our small transition. Apologies for the delay, but we're here now. We have the second losers, what is it, match 4 I believe, so another elimination match. Unfortunately, loser of this is out, second losers round 4 match. We have two people we haven't seen at all today, Imek facing Zasta. I've Finn with me in commentary, who you might know from the Glitchless B tournament as well, so welcome in everyone.
Hello.
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 Cool to have everyone assembled, and if you guys are ready, I actually don't see a game on your end, Imek.
Yeah, I'm trying to open it.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if it was my
No,
issue.
it's my end.
Okay.
I hope it will start this time.
Then we'll obviously wait for that until we're set up.
Yeah, it worked. I just had 2 OBSs open somehow.
I see. Framehurst is off, I assume.
Yep.
Cool. Then looks like we're good to go. So 3, 2, 1, let's go. Good luck.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Okay, so we can kick this match off.
Yes, this is gonna be an interesting one. I genuinely don't know who I would favor, to be honest, because the PBs are really close together, aren't they?
Yeah, we were surprised how one-sided the prediction is.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Zasta got the sub 30, but Imek has gotten a really good time yesterday as well. So I think this will be a very tight race. Imek though getting stuck on the first branch, which is not optimal.
It's not probably the best start. Oh, boost a bit high there as well. That's a lot of health loss right from the get-go.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see.
But I think what especially today has showed us is that we really shouldn't take any kind of lead for granted, and everything can change up until Snake.
Yeah, the first 2 races were like so insane today. So absolutely. We'll see if they keep this up with this race. Gonna be interesting. So far, that's obviously not a big lead. That's a very small difference.
Yeah, I think Zasta about 3-4 seconds in the lead there, coming out of Willow.
And quite a good chunk of health, I guess.
Yeah.
The dormitory is up here, Harry.
Be interesting to see what frogs Imek's gonna route in now. make up for that.
Yeah, we've seen Katashi, I think, actually neglect them in Riktu in his last race, and he did die at some point from it, I think, so maybe Imek should decide to get at least one out of Riktu. Oh.
Yeah, and Imek's still about 5 seconds behind entering Rig 2.
Yeah.
But 5 seconds in this is, especially right at the beginning, is nothing.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, this part of the game, you don't really see many issues, even though we've seen people fail the boost up to Riktu, which is always great.
And Imek did go for the frog there.
Yep,
Right
I like it though. What I'm curious though is, will he get the safe book before the notorious softlock section? Because in his match against Lusak, he did not. Both of them didn't. Which I think is kind of scary, so we'll see.
Has anyone managed to softlock yet?
And not in this tournament, only in the glitchless one.
Zasta going for it? Yeah, Imek goes for it
okay,
as well,
good.
both playing it safe. As he
Yeah.
should.
Yep, none of them softlocks either. They both passed the awful part. That's the going left side, which we've seen like pretty much everyone do at this point. Imek, well, just as I said, going right side.
Yeah, the right one is a bit more lenient to get, isn't it? The ledge grab rather than the left
Yeah.
one. The left one can be a bit tricky.
And you don't need the awkward jump around like the pillar, which can be quite difficult. And it shows how much time that actually saves. Zasta with that actually quite a decent lead.
Yeah.
Just
It's
doing
always I think really nice to see those sort of little differences in strats, but how much some strats do actually save over others, especially when two people are so close to each other.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a like risk reward kind of thing. If you
Yeah.
want to take a super hard strat and save 10 seconds, or do you want to just play it chill and get it consistent? It looks like Zasta will be actually with a decent lead. I think like 10 seconds roughly. We'll see once they exit.
Yeah, roughly 10, I think. Yeah, comes out at 4:14.
And none of them really made any big mistakes. Obviously, Imek not with the greatest willow, but I think most of that is actually left side.
Yeah,
over
that's a
the right side.
9-second lead for Zasta there.
Not too bad, but nothing decided yet.
No.
Zasta's going to be interesting to see how he does, because, I mean, he hasn't lost a match yet in this tournament. He's still in loser's bracket because he had to forfeit his last one. He couldn't compete, did not start, I guess, technically.
Oh,
but
yeah, of course.
but he did not lose one yet, so we'll see how he's going to do if he can fight back out of the loser's bracket again. And then Imek also only lost to Zasta, so this is actually a rematch of, I believe, round 2.
Right, up and down. You're automatically closing on the snitch.
Time for the second most exciting Quidditch in all of Harry Potter, closely behind HB3 PC Quidditch.
Yeah, that's the best Quidditch. We can all agree on that. Yeah, it's, you know, at least it gives the runners a small moment to chill, even though it's only 5 minutes in the run, but still.
Yeah.
The starting
Yeah.
nerves are gone, so you can just calm down a bit.
It's HB2 is such a fast and intense game. It's quite nice that we have that Quidditch chill at the beginning, and then the Hagrid memory cutscene so towards the end, where you can actually just have a little bit of downtime.
Yeah, it's really not much, and I guess there's the small cutscene before Slytherin where you can chill like for 10 seconds at least, or something.
Yeah.
And you need those really, especially in races when it's like a bit more stressful than just a normal run even, so.
Absolutely. And especially with this client as well, where you don't even get the break learning the spells.
Oh yeah, yeah, true. In normal HP2 runs, you have a lot of time there as well to calm down and relax a bit. Okay, Zasta at the potion. Probably, yeah, takes it fairly safe, all things considered. Does not want the soft lock. I feel like at this point everyone kind of learned from people soft locking there, so everyone takes it very, very safe.
Yeah, it's much better to lose half a second to playing it safe than playing it risky and soft locking and losing a lot more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the gap is probably about the same still. I'm going for the glitched version. We've seen Zasta do the glitches one. Might have caught up 0.2 of a second there with that.
I think it's going to be interesting to see, because Zasta is predominantly, I suppose, known to run glitchless in this. So it's going to be interesting to see whether some of the small, more optimization stuff is actually glitchless stuff. Oh god, he really struggles with Scourge Skip there.
Mm-hmm. Imek has a chance to catch up, and he makes up a bit of time on that for sure.
So down to about 5 seconds, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. Something along those lines. It's actually funny that you mentioned it, by the way, though, because most people do look at Zasta and they're like, yeah, he's like the glitchless god, but it's easy to forget that I'm pretty sure he held all HP2 world records at the same time at some point.
Oh,
so,
wow.
Yeah. I'm fairly certain he did
before my time.
Yeah, it's been a while ago, that's true. So he is capable in this game, that's for sure, but he's just not very practiced in most glitched categories nowadays, I think. I think he got it, I'm not sure. Oh, it was his old name, Zaba XD, true. Gets a very nice start into Bicorn. Imek, though, very close now, also with a very good start. That's what we want to see. They will get the snail cycle, both of them. Or at least they should. I mean, you can still mess it up if you have the wrong movement. Zasta gets it.
Yeah, gets it. And Imek, gets it as well.
Very nice. It's so much faster, actually, if you don't have to run around.
Absolutely. I despise this room.
Yeah, same.
I think it's a very good example of very bad / lazy level design.
It's not as bad as like HP3 Harry's Final, where it's just an entire level where you just kill stuff.
True. It's almost like they went back and looked through HP2 and thought, everyone must have loved that particular section in Bicon. Let's make an entire level out of it.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And maybe, I don't know if it's the same dev team back then, probably. Oh, Zasta! That's an interesting spot to die on. I haven't really paid attention what happened there, but...
No, I missed it as well, but it's lucky enough there's the save book right in front of it, so...
Yeah, not a lot of time loss, at least.
That has cost him the lead.
Yeah, pretty much. Imek cruising through this Bicorn, doing it very well. So, will now probably be like 10 seconds in the lead himself, maybe even more. Oh, takes the Cauldron, interesting, to set up the long ledge grab. I do like that setup. I've used that for a very long time myself.
It's about 6 seconds, I believe, that Imek's in the lead now.
Oh, okay.
Looking at when they touch the save books.
Mm-hmm. It's actually less than it looks, for some reason. But I guess the end of Bicorn is just not very long.
No.
Bad.
Imek leaving Bicon at 10:24.
I'm in the potions class.
Yeah, I think those small things can matter though. Like a death like that, it might just be 10 seconds, but it can matter in a race that's probably as close as this one. I did not pay attention when Zasta left. I don't know if you checked.
I think it's about 7 seconds.
Okay.
7 seconds. Imek's in the lead.
So it's pretty much been in like a flip. 7-second lead for Zasta turned into a 7-second lead for Imek.
Yeah.
They haven't entered the difficult... Well, I mean, there were difficult levels, but the super difficult ones with Defendo and Goyle, they haven't entered those yet. Imek with a rough Malfoy.
Struggling with Malfoy there, who's moving around a lot. And if Imek gets a good Malfoy, he might be able to... Yeah, very, very nice Malfoy there. And he cuts it down to, I think that's a second or two he's now only behind with that Malfoy.
Yeah, big troll Malfoy for Imek. That was unfortunate. Nobody really knows why stuff like that happens sometimes.
And Zasta riding Ron for good luck down the stairs.
Yeah, there's a tiny difference in loadless timer, so they probably are pretty even indeed. But this level could be pretty decisive. We've seen all kinds of things in this level before, not just today, but in the entire tournament, so...
Yes, let's hope none of them soft lock.
Yeah.
Up there.
Yeah, it's definitely like within 5 seconds.
Oh.
Imek though, failing the boost first try.
Struggling with the boost. Now he's got it second try.
Oh.
Zasta plays this well, and he does.
Yeah.
And that's Zasta taking the lead back, I believe.
Yeah, that was super smooth for him. He got both ledge grabs first try and got the boost. Like, you can't play that better. Imek also not the terrible defender at all, but just struggled a little bit more getting the correct ledge grabs and the boosts.
And that's flipped it again. That's again, I think, a 7-second lead now for Zasta after that.
Good race. It's a good back and forth. We have Boomslang, and we might see some auto boosting here. I don't remember if either of them went for it in their runs, but if it's that close, you should definitely consider it. I love how focused they look as well. Like, it's pretty great.
Yeah, they're here to win it.
Yep. Imek wants his revenge from losing in round 2 to Zaba, so has to try his hardest. Good mushroom for Zasta. Oh, he picks it up. Has to replace it. Not the end of the world. And Imek will go for the auto boost and will get it.
And gets it. Very nice.
That was such a good one. And look at the sink now. And I think
Zasta still in the lead.
Yep.
2 second lead there. Even though the slower loads make it look like Imek's taking the lead back, but Zasta is still very, very marginally ahead.
Yeah, it's I laughed when we had it before in the tournament that someone got overtaken during a load. I think we had that in glitchless.
Didn't we have it in glitches as well? That it might have actually been Zasta who won loadless but finished after the person he was running against.
Yeah, we did have that. I think a couple times even. Oh, actually different strats here as well. Zasta doing the glitchless skip. And I think this is a good example that the boost does save a little bit here over the glitchless setup. Because Imek now a bit further in the lead after they've been synced for quite a while. Actually, no, he's not. Never mind.
He's still slightly behind, I think. Let's have a look.
Why did it
look... he's about 3 seconds behind.
Why did it look to me like Imek was further in the corridor? I guess I'm just blind. That sync is so sick. Yeah, I think
they're very much head to head now. There's a second, 2 seconds in between them at the moment.
Ooh, Imek failing the block. Block. Now he gets it.
Nope.
We'll lose a bit to Zasta.
Taking damage there. He did practice this before in the transition.
Mm-hmm. And will he take a potion is the question, because this boost is scary if you have no health. You overboost a tiny bit and it's just really bad. But he doesn't overboost, so who needs a potion? Very nice for Imek too.
As well. Yes, they're both not in an ideal spot in terms of health.
Nope.
It'll be interesting to see what what Zasta's strategies are for dropping down the grand staircase now as Goyle.
Yeah, he might get the the triple frog in here, or not. I don't think he will now, looking at it. So, I don't know if he would die failing the final wall walk.
Oh yeah, you're right. That would be cutting it very close. I wonder whether he takes the frog at the top of the barn.
He probably should. Like, I don't know if you survive that. It's really hard to tell. So he probably should take that just to be safe. Oh, he does not. And he YOLOs the angle. Oh my god. Nerves of steel.
Imek gets it with a little setup.
Yep. Very good Goyle for both of them, really.
Yeah.
Imek just failing the block once. Still the best strat name.
And with that fail, Zasta now 9 seconds in the lead after Goyle.
Sounds familiar. Had that a couple times. Kind of crazy how this has been within 10 seconds the entire race.
Let's see what Zasta does. I suppose the safe way would be to go for portal drop.
Yeah. Which I don't know if he's actually like practiced or if he's even done that before, because he's not been super active running HP lately, and it's been a fairly new strat.
Let's have a look.
I think he might just go for the lamp, yeah.
Yeah, he goes for that. Oh.
Yep.
Oh,
Good
they're
health.
both. Look at the health. They're both on a slither of health now.
That is some confidence for both. I mean, I guess they have some visual cues in the health bar to know that they can do this, but dang.
That is the ultimate Nixxo health.
Yeah, also the ultimate Giga Chat move to jump down there for both.
Oh yeah.
Absolute stone-faced as well, not even like looking scared.
Pure blood.
So, I don't think Slytherin will change anything mainly, like majorly. As always, should be a safe level if people are at least a little bit practiced.
You would expect both of them to be fairly confident with bridge skip.
Yeah, and with nobody got caught yet except Dino when he walked backwards. So I don't think we'll get anything there.
Which should be the only true way of escaping the Slytherin common room.
It should be required, yeah. I agree. Actually makes it pretty hard. I mean, you can't really tell where people are, so...
Is the cycle of the students depending on your speed, or is it just always different, you know?
Yeah, no, it depends. Like, it depends on how quickly you do a bridge skip, essentially.
Right.
Yeah.
And Zasta gets a first try, no problem, and so does Imek.
So they'll have the same Slytherin student positions, and if you get it first try, they're really safe. It's only actually, we saw Katashi, I believe, almost getting caught there. Or maybe it was Garrity. Because I think they failed it like once or twice, and then one of them is in a really annoying spot, like right around the corner. Yeah, we see that same Slytherin girl being there for both.
Yeah.
Not sure what the difference is now. I think it might actually be a bit bigger now, with like just Zasta's movement being obviously very, very good.
It's 8 seconds.
Oh,
I think
okay, so it actually
8-second lead.
Actually got smaller in that case. Oh yeah, because he jumped onto the lamp, which should be a bit slower than just jumping straight down.
Yeah.
Something's not right. Professor Snape.
Zasta not looking happy there.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. Did he almost get caught?
I think so, yeah.
That would have been actually really, really unfortunate.
Yeah, Spongify should be fairly fairly safe. I'm just thinking health-wise. I'm assuming they're just going for the frog at the beginning of Forest then.
Yeah, must be. Also, this boost is kind of scary if you go too high. Zasta, I think, was close.
That was very close, yeah. And floating filch.
At least he still... It takes him a while to clean up that one pot that they that they destroy in the first cutscene. Okay, let's see. We get to see long ledge grabs. That's actually taking a lot of time to make sure he gets it. Imek with the insta reload and does also get it, so makes up a little bit of time there, I think.
Yeah, about 6 seconds now the difference.
Chasing down the lead. Oh, what a good race.
Yeah, if he keeps that up, you know, roughly a second per level, or a second per of every other load.
Then we might get a tie. Oh, that would be interesting. Another tie.
Let's just hope none of them reset the time or actually forget to split then, so that we don't have to do rock, paper, scissors again.
Not at this stage in the tournament, please. We had one in the glitchless tournament. Like, none in the Warpless one yet, but the glitchless tournament had a pretty insane race actually going on.
It was probably the best race of the tournament.
Yeah, I think we can say that. Actually, wait, I can send in a link. Watch that after this race though, chat. But this is the tie if you want to rewatch it. Actually, you can do that now during MV Hagrid, since they're just gonna be standing here anyways.
It's like your own personal ad break.
Yeah.
There you go.
Shameless self-promotion.
Evening, you bears. What are you doing down here, Tom?
We're still in the best of one area. Best of threes are gonna be the losers grand final and the winners grand, or like the grand final overall, essentially.
Come on.
How close is it? Is Imek asking? What is it? Like 6 seconds? You said?
It wasn't him.
It was 6 seconds on the last log. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll time it again after this one.
So let's let him know that, or let both of them know. I mean, they talk with each other, so it's not like anyone gets an advantage out of it.
It has gone up to 7 seconds again there.
Okay.
And in terms of real time, they're actually perfectly in sync now.
Oh, Imek with a bit of a worse staircase jump, I guess. So now they're not that tight anymore, but yep. Their health is still amazing. At this point they can get killed by like the mushrooms.
The slightest waft of wind would be enough to knock them out.
Yep, pretty much.
Ron just brushes Harry a little bit too hard.
Death by Ron would be a new one. Haven't seen that one yet. Okay, Zasta.
I mean, they do both have their potions though still as well. So.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, they're actually not looking too bad on health. Like, they've survived until now. They get the one frog here, and then they're fine.
Yeah.
They can even get the second one as well if they want to.
Yeah.
Nice RNG for Zasta. Okay RNG for Imek with the frog. Both getting the bridge skip.
One of many.
Yeah, Forest shouldn't be too much of an issue. The only thing that we can see people fail sometimes is the final boost on the tree, because it's like kind of awkward. You have to delay it a bit and you can get stuck. Apart from that, they should just cruise through. Zasta deciding to ignore the frog. Imek as well. I admire that. That's pretty ballsy. Oh god, that load, or that save for Zasta took forever. Get to the boost. Zasta is the first to attempt it, gets it very nicely, and Imek as
Plays
well.
it very safe as well, killing all the bolt truckles first.
Yeah, you don't want to be super low health and then maybe get attacked by Aragog and then having no health for chamber. That would be worst case. So now it's
And
10
it's back to a
seconds.
10-second lead, yeah.
Oh god, and we're gonna see like double disco lighting. Amazing. It's a party going on for both of them. Actually kind of cool to see a side-by-side spider. I'm not sure if... Oh yeah, Zasta does go for it. So, should not lose time to Imek with the Chunga strat.
The horrible strat.
Getting Aragog too close to the camera, I think is fair to say.
Far too close. I still refuse to even consider learning it.
God, they look absolutely even. It's just a matter of loadless timer right now.
Yeah.
Which gives Zasta the slight edge. We'll see though how especially Scourge Snipe's gonna go. That's the final really annoying hurdle that can lose you quite some time. But honestly, every time I see Zasta attempt it, he gets it first try. So we'll see. Even in practice, like warm up before, he got it first try like so many times.
Yeah. Portal, it's not the strat that's... Sorry, I'll rephrase. It's not the strat that's horrible. The fact how close we are to the big scary spooder, that's horrible.
Yeah.
It's not good for arachnophobia people.
Oh, okay. Synced fail. Synced fail again. And then they both get it.
And synced getting it.
That was pretty good. Zasta though with a bit of a quicker like setup than Imek, so still saved a little bit of time there. Ooh, I think that's a...
Oh, what happened there?
Zasta went for the super sick boost, and Imek fails the easy boost. Oh no. I mean, I respect that Zasta went for that. The small edge grab boost, it's so tough, and if it's that close, going for that is like insane. And then Imek sadly failing that one. That's unlucky. Getting sliding off the edge somehow.
Still 7 seconds in between them.
God, that's too much. My heart can't take this race.
And it's all potentially down to Snake.
Yeah, we'll see if they do the strat here. Yep, Zasta lining up for it. Nicely done. Imek does not do it.
Oh, well, that's...
More time saved for Zasta. Oh my god, the save books for Zasta are just... And he tried to get the frog but didn't for some reason, and then just decided to leave it. That was interesting. And now, at least RTA, they're very, very close again because of that safe book and the weird frog. That I maybe it didn't quite know how to open that, to be honest.
Oh yeah, Zasta is ahead by 17. Sorry, I can't do math.
Yeah, no worries. Me neither. It's a staple on this channel, so. But that's still like within reach in a snake fight. But the issue is just obviously Zasta has very good snake fights, so it's gonna be hard.
He did practice specifically endgame and snake in the transition as well.
Yeah, and Imek did not have too much time to practice anything because his PC restarted for 10 minutes for some reason. So yeah. He sadly couldn't really do much before.
Should be 15 ahead for Zasta now. If our math is correct this time. I'm sure chat will correct if I'm wrong.
They both just take the fire damage, don't even try to dodge it, but feel, I guess, confident enough with one potion and that health. And again, it comes down to Snake. Is that the third time today in 3 matches where it comes down to Snake? I think it is.
I think it is, yes.
What the hell?
I'm drinking the potion.
Yep,
Oh, that's this. Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
Ooh. Zasta with the... Oh, that's a good first cycle. Imek has to go for it, but he did not get much damage in.
Oh, and Imek dies!
Yeah, he had to try it.
Oh.
That's unlucky for him. Zasta makes it very good run from both, honestly.
Very bad. That's almost sub 30 for Zasta. What's that, 30 or 3? Or 4?
Yeah, something along those. Yep, sorry, pretty good. Pretty good guess. GG's to Zasta. What a race.
That's very unfortunate for Imek there.
Yeah. Within 10 seconds, literally the entire run, and then he had to push it for Snake. He had to try, like, everything.
He really did, yeah.
Just what you have to do. And he will not get the 2 cycle this time again, but at this point, he's probably just a bit frustrated.
Yeah. All he needs to do is just bring it home. Don't die.
Yeah.
But he's played a really, really good tournament.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's really unlucky that he had to face Zasta twice, honestly.
Yes.
That's just rough. I mean, ultimately you have to win against everyone, obviously, to win the entire thing. But he could have definitely gone a bit further with a bit of a luckier seat and bracket. 31-28. Yeah, I mean, still a very sick run. So
yeah, that's a very, very good time. Big GGs.
Big GGs. Let's go back in with them.
Licked.
Okay, I think you guys might have won the best race of the tournament with that, so far at least.
That was quite something.
Yeah, I think it was never further apart than 10 seconds. Like, well, obviously at the end, but until Snake.
Until Snake, even? Yeah, like we both got third try Scare Snipe. And then I tried the 2 cycle, but I got really trolled.
Yeah, I think it was 17 seconds into Snake, but yeah, within 20 at least until the very end. GG's. I mean, I guess
GG's.
You can be happy with those runs. I don't know. Are you guys happy with those runs?
No. I mean, if not the, I mean, not counting the death, I would be on like 30, so it's not bad for me.
And Zasta said no. I don't actually remember what the mistakes were, to be honest.
I mean, I died on Bicorn, right? Then I failed the pause cast on the crap in Bicorn as well. What else? Third try Scare Snipe, and I think that's about it. Which makes it really bad run. Yep, I could have gotten like mid 29.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess that's fair. It's could have saved some time, but 30:03. I wouldn't call that a bad run, but
I guess it works.
yeah, it's definitely a solid performance from both, though, I have to say. That was a really, really, really fun race to watch. Not late. We're not late. We're never late. Always exactly when we mean to. But we are back. And we have the losers semi-final or something like that. I don't know. It's Beaver versus me. And you know the drill. Since I'm playing, I will not be able to commentate. So thankfully, Finn is still here and will be supported by Dino. So thanks for taking this commentary. And once again, welcome in.
No worries. Happy to be here. Hello, everybody.
And I think I'll kick it off to you guys once I reset my timer. Because I don't want to start at -7. Oh wait, I should also maybe show it in the scene. There you go. Cool. Now I'll kick it off to you to count us down whenever you want to.
Go for it, Finn.
I was going to give you the honors. Okay. Right, guys. Let's get ready. in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck. Okay, I can't call this one. I don't know about you. I have.
I have no idea. I mean, we were saying before, like, every match today has been so close. So I don't even want to try and call this.
No, I mean, prediction is very heavily one-sided, but when you look at the PB times, it's not that different at all.
No, and it can easily go either way, can it?
Oh, Nixxo getting some damage on the boost, and Liam was fine. Didn't know.
Boosting a bit too high there. I feel like Liam was very high as well, so that must.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised he didn't get damage off that.
Very even coming out of Willow there. Nick says same two timers. I don't think so. No, they're just very, very even in terms of loads and the time in general. But if you look really closely, there is a minor difference.
Yeah, very, very minor. Yeah, no issues coming out of Willow. A little bit of damage for Nixxo, but I think you can plan around that. It's not too much of an issue.
I'm assuming he's gonna play it safe and just go for the first rock in Invictus Sempra. That would be
it would make sense. You can get lucky and just land straight on top of it as well, which is quite good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey.
First boost up to the 3rd floor. Seen a few people have some difficulty with it today, so Nixxo getting it perfect.
Yeah, and Liam getting the lantern.
The lantern's right, very nice. I love that. I don't know why. I just like it looks so satisfying when you pull that off.
Oh, Nixxo's in the wrong client.
Nixxo's, no.
Oh no! I feel like we might need to restart this.
How did that happen? I swear I opened the glitchless client. Sorry. I think we were close anyways, weren't we?
Yes. It
God
was very
damn it.
even.
I was the one. Sorry. Yeah, this just restarted.
Right. Are we sure?
Yes, it's in English.
Client?
Look at that. It says go to Folia Magi. That sounds English enough to me.
Excellent. Okay. Are you guys both ready?
Yeah.
Dean, I'll let you count this one in.
Okay. And 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck again.
Good luck,
guys.
Right, round 2.
Yep. Okay. I did. Timer didn't start. We're going again.
No, my
didn't
timer doesn't start.
Timer
What?
didn't
Why?
start.
I swear, what the fuck? It doesn't start anymore.
Right.
Wait, it
All
actually
good
doesn't
things
start. It
coming
doesn't
through.
react to my hotkey. Oh, now it did. Okay.
No, it did.
Okay, it seems to
Right,
work
shall we
again.
try this again?
Sorry. 3rd try is the charm. We got this.
Shall we count this one in together, Dean?
Yeah, I was thinking that.
I
Let's
have
do
to
it.
restart my game.
Okay. Everybody
And-
ready?
Nope. 1 second. No, I'm ready.
Cool.
Okay.
And 3,
3,
2, 1. Let's go.
Good luck.
Good luck.
That countdown was so in sync, I'm just going to say.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
but both timers have started.
both timers have started. I think Nixxo's starting a little bit late there, but if it gets close, we can retime it, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think the timer started okay. I think it was just RTA that started, so it should be fine. Loadless should be accurate.
Yeah, Nixxo did start manually there, I think.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye out if it pauses correctly for loadless.
Yep. Also, Nixxo not getting the damage this time, so a very healthy restart for him.
Yeah. Let's keep an eye out.
45 and 43. So looks like Nixxo's 2 seconds ahead, loadless.
That might be because of the slightly later start.
Yeah, I'm not sure if did his timer start. Oh, he started manually. I didn't see that. Okay.
Yeah, I think he started it manually a little bit later, so just after the first load. So might be a tiny bit of a fake lead here, but as we said, if it turns out to be very close,
Yeah, we can just go back and see what it was.
yeah,
It's fine. Yeah, the load list definitely worked because it did pause when he was entering the load. It's just the start which is a little bit off, so we're fine there. So we're back again. Oh, a little bit of movement issue there. I think Hermione got in the way of.
She likes to do that, doesn't she, on the first set of stairs?
Yeah, it's always great when you get in front of the AI, then they do like a full 360 in front of you. And
Boost.
yeah, nice boost for both.
And let's see if we're definitely in the correct version this time.
Yeah. We're looking good.
Yes,
Yep, we're good.
Excellent. Let's go.
We have a race, ladies and gentlemen.
We have a race, everybody. We have a race.
Okay, not anticipating many problems in Richter Sempra. Don't think it's too many places where things could go wrong.
No, Richter Sempra is it's a nice start, isn't it, to the game?
Yeah, it is. It is quite chilly in Warpless.
Let's see if they go for the. Did Beaver go for the save book? Oh, Nixxo skipping the save book.
Interesting. I think he did. Yeah, he did because he opened the secret as well, so he did get the save book.
Let's hope he's not gonna regret the choice. No, he's fine.
Nah, we're good. Yeah, I say. Yeah, imagine the soft lock happening there. That would have been quite bad.
Yeah, that would be.
Also, difference of approaches in this room with the boosts. Them going to the left-hand side.
Yeah. Nixxo going for the right hand, and we did see in the race before that the left hand side does actually save a substantial amount, enough to sort of solidify a lead if you have it.
Yeah, I say if you can get the ledge grab, it's not too bad. I just know that one is a little bit weirder, shall we say, to try and get from my experience anyway. Nice boost off the door there. Yeah, no problem for either. Oh, nice. Both getting the one hit as well, which is very good.
Yeah, I was just gonna say very even in terms of.
I like the menu walk into the ledge grab there.
Beaver leaving at 4:13, I believe it was, and Nixxo at 4.
I think it was 4:17. 4:17. Obviously, not taking into account what happened at the start.
Yeah, so a slight lead for Beaver there.
Okay, time for one of the only 2 points in the run where you can actually call it a little bit of a chill, which is Quidditch.
Quidditch is unless you get hit by a bludger somewhere, or bonk into the goalposts.
Quidditch armor will help soften blows during the match.
Yeah, but straight after Quidditch, we well, not straight after, but heading into the good old Scourge skip.
Yeah.
So be interested to see if there's any difficulty with it. We've had a few people struggle with it in this tournament.
Did, yeah. I just say some excellent broom control by both players in this. Definitely not auto scroller segment.
Yeah, definitely not. No, it's all manual, of course.
But yeah, Scourge Skip has been causing some problems today, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean it is hard trick if you like if it can be a little bit inconsistent. I feel sometimes. But if you get to, we'll see how much setup people go for. I think that's the big thing about sort of the end games in this tournament is how much setup do you want to do to make sure you get a trick, or do you want to try and YOLO it and get that extra bit of time safe?
Yeah. Beaver, I think, coming out of Quidditch there with a 3-second lead, if I calculated correctly.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, no soft locks here.
Yeah, we don't get soft locks here. Yeah, I imagine both will go for the boost and then drop down to the second floor.
Expect both of them to, yeah.
Oh, no. Nixxo going the glitchless way.
Going the glitchless way. Interesting. It looked like he was setting up for the boost though, so I don't know whether he just changed his mind. So mid-jump.
Yeah, maybe he thought he wasn't going to get the ledge grab, so he thought I'll just have to go the glitchless.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, there. First try, skip there.
No problem whatsoever. Puts a little bit of pressure on Nixxo. Oh, and he misses the first one.
Yeah, he's going to line it up now. Oh, not second try.
Again.
Third try, there we are.
Third try, very nice. But that's cost him now slightly. That's building up Liam's lead there.
Yeah. Yeah, but we have probably... I mean, it's definitely my least favourite level in this game, which is coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Bicorn, which has killed many runs.
Absolutely. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's the worst level of HP2. Also in every single category, I believe. In my opinion, that you play. Every single category, Bicorn is just horrendous.
Yeah, it is a bit of a shame that for some reason this is the only ingredient that doesn't allow you to warp in any percent.
Yeah. It's almost like they knew.
Yeah. Although, actually, I'll tell a lie, I suppose boom slang, but obviously that's probably, you probably can warp, but it's probably just faster to get it.
Beaver getting the fast snails.
Yeah, no surprise. And Nixxo as well.
That one on the right seemed very far off, though.
Yeah, I think that's where like how fast you get the first boost comes into play.
Yeah.
Because the cycle can be messed up. No issues with the casts. Doesn't look like any problems for Nixxo either. Maze wall walk coming up and got first try, no surprise.
I don't expect either of them to struggle with that.
No.
Although we did see Zasta taking a death here before.
Yeah. Go for the wall walk here, gets it first try. And no ledge grabs as well, which is even better.
Very nice. And Liam is building that lead. I think that's a good 12-13 seconds now that he's ahead. So
yeah, it's very smooth Bicorn. No, I think every jump he made there was no ledge grab as well, which is very good.
Those pixies were very close for comfort there on Nixxo's side.
Yeah, pixies in this game are probably the most annoying enemy, I'd say. Apart from maybe the crabs in Chamber B.
I'm in the potions classroom.
Let's see if anyone gets trolled by Malfoy. We saw I believe it was Imek before who was having some difficulties with Malfoy just deciding to move out of the way of the spells.
Yeah, forecast. Yeah, straightforward
no
for.
problem, Liam.
Here's the
And that's a 15-second lead now, I think, for...
Yeah, it's growing at the minute.
It really is. Yeah. Oh, Nixxo getting it just as Malfoy started to move.
Yeah. Okay, time for Defindo. How will Snail Skip go?
Yes. Will we see a soft lock? That's the big question.
Yeah. Let's see what setup they go for as well. Will they just kind of jump into the small ledge grab for the first boost, or will they actually just set it up a little bit more? Oh, very nice from Liam, and straight into the
Wow.
medium.
Very nice.
And he gets it.
Very nice. Very smooth.
Oh, Nixxo failing it first try, trying to... Oh, he went quite far in there as well. That's
Yeah.
a small...
He's struggling with getting there. There we go. And yeah, gets
Nice.
it. Very nice. Very nice.
I was a little bit worried at first. I thought that might not have worked. I didn't think he went
Yeah.
far enough, but still came off for him, so...
Yeah, but it is those little things now that are gonna make the lead go bigger and bigger and widen that gap in between them.
Yep, definitely. All right, let's have a look at the timer on entering boom slang. So we got 12:38.
Yeah.
For Liam. And going for the going for the boost right there.
Yeah, auto boosting, very nice. No problem whatsoever. Yeah, and that's a good 20 seconds now that Liam is ahead. That is build. Yeah, 22 seconds.
Yeah, and now out at 13:02.
See if Nixxo goes for the auto boost.
Oh no, he's going for the boost stuff there.
Oh, some good mushrooms as well. I wonder whether that placement of the mushrooms was crucial there for him to decide whether or not to go for the auto boost or not.
Maybe. Yeah, a fairly larger lead has been built up, so it'll be interesting to see if he can keep that up.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, it is 20 odd seconds, but we have scenes of Snake, for example, to topple that. If one of them is slightly unlucky in Snake.
Yeah, it can be a bit of a change in the race, but no problem for Dumbledore skip, by the way, with the boost of Liam. Which way is Nixxo setting it up? He's going for the glitchless.
Glitchless. Interesting.
Oh, okay.
Nice. Bit tight there around the...
Yeah, I'll say I was a little bit concerned, but obviously he wasn't. Okay, time for Goyle. We've seen a few people die with overboosting in Goyle, which can happen really easily. So looks like a nice first boost there.
There we go.
Yeah,
got it.
Also, I still love that little low cast strat of just walking through the web. Don't know why, it just looks so cool.
Very strange that there's a few webs that for some reason you can just walk through.
Oh, that's a bit higher. Oh, that was a bit of damage for Nixxo there.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, also Liam gave the second boost, no problem.
Very
But
good.
Nixxo does need to be careful here, because a little bit of an overboost here will kill him.
Yeah. Right, let's see.
That looks fine, though.
Looks fine, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I wonder if he's gonna play it safe and go for the frog now at the end of Goyle.
Maybe it might be a good shout, or whether he feels that the sacrifice of the time is worth it.
Yeah.
Because he could also try and cast on the cauldron by the bathroom and see if it gets a lucky frog there.
True.
Oh, going for the menu walk as well. That looks so good when that comes
nice.
up.
Very nice. Yeah, I was just
the
gonna say,
YOLO.
is he gonna YOLO?
Oh.
And he fails it. That's unfortunate, but gets the backup straight away.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very good.
Yeah, but a bit of a chance for Nixxo to claw back a few seconds.
Yeah. And is he going? Yeah, he's going for the frog, as
Yeah,
expected.
okay.
It's such an easy frog to get, and it doesn't lose much. Sends it up and gets it. Very nice. Yeah, that should bring him back a couple of seconds. So Liam leaving at 16:11, I think it was.
Yeah, I believe it was. And Nixxo at a wait, just waiting for this cutscene. 16:27, so 16 seconds.
Yeah, so he's made back some time there. Yeah, both going for the reverse hair pluck.
Yeah.
Definitely a massive time saver.
Yep. Both on really good health as well, so can both just take the drop.
Yeah.
As well here, which is always nice. No need to go for portal drop unless they really want to conserve the health.
Yeah, but Beaver's probably going. Oh no, he's not even going for the lantern. Yeah, he's just taking the damage. No problem.
Yeah, it's fine. I wouldn't say. I imagine Nixxo might do the same.
Oh, it looked for a second there as if he was gonna go for portal drop.
Yeah, I think what it was, he couldn't actually jump over it. I think I'm not sure he might have survived if he jumped as well. That extra bit of height.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, Slytherin shouldn't be too much of an issue for them, I would think.
No. Also, nice to have a mention earlier about I'm the only person to be caught in Slytherin, by the way, during this tournament.
It was an absolute swag
Pure blood.
move though.
It was all for the memes.
Let's see if any one of them will be brave enough to follow in your footsteps.
Be interested to see it. I highly encourage it, but
very nice rope casting by Liam there, by the way. They are surprisingly tricky to hit those two ropes. That entire room is very messed up, isn't it, in terms of your spell casting?
yeah, you're basically casting at the screen. Also, nice camera on there with the wall. Bridge skip. No problem.
Yeah, no problem. And yeah, absolutely fine. No problem at all, as expected. So they both have the nice Slytherin student cycle. Alright, let's see. Anyone for the swag backward strap? No. Not brave enough, Dean. Not brave enough.
Well, you know. I think that's worth an extra 10 seconds on the times, right? Okay, Liam's sort of doing it, I suppose, at the end there.
Something's not right. Professor Snape.
Very nice.
Hey,
We
come
approve.
Back here.
Hey, come back here!
Something's not right.
Nixxo not doing it at all. That's fine. Second boost up to the third floor. No problems there.
Let's see. Let's try and time time the difference. Liam entering Spongify 2012.
Yeah, it looks like Nixxo will enter it at about 12:32, I would say.
Yeah, so it's actually gone. It's widened again. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so it's back to 20 seconds.
Yep, 20-second gap at the minute.
As they go into the final third of the run.
Oh, Nixxo missing the jump.
Struggling there with the Spongify pad. Gets it
And
now though. Ooh.
got a medium as well, so he gets stuck on the wall a bit.
Would you be interested in trading?
But yeah, 20 seconds should Liam, for whatever reason, struggle in Aragog or Snake, that 20-second gap can close, however.
Yeah.
But it's not quite the end yet for Nixxo, but
there is still quite a bit to go. There are some difficult points, but it's a nice lead to have coming into this at this point.
yeah. No, maybe a bit of luck with Scourge, Snipe, and Chamber that can bring back some precious seconds.
Yep, Scourge Snipe be something we saw earlier. Two top runners, both struggling to get it. Both getting it third try in the last race.
It's not even half a Hagrid difference. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's half a Hagrid's boot width difference in between them.
Harry.
Yep. So, in the best cutscene in the game, particularly best cutscene in this tournament because it's a chance to have a little bit of a rest.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. We were saying it before. Oh, Nixxo's gone.
It never killed no one.
Come on.
Oh, he's got the Fanta out.
Make sure the thing that killed that girl is slaughtered.
The mystery Fanta. What can it be?
Stand aside.
No.
But yeah, it is quite nice, isn't it? The way the two sort of downtime points are actually placed in this run. You've got Quidditch at the beginning, and then the Hagrid cutscene.
Yeah.
In the latter third, so it's good to have that little bit of rest moments in an otherwise very, very fast-paced game.
Yeah, particularly obviously not including the spell learning as well.
Yeah,
is,
absolutely.
Giving that extra point. All right, time for Forest. Yeah, Frog was trying to escape from Liam there, but. Very nice. Bridge skip. No problem.
Another smooth bridge skip. One of many.
Yeah, I imagine this was going to get the Frog. Frog also being a bit of a...
Very bad Frog RNG.
Oh. Liam missed the jump into the boost a little bit, so has to jump up. So a very nice boost to make up for it there. Landing right on the save book as well.
Very nice.
I give that star points.
Makes up for the non-backward Slytherin there.
Yep.
See if Nixxo can pull it off.
Liam got the nice boost as well off the tree.
Very nice. See where we're at, entering Aragog, and let's see if I'm assuming Liam will go for the Chungus hybrid strat.
Imagine so. Imagine he's gonna get the forecasts on both. Oh no, he missed one.
Oh,
he's in trouble here.
He's in a lot of trouble. Oh. That might be, if it goes smooth for Nixxo now, that might be his chance to save quite a bit of time. Missing, I think, one. Yeah, he missed one of the pass casts there, but otherwise much smoother.
Yeah. Also, Aragog aiming directly at Liam here.
Let's see. Yeah, Liam sets it up.
Yeah, going
Doesn't
for.
get it. Oh no, he gets it. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, he gets it. Yeah, it's a great strat. I'm just going to look over to the other screen, which is doing the same thing. So.
Yeah.
We're both not fond of the strat. I will put that out.
No. Right, let's have a look. So Liam's finished with Aragog.
Yeah. It's got very close now. 25:44
and 25:51. So Liam 5 seconds ahead. So he's lost 15 seconds. And that's what I mean. That's how easy it can go. Is it 7? Did I miscalculate again? It's very
it's like
a lot
it's like
closer
6 or 7 seconds. Yeah.
And it's all down to most likely Scourge Snipe, and then
Scourge Snipe and then Snake.
Potentially Snake.
Also, because of the Aragog, Liam going in with very slim health.
Yes. Both still have the portion though, so.
Yes, that is very true.
A 1/6 of a Hagrid difference. It's a couple of Hagrid's beard hairs difference. No, not quite. We're not quite that close. Half a Hagrid mustache difference in between them.
Oh, first try Scourge Snipe for Liam there.
Very nice.
And for Nixxo as well.
Well, very nice. Very nice. And that was an important one for Nixxo to get as well, first try there.
Yeah.
To not fall further behind again.
Going for the boost up, no problem.
Yeah,
Nixxo getting it as well. Oh, Nixxo.
What happened there?
Nixxo, I think he got the hundo like meme strat. I think that's been put in there, like boosting all the way over to the platform. Oh, Liam getting the nice boost as well.
Very nice. Is Nixxo gonna go for it? It looks like he's hitting up for it.
I think he's. Oh.
Oh, he missed it. Oh,
yep,
he's reloading.
He's got to reload the game because the platform's gone in.
He's reloading. Oh, that is very unlucky. Yeah, he goes for the safe. The safe strat now.
Yeah. It was certainly a risky strat to go for, but I think given how close it is and the fact that Liam got it first try.
Oh yeah. I mean, at this point, with that time difference between them, if you're behind, you need to start playing it risky if you want to pull it back.
Yeah, definitely. So that is potentially a really... Could that decide the race?
I don't want to speak too soon. It looks like it, but there is still Snake, and we have seen people and good runners of this game as well struggle with Snake.
Yeah, I noticed a lot of runs have been struggling at Snake, and
yeah,
I mean it's not surprising. Snake can troll you a lot, and
quite a bit of damage there. So Maul is going in with 1 health bar.
Yeah, I imagine they're both. Oh, Nixxo missed the platform.
That is not good at all.
No, that's going to lose him a little bit more time as well.
Yeah, and
but
he really needs to hope that something's going to happen to Liam and Snake. It doesn't look like. Yeah, goes for the portion.
Yeah, that makes sense. Stops the animation interrupting you. Looking good for the first phase. Oh, that's really good.
Take the portion now. Definitely a good shout there. He took a lot of damage in the fire.
It's looking like a nice 2-cycle here.
Yeah, easy 2-cycle for Liam. Big GGs. Very, very well played.
Yeah, very nice. Sub 30 as well.
Yes. Yeah, not quite beating Floors. I think Floors was like 29:30. A very, 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 very good time.
Yeah,
very,
very good time.
Big GGs.
Yeah, so GG to to Liam there. It was a very close race up until Chamber 2. I think that was the really big turning point.
Yeah, but absolutely the right decision, I think, for Nixxo to try and go for that risky boost there, and unfortunately it just didn't quite pay off. Oh, and he dies in Snake.
Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah,
That is
2 races in a
very,
row
very
now that's happened.
unfortunate.
Ginny!
And he's not happy with that as well. Not happy with that. But it's still a good time. I think that should still be a client PB for Nixxo.
Yeah, I think so.
Very well played. Yeah. Always not even trying the 2 cycle.
No, I think that he didn't get quite enough damage off on the first phase to try it, so probably could have still pulled it off, but it would have been very close. But a nice 3 cycle.
Yeah. Very nice. Very well played. Big GGs as well.
Yeah, also equivalent to a really big PB, so GG on that.
Yeah.
It was a solid run. There wasn't many mistakes made at all.
31. That is a very nice number.
Yeah.
And B, a very
nice time. Yeah, so GG to both.
Yes.
How would you feel that went?
I'm happy.
I mean, Nixxo played really well. I actually had to make no mistakes.
I tried like real hard in Chamber B, so I lost like a good run, but what can you do?
You didn't have to reload, by the way. There is a backup, but it's stupid.
I have no idea.
You can, there's like the center part that breaks, you can get a small edge grip and boost up there, but it's really dumb.
Yeah, I am curious. Did you go for that strat, Nixxo, because you heard us say that obviously Liam had got it first try, so you felt like you had to go for it? Or were you planning on doing that anyway?
I didn't hear the commentary. I just knew it was very, very close, so I tried like everything essentially that was possible.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, it was a really good race to watch. Very, very close throughout.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We thought it was in the bag, and then Aragog happened, and out of a sudden everything was open again.
Okay, I need to explain that. I knew I got 3 on the first, but I thought I got 5 off on the second, so I just stood there. Because I was like almost certain I got 5, and then it didn't, and then you can't move when you're in there, so I'm like, oh god.
Yeah, we were wondering what was happening on that one, because it was just like, okay, he stood in the corner. But yeah, that makes sense, because I didn't think you had failed it, but I think that like timing the 4 can be quite tricky at times.
Yeah.
Other than that, and going for the YOLO wall walk and not getting it, I think I played pretty well. I don't think there was anything else that was major.
Yeah, and I say you got the backup quite quickly in there as well, getting straight back.
I also got really lucky on that I landed on the like the wood frame below and took no fall damage from it.
Yeah, because I noticed your health wasn't good, was it? So you probably would have died if you'd have missed it.
No, I was full health. I hadn't taken damage the entire run.
Oh, right, okay. As I said, the health was a bit of an issue at one point, I remember that, but...
Now, the other big question, obviously, is, Nixxo, what's the mystery Fanta taste of?
I don't know, I haven't tried it yet. I save it for stream tomorrow, I think. I'm very curious myself. Yeah, and for me it was only Defendo, honestly, that went poorly, and then obviously Snake, but you know, that's Snake.
Yeah.
You still got Snail Skip though, right? I think I heard that.
I got what? Oh, Snake, yeah, I got it. I just struggled a bit with the ledge grab. That's why I fell like far behind, or far-ish behind.
Yeah, I think the biggest gap throughout the race was about 22 seconds.
That's not too bad, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy going on. I didn't expect to win versus Beaver, obviously. So I'm honestly very happy that it was at least like reasonably close, and I didn't play like yesterday versus Flo. All right, and we are back. We are here for the grand finale of today, at least, the winners bracket final. The first best of 3 in this tournament. We have Flo returning after his win earlier, and Abe for the first time today. And we also have Ryan returning in commentary. You've heard him 2 weeks ago, so I'm glad he's back. I'm glad everyone's back. Welcome in.
Hello, hello.
Yo, what's up?
And I think I see 2 games, so we're ready to kick it off, aren't we?
Sure. I'm good, yeah.
All right, cool. So 3, 2, 1, let's go. Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck.
Oh man, I'm super excited for this one.
Yeah, same here. Like, it's hard to tell who's gonna win. Obviously, Flo will always be the favorite, but Abe's times are close to that, so this will be...
Abe beat me, so obviously he's just like a professional, right?
Oh, Flo has frame host now.
Ooh, I wonder if they're gonna want to reset that.
Yeah, we should ask real quick, yeah.
Yeah, we should hop in, because he's gonna have to go in Task Manager.
Yes, my spell missed the luggage.
I'm just gonna ask, if you want to remake that, I'm fine with that. With the frame host.
Yeah, let's just remake it.
Okay, yeah.
I was gonna say keep going. I was gonna say let's keep going, but
I mean, I'm fine with either. It's Abe's decision ultimately, but
yeah, he asked me in the call, and I was like, whatever. But
okay.
I mean, might as well. We both had a bad will.
Okay, cool.
Can't find frame host in my task manager.
I love how it reopens sometimes. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are you? I'm scrolling down. It like moves into my task manager sometimes, and I don't know why, but I can't find it.
Wait, is it not alphabetical or what?
No.
Wait, what?
How do you change it?
It should be in background progresses. Make sure you're not looking under apps.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, true. It should be in there.
What does frame host do?
I think I googled that at some point. I believe it's for like Windows applications, like calculator and stuff like that.
Lol.
Something, I don't know.
Okay, there we go.
Something like along those lines. But cool. Make sure to reset the timer and then we're good to go.
Yep.
Okay, then oh, sorry. I thought the game
I'm
was
ready.
open. Yep.
Oh, it's fine. We're ready.
Then we can kick it off now for real. So 3, 2, 1, let's go. Good luck.
Good
Good luck.
Okay, now we can be excited.
Alrighty, round 2. Let's go.
And this time, timer start, application framework should be gone, so we're good.
Yeah. I love watching these guys do Willow because they're just so quick at it, and I can never get the very first boost in Willow.
Yeah, same. Like getting that optimally is so hard. And
let's see if they manage to get these moving platform boosts too.
Oh, Flo actually...
Low landing.
Yeah, I don't think he got it. He landed on the tower, which is interesting. Very far to the left, which is not where you optimally want to land. I mean, those small things, we'll see if they matter in the end, but yeah.
Yeah, but seeing Flo get anything under, like, or over 44 is very odd. 45 second out of Willow?
Not what you would expect. I'm actually really curious how Flo performs. Like, we've seen him do very, very good matches and very, very interesting matches, I guess we can put it like. So let's see which of them is this one's gonna be against someone who's like a very strong opponent.
Well, how many races has Ape actually done so far? Is this his second or third?
No, it should be his third. He, I would love to check if the website would be up for me, but I don't remember who he had in round 1.
He had me. He defeated me in round 1, but he didn't have to face Zaba today, so I'm not sure how many he's actually done.
Yeah, he had you in round 1, then he had Kitashi in round 2, which was a tough opponent as well, and then he got the free win against Zasta today. Yeah.
Alright, let's see how the first boost goes. Ideally, they don't want to lose HP here. Ooh, Ape.
Oh.
It's not that big of a deal, but still, he's gonna have to pick up an extra frog somewhere as opposed to Flo.
Yeah, at least he landed on the lamp. Like, that could have been a lot worse. If he would have just died. I mean, I don't think he could have died on that, but he could have taken a lot more damage.
Very true.
I think if he gets this one, it's... Oh, he doesn't actually get this one. Interesting. I still think that's the best frog to get if you take damage early.
Now, both of them being pretty experienced runners, do you think they'll end up getting the save book here? What do you think?
Ooh. I mean, I hope so, but I kind of don't think so. I think they just go past it like they do in normal runs. I don't know, what's your guess? Let's see who's right.
I don't think they'll get the save book because I think that soft lock only happens on... Ooh, Flo got it, actually.
Proving on both wrong.
Both of them got it.
They both, yeah.
I honestly think that soft lock only happens on a bad cycle. That's my theory and what I've noticed, so...
That could actually be it, yeah. That you, like, if it's diagonal to the wall, I guess you push it into a wall walk or something.
Flo missing the left side. Twice.
It is an annoying ledge grab, to be fair, but that helps Abe to catch up a bit. He's fallen a bit behind in the beginning, but now he's pretty much back.
Yeah, and it looks like Abe tried to grab that frog, but it just topped away from him.
That is actually, if you go left side, that's gotta be the fastest frog if it's not like that. But that's just RNG. It's actually a good one to go for, I like that.
Yeah. I do like going for the very first frog and Rick too, as was mentioned. If you could land directly on top of it, it'll never move out of your way.
Yeah, that's true.
Alright,
that one's
Flo
good as well.
Going for window.
Oh. We were wondering if you would do it again in a match with...
Oh, that was so clean. You know, that just puts him a little bit more ahead, but...
And he gets the Kobe as well. One push grab. Abe gets it as well though, so...
Ooh, oh, no, he's soft lock! Oh, no, never mind. I thought that was a soft lock. I have soft lock there before,
Yeah,
so...
oh, same. I 100% also thought that's a soft lock, but thankfully this is only half that bad.
Okay. Ooh. My heart.
I haven't looked at his face cam, but I feel like he probably had the same reaction. So Flo pulling a bit ahead after Rick 2, mainly from that window boost, which is just a really sick track, and those are good tricks to do to get an edge in a very competitive match.
For sure. Let's see what type of RNG they get in Quidditch, though. If they get hit or not. I'm still a firm believer in the love taps.
Actually, what does Flo do here? Let's see how he knocks out the Seeker once they get to it. Yeah, those can be important 2 seconds.
I'm pretty sure Flo just goes right into her and knocks her out in like less than a second. It's crazy how quick he could actually click.
Guess you need fast fingers for that.
I wonder if he actually alternates left and right click to go faster.
Oh. I mean, he does play with input this way quite often, right? So it's probably worth checking out. Nobody really knows how getting hit works in Quidditch. Yeah, that was a clean one, just knocking her out. Like, I think it's partly RNG. It probably depends on your position, but I don't think anyone's truly like mastered it. Abe also not getting hit.
I think I heard something about she kind of being on a cycle where she's gonna hit you for a couple seconds, then or she's not gonna hit you. So it could be where you decide to knock her out.
That's interesting. That could be.
But both heading to potions and really close still.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, it's really only this one window boost of a difference.
Yeah, and Ape getting the left side ledge grab first try. Otherwise, he would be a little bit more behind.
Yeah, true. I mean, I expect from both of them that they can play like very consistent. So this might actually, like, you need to do tricks your opponent doesn't do, maybe, to win this. Because of how close it is.
So I know that this boost here that Flo just went for only saves like 0.2 seconds. But I'm wondering if it's actually worth going for. Yeah,
I mean,
see, Ape decides not to.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like it's necessarily super hard, but I guess it's harder than just jumping up.
Yeah. In a tournament setting, you want to be safe, right?
Yeah, I'd agree. Oh, Flo not getting it first try. Gets it second
try though.
Very nice. That's a good Scourge.
It's incredible how the top runners could just know the angle without a setup.
Oh, Ape with the setup, struggling a little bit here.
It looks like he has the angle because he's kind of bouncing up there. He's just not jumping at the right moment. Yeah, it looks like he's jumping a little bit too late past the door frame.
Mm-hmm. And the more you fail it, the more you hate it, and the less well you play. So Scourge is very bad if you've started to fail it a couple times. But there he goes. Not great, of course. Not great.
Yeah, you could see it on his face. He's a little bit sad about that one. But it's okay. It's okay. We've seen Flo mess up in this tournament so far. So it's, you know, Ape can catch up.
Yeah, Scourge skip is a tough skip, and it's only the first 8 minutes of the run in a best of 3, so there's a lot that can still happen in both ways.
It's just scary to be this far behind in a match where you know that both of the runners are like absolutely like phenomenal at the game.
Yeah, that's true. Like being behind versus Flo is so hard. Like, you know that you're probably not gonna have a chance to catch up. He's probably not gonna let you.
And Flo getting both the crabs in perfectly, and neither of them bouncing on like the little ledge.
Yeah, that was really nice. The snail was even still stunned. That's how quick he did it. The ones from up top. Then misses one cast. I was not happy about that, but still
I think it became unstunned and he had a rick to it.
Ah, yeah. I didn't see Ape's boost. I assume it was a first try. We'll see on the snail cycle.
I'm expecting. Ooh. So Flo actually got them both to go in without casting. I'm pretty sure that's how quick he was.
Oh wow, yeah, that's pretty sick. Yeah, Ape does miss that as well, so loses a bit more time on the creatures. Looking a bit scary at this point.
So he got one in, and ooh, the second one bouncing on the ledge.
Yeah, those are unlucky timeless. Not those big ones that end your run, but they do add up.
Flo closing the door behind him. Very gentleman of him.
Ape does have an A server issue, yeah. I'll reload it. Feels like it always happens once every 10 minutes. I don't know. It's really weird.
I'm in the potions classroom. Better keep an eye out for Snape.
Gonna be fine though. Gonna be back in a second.
Yeah, he got the maze skip really, really nicely too. No problems getting through that room. I expect his wheel to go clean. The rest of Bicorn is pretty simple at this point.
Yeah.
Ooh, again the long ledge grab there.
You almost jinxed it, but he did save that, so nice.
And Flo is just so quick at pause casting in that duel.
Hello, Harry.
Yeah, pretty sick duel. That was very nice. I mean, he's just it's really fun to watch Flo play. He's just so good at every part of the game.
Riding Ron's head all the way to the door.
Yeah, also perfect.
Alright, so it looks like 11-13 that Ape exited Bicorn.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember Flo's time, but I would estimate it to be like 30 seconds at this point. Maybe? Well, actually, it's probably more than that even.
Yeah, it has to be more than that.
Kind of crazy. It's not even like Abe failed that much. It's just a bit of a rough rough bike for him.
Apparently it's over a minute already.
Wait, where is that coming from?
It has to be the Scourge skip that just it took him so long. It was such an unfortunate turn of events there.
Flo this time with a very nice Defendo again. No issues. I mean, his entire run has been very nice so far. Without wanting to jinx anything, but we'll see.
Chat will blame you if anything goes wrong, don't worry.
Yeah, as always. Doesn't even matter what I say anyways. Yeah, I've been in this position. It's not what you want to be in. It's like you're behind by a minute versus
It looks
Flo.
like they're heading to the same place, but one of them's heading to Boomslang and one's heading to Defendo.
Yeah, it's actually great.
Alright, let's see how Ape's Defendo goes here. I suspect he will be able to get Snail Skip relatively quickly, and you know, where things could really turn around here now is probably Goyle.
Yeah, for sure. If they turn anywhere, it's definitely Goyle. Yep, with a good, with a very good snail skip as well.
Getting that medium ledge grab is so hard if you don't get the wall walk.
Yeah. I love having the webcam. It's just leaning into the boost with his whole body.
I do that from time to time too.
Same. Okay, Flo already out of Boomslang, now on his way to dumbbell skip, which could also be a game changer, but I really just don't expect him to fail that, to be fair.
Did Flo get the auto boost?
Oh, I didn't really see.
Yeah, I was paying attention to Ape there.
Defender skip is more interesting. In our defense.
Well, we'll see if Ape does it. I'm not sure if he goes for that or not.
I don't actually know. I don't think I've seen him go for it, but I also misremembered strats wrong earlier that people do, so... No, it looks like he will. Yep.
It looks like, yeah. Oh, almost getting it.
He does not get fall damage though, which was kinda huge. But yeah, that's not how you catch up. He has to go for those. He has to try to catch up somehow with every strat he can think of.
They're trying to get that ledge clip. That ledge clip could be kind of awkward sometimes.
Oh yeah. It should be super easy, but it just sometimes isn't. Oh, that was a really nice block from Flo.
Yeah, the artful block. And don't worry, Art, I got your back.
I guess that's actually fair. Why not just combine artful strat and block? It should just be the artful block.
Alright, let's see.
Oh!
So I know that Artful actually auto boosts the boost that Flo just did too.
Oh, really?
And he's been trying to convince the community that it's better. And he has some fair points. I've seen him do it and it's very quick and consistent.
Flo actually got really close to failing that, by the way. That's why I was a bit excited. Like, that was really close. And he's failed that so many times this tournament. So this boost, if he has any weakness, I'd say it's this boost, actually. But barely makes it onto the roof.
The crab boost you're talking about, right?
Yeah, the crab boost,
Yeah. Let's see if he goes for that quick wall walk that he's so famous for.
Oh, hopefully.
It looks so cool. I don't know how difficult it is, but I assume it's got to be one of the more difficult tricks on the run.
Yeah, I haven't really tried it. Oh, yeah, he goes for it. Just yeeting out with the correct angle.
Oh my goodness, and he just makes it look so good.
Yeah.
Alright, now let's see if Ape does. No, Ape going for the traditional strat. Hasn't practiced the block most likely.
Yeah, makes sense. Gets it as well. Very nicely done. Actually has no health, really. I guess from jumping down the stairs or something. I actually don't know where that happened. But,
yeah.
That makes Goyle very scary if you're that low on health, because failing a boost is just instant death, essentially. Just going a bit
getting
high.
past that first boost is pretty much all you have to worry about, and then the wall walk at the end. This boost here is like you pretty much die, even if you have a lot of HP.
I guess you can overboost a bit more with more HP, but yeah, true. Nice wall walk from Abe. It's a good goal for him. Definitely a good goal, but the issue is Flo had one as well. Like, one of the best goals you can get, so it's gonna be hard to make up anything.
And Flo just opting to take the damage. It makes sense, right? I mean, he's trying to go quick.
And he had the health, and there isn't really any threat in Slytherin or Spongify, and in Forest you get frogs anyways.
Well, the threat comes from the boost up to Spongify if you overboost and don't land on the lamp.
True,
you could die that way, but I can't see that happening to Flo, but, you know, anything could happen.
Yeah, who knows? Oh, I think Ape... No, that makes it. He was very far right on the bush, aiming at it, but still seems to be an angle that works, which is nice.
I think as long as you're angled a little bit more towards the wall, it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I think it's probably less precise than people think, including myself, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Still a very hard wall walk. Like, thankfully there's a fairly good setup for it now, but it's still kind of painful, or can be painful.
Alright, so Ape, he also has enough HP to just drop down, so it shouldn't be an issue for him. Nothing really happening in Slytherin here. The only real trick is bridge skip, and, you know, neither of them are gonna fail that, I think.
Yeah, we say that before every match, but this time I believe it actually.
Yeah.
Yep, there goes
And
Flo.
jumping. So Ape jumping on these slopes, just little optimizations. I love that. I used to always jump up slopes. I never jumped down them until I think it was during the glitchless tournament. Emmy mentioned that I don't do that.
That's pretty cool. Glitchless tournament actually leading to improvement. I like it. Yeah, now Ape entering Slytherin, so it's less of a gap than we had last match. I'm pretty sure when Imek was done with Slytherin, Lusak hadn't entered yet, so Ape is a bit closer, but it's gonna be hard to make this up.
This is still, what, about a minute and something of a gap?
Yeah, and against Flo, that's kind of a death sentence, but I think, I mean, his run has been very clean since Bicorn, though. It's just the Bicorn Scourge section that went kind of wrong, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, if Ape hadn't failed Scourge Snipe as much as he did, if he had got it in second try like Flo, I'm pretty sure they would still be neck and neck almost.
Yeah, definitely a lot closer. 1.5 minutes even, okay, yeah. That is a good chunk. But it's also going to be interesting to see what time Flo can get, because I think he's been mistake-less so far. And he tied the best time of the tournament with a death in Goyle. So let's see what he can do here with this really clean run. Also, let's ignore what Ape just did. You know, none of them failed bridge skip. Free.
Well, did he fall or did he just miss the switch? I was kind of watching Flo there. I saw out the corner of my eye.
Like, I know he died, so I think he had to fall.
What I was gonna mention about Flo is, as expected, he just gets a beautiful boost up to Spongify, lands on the lamp, takes no damage. HP is nothing to him.
No problem at all. And he's ready for the late game, I think.
Yeah. Because at this point, yeah, you're right, HP doesn't matter. There's a free frog when you enter forest, and you could push through with that.
Yeah, even 2 if you wanna. Like, there's 1 that's really not too bad either.
You're talking about the one right at the waterfall?
Yeah, that one.
Oh, I can never get that one. It just...
Yeah, you gotta get lucky that
it
it jumps into you. Yeah, it kind of does suck for some reason to get it. But it can be quite reasonably fast.
So Ape exiting Slytherin at 2107. I mean, overall, Ape's performing very well. All everything aside from Scourge, right? This is a very clean run from him.
Come on.
Yeah, it's been Scourge and a bit in Bicorn, like some hiccups, I guess. Like okay, it's not Dumbledore skip, thank God. But still, failing the boost to Spongify, I guess we can add that to the list.
I think failing that boost costs somewhere around 10 seconds, I want to say, except for how he's doing it now.
Yeah.
He's scared to get back up on that banister.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he doesn't know the glitches setup or if he really was just scared. It's hard to tell. But that's a bit slower than you can do it. People that have seen the glitches tournament have seen the fast way to get up there.
Well, if you haven't run a lot of glitchless, getting back on that banister is actually kind of scary because the way the staircase moves, it's kind of hard to get back on there sometimes. But yeah, that second try Spongify bounce for Ape. He got the long ledge grab, which is ideal.
Yeah, that was a good Spongify.
Alright, so Flo heading to Forest and Ape heading to the Hagrid cutscene. Nothing really happening. There is a bop here that Flo could try and go for, the Ron bop. Just to save like another fraction of a second. Let's see.
Ooh, failing it barely.
Oh, yep.
To be fair, it probably is just a fraction of a second.
Yeah. It's just for the swag, right? The bragging, right?
Yeah. I mean, jumping onto things in this game is weird, like onto other NPCs and whatnot. Because you get like a random speed boost in the direction. So it can be anything really.
Flo getting really close to that plant before it was fully dead. I thought he was actually gonna get hit.
Yeah, that was kind of scary, but I don't think it's hard to tell if that would have actually drained his potion, because that plant is savage. Like, it does so much damage.
Yeah, but it would have put him at such low HP, which is, you don't want to go into chamber with low HP, especially if this frog here is going to be very trolly. But that frog was actually in a good position for him to get if he wanted it.
Which he doesn't, because gotta go fast, I guess.
Yeah.
And it's still a very, very, very good run. Like, he's very intimidating for everyone that's still in this tournament as a potential opponent.
Now, is this sub 30 pace?
I think it should be, right? Again, like his last sub 30 was with a death in Goyle, and he didn't have anything really right now this race.
Very true. So this is where we're going to see the hybrid strategy come out of Flo for Aragog, where he does like the Chungus pause casting.
We've seen them. We've seen that strat performed well and not so well, I think, today. Let's see how he does it. Let's see how an actual good one looks. Getting a lot of inputs in. Looks very focused.
I think Imek had a really nice one too today.
Mm. Yeah, Imek's pause casting on Aragog is very, very nice.
Yeah. Oh, this is perfect. This is so ideal. Like, that looks way quicker than the old strategy.
That was really good.
Ooh, Frog giving the run around Ape there for a second.
Not just cooperating barely. Too well. As they do. Gets the bridge skip
if
though.
HP2 frogs were like HP1 and HP3 frogs, it would be so much nicer.
Oh, I even hated that as a kid that they changed that. Like, when I first had to chase a frog in HP2 PC, I hated that so much after playing HP1.
Alright, how many tries with Scourge Snipe do you think it's going to take Flo here?
I mean, can I say anything other than one?
I'm going to say 2. It's hard to get it first try, but like, it's easy to get a second try.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Oh, well, no, never mind. It's Flow.
God, it's
Let's do this
so
boost here from
impressive.
Ape. Yeah, Ape getting the boost. Very beautiful boost in Forest. So I'm curious to see what Ape does here at Aragog. I don't think he knows anything about the Chunga strat.
Yeah, I don't
So
feel
he
like
might
he's
just go.
practicing.
Alright, that looks like forecast on the first web, and oh no, it was 3 and 4.
Still not the end of the world, just a bit of a slower Aragog, I guess. Flow. Oh god, entering Chamber B 26:36. That sounds very fast. Like, Chamber B isn't really long, so.
Oh my god, that boost that Flow just did is crazy.
That's a cool boost. We've seen multiple people attempt that and fail it. Lusak did it very well as well, though, to be fair.
If you fail that boost, you can go for a Spongify backup, or are you just like screwed?
Oh no, you can still do the normal path.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
as long as you make it up to the second level.
Flow
so to
not
speak.
happy with that. He got a long ledge grab there, so he wasn't able to boost.
Yeah, I
Huh?
can understand why he's not very happy about that. He wants a good time now, I think.
Flow kind of dancing on the ledge there before dropping into the boulder.
Interesting as well.
Yeah, it looked like he was just trying to drop down immediately, like pixel perfect, and kind of got stuck on the edge.
Yeah.
Alright, so let's see how Ape Scourge Snipe looks here.
Oh no. Don't tell me he starts lagging right on cue.
He's not lagging for me.
Yeah,
so.
I know. It's the server connection to EU for some reason. It's so weird how it's messed up like that. But yeah, you keep us posted.
Yeah, he's going for Scourge Snipe. He misses it once. It looked close. It looked like he had the angle. He got a second try. Very beautiful.
Alright, that's pretty good. Oh yeah, I'm seeing now. It's back to his old glory.
And I'm not sure if he knows this boost here either. Yeah. So he's just gonna go for the back path. Makes sense. Now let's see if Flow manages a 2-cycle here or not.
Can you get a sub 29?
It's 14 seconds to walk to the entry hall, I think, or 13.
Yeah,
So.
it's close. I don't think he can, but it's super close.
Ooh.
Oh, maybe.
Oh my god, maybe.
I think it's
Oh yes, he got it. He can. I think.
I think it's a 29:01, but we'll see.
Oh, very good boop or bop there off the trader.
Yeah.
That might actually be what pushes him to the sub.
Yeah, it's an 01.
Oh,
it's a flat. Oh my god.
Oh my god. That is so cool.
Oh, Ape, by
Alright,
the way,
so
with the nice boost as well.
Ape got the amazing boost as well.
Very, very
That's
good.
actually impressive.
Holy shit, 29 flat. I mean, what are you gonna do as Ape in that situation? Like, how are you gonna beat that? That's insane.
Yeah. I bet he's kicking himself in the ass for missing Scourge skip once. He could have had the 28 if not for that tiny mistake.
Yeah.
Or any mistake, really. Any 1 second mistake.
Thank you for not saying last place.
Yeah, that was unlucky that he missed that, but what a sick time. Like, dang. And I'm curious what Abe's gonna get, because his time is good, and it's so weird because it didn't feel like it because he's been so far behind, but what can you do? It's just
Flow.
Yeah. Oh, he doesn't have the audio split. In that case, I'll have you watch Flow's outro sound.
Keep in mind, Ape also said he hasn't had much time to practice lately.
Yeah.
So the fact that he could just like come out the gate without any practice and get a good run like this is impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh.
So he has full HP. Did he drink his potion, or is he just like a god at managing HP?
I think the second, and it's lagging for me again. We have to try to fix that for the second race. We'll We'll
move
try
over
to work on
EU
that.
probably.
Yeah.
So he only got hit by one fire. He's entering Snake right now.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm actually not sure. This is like a 35-36, right? Converted, given its best RNG. What is record even?
Record is like a 35-40 something, isn't it now?
Oh my god! So this,
with
so this is technically like record then?
Yeah. All right. So yeah, he hadn't drank his potion. He's just good at health management.
Yeah.
He just drank it right now.
I guess he got the frog early on chamber.
He's missing the damage boost. That's unfortunate. Does he know how to cancel it here? No,
Nope.
It looks like Ape doesn't know how to cancel the cycle. That's unfortunate.
Goes for just damaging it here, which also works. Not too bad.
Yeah. Oh, I'm getting a little bit of drops from Ape now. I have to reopen
It's
it.
fine for me now. Interesting. And there goes Ape. That is still like a 30, sub 32, which is good. Oh, is it sub 32? Never mind me, but still. Oh, is it also 32 flat? Oh my god, that's actually great.
Oh my goodness.
What satisfying end times.
And that's such a good time. Like a 32 is still such a good time, but
Oh,
how are you
yeah,
gonna
for
compete
sure.
against a 29?
Yeah, let's drop back in with them.
Yeah, that would be world record on the actual.
Yeah, I think it's record by like 2 seconds on actual.
Yeah, we
Actually,
just
I
talked
think
about it.
It's record by 6 seconds, I think, because 36, right, compared to 42.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure like how big the difference is between the Klein and the normal game, but yeah, that round was really good. Like I messed up a bit in Chamber B. That could have been a 28, like barely. But
Yeah, really unfortunate there. Bad time by you. man.
Yeah, I was talking about how you got the long ledge grab in Chamber B and you didn't look happy about it.
yeah, and yeah, I don't. Just barely missed the 29. How sad.
The first boost.
Like the bridge skip in Chamber B.
Oh,
I got the long one instead of medium.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like I don't think anyone expected sub 29 to be a thing, really, but it almost happened. Satisfying end times for both.
Yeah, it's like I only made like all the mistakes. There were like 1 or 2 seconds, and like I didn't make a single mistake that was like more than 5 seconds. I think it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
Today's game is brought to you by
Hey,
Progressive.
so yeah, we'll just not talk about Scourge. You got it second round, going into second round. Gonna be absolutely beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not over though. It's a best of 3, and just because Flo did a god run in the first one does not mean he necessarily keeps that up.
I'll choke the next one.
I think we'll take like a 5-minute break, and like, you know, so you guys can chill. We can maybe fix, like, wasn't too bad where we like a couple lags on Ape's end, so we'll switch the servers on that, try to get that sorted. Okay, we had our small break. Everyone has calmed down a bit. We hope to fix the issue with Ape's small lags every now and then. We'll see. And they're ready to go, I think. I'll give you the countdown if you guys are ready.
Yeah.
Cool. So 3, 2, 1, let's go. Round 2. Good luck.
Good luck.
All right, back again. I am still very much hyped. We'll see.
Me
Oh,
too.
timer did not start. Never mind.
That's
All right.
unfortunate.
I see the issue.
Yep. Auto start. It's great.
It's very good. I mean, at least it works like 90% of the time, but
Yeah.
still.
It's just sometimes it just doesn't want to start.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. I have never had it not start though.
Oh.
You're very lucky.
Yeah.
I probably won't start this time. So
I'm ready.
yeah, same.
Okay. Cool. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right. Let's see if we're a bit more lucky now with the timer start. Yep.
Yep.
So, very good. So we can kick it off. Let's see if Flo can hold his very high level from the first round.
I have to reload Flo's Currently, he is behind for me.
Oh, okay.
Room 1.
Yeah, I've also added the scores now. It looks a bit scuffed, that's because it is, but just so people have a quick overview over the best of 3, over the standings. So Flo is essentially 1 win away from winning the winner's final, which will put him into the grand final. And Abe will have to win 2 in a row to come back, so the reverse sweep, essentially. And that's not going to be easy, I don't think. Like, taking 1 match from Flo is hard, taking 2, oof. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, Flo has shown that he has potential to mess up, but he's also shown that he has potential to world record in a tournament setting.
Yep, in a no reset random tournament run, yep. We'll see. It's gonna be very interesting to see. Oh my god.
Oh my god, Cram.
Pokimane is officially subbing to my channel now. That it's an honor. Regardless though, they are both very much neck to neck at this point. Very synced. Do I have this? No, it's not the same feed. Okay. Sometimes it makes me double check when people are like that synced.
Yeah, just look at the web cameras, right?
Yeah, true. God, it is really synced though, even the boost. There's some very slight issues. Yeah, after that gift sub, I have to continue to only Jinx Flow, so... I shall do that, I should try my best. We'll see when some of them makes the first mistake, actually. At this point, it might be the window boost again from on Flo's end. That puts them apart.
But even if Flo doesn't get window boost, he's pretty good at the backup of actually just getting in the window from the wall walk. Which is actually harder than like the window boost itself, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's not like the window boost is easy, but the other one I think is harder. Okay, let's see. Safe books, Flo takes it again. Abe also taking it. And I think that's the correct move. Like, I was so surprised that both Imek and Lusak did not take it. Absolute mad lads, just in case something happens.
Yeah, they were just amped up on monster energy.
Yeah, that might be it. Okay, left side for Flo. Can he? Yep, this time he grabs it first try.
And first try for Ape as well. Beautiful.
Very nice. It's a good beginning.
I like to use that snail after that room to see if I'm on a good pace or not, depending where the snail is when I get to that room.
Oh, that's actually kind of cool.
Yeah. Like a lot of little visual cycle things to see if I'm going quick or slow.
I guess the snails here as well, the one Ape is going past, can probably tell you that. Okay, Flo goes for it again. Oh, that looks wrong. Yep.
Alright, it's okay. He can recover this. Oh. Beautiful, beautiful recovery. It's just so clean on his part.
It's cool that this really shows off how much that saves. Like, it's super worth it going for that.
I want to say it's like 2.5 or 3 seconds.
We'll see. We'll see how far they're apart. It's pretty much the only difference maker. I think Abe lost like a second earlier. Yeah, so 4:11 for Flo and then 16. So yeah, it could be like 3 seconds even that window boost saves.
They're both falling directly into that trigger at the end too. Like, that's kind of scary sometimes because you have to boost just the right amount to fall into the trigger. Otherwise, you know, you can land up there and then you have to jump down into it.
Yeah, for sure. Failing that in any way, that final boost is awful. Like, it's so much time lost.
Yeah.
Okay.
I tend to overboost it just to be safe.
Yeah, I usually land on the top thing. Yeah, same here.
Being hit by a bludger, pushed by the other seeker, or running into things can slow you down.
Oh, Quidditch. If only we could have removed this from the game somehow, huh?
I mean, it's possible to remove it, but
Well,
at
I
some
mean,
point
I
there's...
guess it's a nice little break.
Yeah. At some point there's just no gameplay left, I guess, so... We kept
Yeah.
some stuff in.
Rather than having walking, it's just it warps you from one challenge to the next right away.
Yeah, you could also do that, yeah, you could argue. Yeah, I don't know. I think the client we have is quite good. I really enjoy running this version of Warpless.
As do I.
And glitchless, of course, when it happened. Okay, Flo now catching it. That's actually not a big gap, I think. I mean, it feels slower than I thought. Abe now getting it, lost 2 seconds, catching it later than you do if it's perfect.
So he exited at 5:55, it looked like, when he hit the loading screen.
Mm-hmm.
This leads to the dungeons.
That's still about 8 seconds, apparently, according to chat calculations, which is nothing, obviously, at this point. Especially in Warpless, that's nothing. Ooh, Flo missing the potion ingredients.
You know if that's RNG or it's just where he was standing?
Oh, I think it's where he's standing. Like, I think if you stand where Abe was, you always get them. But I mean, don't take my word for it, but I'm fairly certain.
Yeah.
So that definitely made him catch up. Probably the 2 seconds he lost in Quidditch. So, yeah, guess it evens out in the enter scourge skip area.
And there's Flo. That is the most optimal like place to land on that boost.
That is so good.
Over here.
That way of doing it looks very smooth, but again, it's very risky in a tournament race, I would say.
Alright, Ape's nerves here. He's got to be feeling it. He failed it the first time. Let's see what he can pull out this time.
Flo, though, now this time. No, it's like a...
What was that, a third try?
It was like a 1.5 seconds. The first try, he just ran into the door, but Ape just getting it.
Yeah. Ape's warmed up. He's come to show that he is a contender and he could possibly take one from Flo here, maybe even 2.
Yeah, for sure.
But we'll see.
Showing Scourge Skip who's boss in this segment. That's always honestly impressive. Coming back from that mentally is nice. As you said, like after failing that for at least half a minute last run, it's very nice to first try that now.
Yeah. But we're coming out to Bicorn, which is actually one of the harder levels in Warpless.
It's another it's the segment I think where we lost a good chunk of time overflow last time. Also, I love closing the doors. It's so good.
I like it so much. I try to do it whenever possible.
Yeah. It's so stupid that it works.
Ape not getting the boost the first time. Missing a ledge grab again. There we go. Third try is the charm. But he's not going to make this snail cycle, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's worse than it looks, as always, with this boost, because it snowballs so much deep into the level. Like, if you look at Flo's screen, this snail just goes in on its own. Ape will not have the chance to get that. And also the crabs on the other platform, I think, are just in a better spot if you're quick on the boost.
Yeah, you want the crabs to be further away from you rather than be closer to you here.
Yeah.
Oh, but they're actually in a good... Well, one of them's in a good spot here for Ape. Ooh, he gets that clip.
Oh, invalid glitchless
Did you see
run.
him clip up there? Yeah, invalid run.
Thankfully, it's not glitchless. Yeah, it's again, we see the same pattern as we've seen last run. Ape just struggling with this room and the one before, or the snails and the crabs rather. And Flo obviously getting them like so smooth. So he's again able to get quite a decent lead for himself in this.
Yeah. Bicorn looks like pretty much where things always are gonna turn around for Flo. He's just so good at Bicorn.
Yeah, for sure. It's really insane.
So if anybody wants to be Flo, just practice Bicorn.
Yeah, that's all you gotta do.
Yeah, just get better at Bicorn.
Closing this door. Oh, that looked weird. And that's a good boost, and that's a good bicorn. Can't really do that much better for Flo. That was very smooth. Maybe he's on the hunt for 28 now. We'll see. Yep, there he is. Abe, though, not too far behind. It's just those creatures, they cost him a lot. Like, that's probably 30 seconds. And he only lost that in this one crap room. Everything else was
Well, also failing the boost,
True,
because you got to remember he's also losing time while he's in the pause menu.
True. That's a good point. That's a couple of extra seconds. Yeah, I believe it's about 30 now, with a rough calculation. So it's not the end of the world, but he's not going to be happy with that defender. Wait, do we not have Peepo G on this channel? We do. People can just not spell it.
Oh my god, the XXXXX is just so quick.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it. I think he just pause casts a lot.
Like, does he shoot out like 6 of them? I shoot out 3 when I do that personally.
Same. Let's see how Abe's Malfoy goes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah, that's 3 to 4 is usually what I do as well. I don't know how Flo does it that quick. It's pretty sick.
Alright, will we see a soft lock here for Flo? I don't want to jinx it, but oh my goodness, Abe with the perfect Ron bouncing.
Yeah, that was
all the
beautiful.
way to the door again.
That was very nice.
Just love to see it.
Let's hope he can let a perfect defender follow. Oh my god, Flo. That's so good.
Oh, he misses it. Oh, but that was such a beautiful setup.
It was so smooth, and then he just barely doesn't make it over the trigger. Oh, I mean, it's honestly not that bad failing that. It's not that much time loss, but it's a good chance for Abe to shrink the gap a bit and make it a bit closer.
If Abe gets a wall walk here, let's see. Oh,
still pretty good.
He got the medium though.
Gets it first try.
Oh no, the soft lock! No!
You jinxed it for the wrong person.
Hey, you can't blame me. I said Flo's gonna do it.
True.
Oh,
that's
so
rough.
unfortunate.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to say that's over, but that's just hard to come back from.
Yeah. I feel really bad about that.
Yeah. What can you do? Oh, is Flo waiting? No way. In the winners final. Why didn't he wait for me?
He was afraid of you.
Nah, yeah, I think that's gotta be it. Yeah.
Yeah. Flo just showing that he's a gentleman.
Yeah, I guess he waits until Abe is
He'll
done
probably
with it.
wait until Abe gets out of Defendo, and then he'll continue.
Yeah, once he
there
gets-
we go, yeah.
It makes sense. I mean, it's essentially as if the soft lock hasn't happened. Flo got the PayPal money. I mean, he still has a very commanding lead, so...
Oh my god, in first try clip, he's just so good at everything he does.
He might actually ruin his chances of a... I mean, definitely ruin the chance of a 28 now, unfortunately. It was a nice move to do, though, for sure. So this race, I mean, it's better to watch for us as well now, because now there's a good chance still that Ape can come back. It's still gonna be very difficult, but at least there's hope now.
Yeah, you could tell that it's a friendly match. I mean, it's a winner's final, but they're still having a really friendly match here, keeping it like nice and fair for each other.
Yeah. Flo's coming up to Dumbledore skip. Goes for the boost. Probably shouldn't have too much of an issue with it. Yep, no problem.
Ape also getting the perfect auto boost and first try clip up there.
Nice. Now he's showing definitely his potential. He's been showing this all run. It's just unfortunate soft log now, but he's in a good run. The second run is doing well.
Yeah.
Can someone explain the losers bracket? I'm not quite sure what specifically, but if you lose one match in the winner's bracket, which everyone starts in, you go to the loser's bracket. And if you lose another match, you're out. And the winner of the loser's bracket, so the person who gets all the way to the right, will face the winner of the winner's bracket. You can scroll on the website if that's the issue. You can just drag and like push it to the left, and then you see the end.
There's the Artful block coming out of Flow, and
he does
it's
so
just
well.
so quick how he turns into it too. He doesn't like stop and wait or anything.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, I don't know.
He just like took the strategy and adapted it and made it even quicker. The Flow with the perfect amount of boost to get up here without any fall damage.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see what Ape does here.
Flo also getting the wall walk, of course. No issues.
That wall walk is pretty free. It's the next one that we have to worry about.
Yeah. It's kind of funny how that's Imek's like only mistake in his race.
Oh, you hate to see it.
Yeah. That, I mean, yeah, this is gonna be rough now for Ape, but it's good for him that there is the loser's bracket, so he will still have a good chance because he will get all the way to the end of the loser's bracket already. So there's a good chance to make it to a rematch with Flo potentially.
Yeah. The good thing about failing these tricks now is he knows what he has to go back and work on in practice.
Yeah, that's true. If he finds the time to practice, to be fair.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay. That was kind of scary out of Ape, but
a little bit dodgy.
He has control of Harry.
Not, I mean, that boost I feel like is harder than the first one. I don't know. They're both kind of weird, but yeah.
Oh, the first one is the scary one to me. I find if you do exactly 7 boost really quickly with clicking, you always make the second one.
Yeah, I guess that's a pretty fair setup, yeah. Okay, let's see how Ape's gonna do on the wall walk. Should be alright, but actually I haven't looked at his setup last time. If he uses the one that pretty much most people learn and use nowadays, or if he has some old school one.
Last time he was looking a bit more to the right. Remember we mentioned where we think it's not too precise?
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, he gets it perfect.
Yeah, that's the normal setup, I think it's fair to say. We've only seen Sammy use like his own special version kind of, which also worked for him, so I guess whatever works.
Pure blood.
Now getting
I find
Goil's
the
hair.
inputs. Oh yeah, getting Goil's hair. But I find the inputs for that wall walk to be pretty difficult. Like these runners make it look really, really easy. But for anyone who's never attempted that, it's kind of difficult because you have to hold double right, like, and just touch the wall for a fraction of a second, pretty much, before letting go.
Yeah.
So a lot of these tricks are a lot harder than they actually look, and it's just so amazing to see them pull it off.
I feel like that's just speedrunning too. Like, it happens often. I feel like that just, it looks super easy and then it really isn't.
Low casting so many times on that middle one.
Why not, I guess, sure. I think he missed it once as well somehow, so small mini time loss.
Yeah.
Now at bridge skip, that looks very, very nice. Yep.
Yeah.
Obviously no issues there. Let's see if Ape can redeem himself as well for the bridge skip.
Hey, I thought we were looking away last time. He got a first try.
Oh
right?
yeah, no redemption needed, that's true. If he can do it first try again, that's what I meant to say.
This is almost an exact copy of last time though, where Flo is entering the common room and Ape is just like watching the cut. beginning cutscene.
Yeah, I think it actually might be exactly the same gap, but for different reasons this time.
Yeah.
And it's still a gap that is possible to make up, but hard, so... Ape needs to pull out some miracle and Flo needs to, like, crash or soft look.
We're still waiting for someone to hard lock on Snake.
Oh, that, like... If that happens now, this late into the tournament, that would be, like, so rough. Like, if it happens in your round 1 matchup, then it's annoying, but if it happens in, like, a final of some sort, oof.
Yeah. What if both people manage to hard lock at Snake, though?
I honestly don't know. I've never thought about that. We need rock, paper, scissors again.
Oh, God. Oh, blow bumping Filch for some reason just to make him talk for us.
It's honestly, like, he's a character that you don't really interact with much in this game, so it's nice to hear some voice lines.
Yeah.
Now, Flo, will he get the perfect long ledge grab? He will.
Yeah.
Very nice. No problem.
It looked like he actually made sure he had the ledge grab before he paused. Usually he pre-pauses, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think so too. I was confused as well, but I mean, I guess it's worth it actually making sure it's the long one and taking that extra second, but then you don't get stuck in the wall on a medium, so it's probably a worth trade-off. Okay, Ape now also on his way out of the common room, and the entire Spongified challenge behind once again.
Yeah, this is a repeat. I promise you guys, we're not just showing the same run again.
Yeah, they had to leave, so we just put the same thing on again.
Yeah.
They had some appointments.
Pre-recorded.
It's kind of crazy how that played out, but it's just Flo is just he's just too consistent today. Like 2 weeks ago he didn't even seem that strong, but today he looks like unbeatable almost.
Also, I like how Filch was in a different position for both of them. Like that Filch was kind of in the middle of the hallway for Ape. It almost looked like Filch was blocking him.
Come on out. There you go.
Evening, Rubeus.
What are you doing down here, Tom?
Alright, also getting the long ledge grab. Beautiful.
But monsters don't.
Very nice.
It never killed no one.
Come on.
But again, it's Spongify. It always feels good though to get it. But there really isn't too much to it.
It's such a treat to listen to this cutscene in English.
Oh yeah.
But then we're missing the 9.
No. It's honestly like I like that. I haven't seen or watched this game in English for so long before this tournament. It's really good to bring back some of the voice lines. Only thing that sadly didn't came back was the once again and very close in the spell learning, since we don't have those, but a lot of the other memes came back at least.
Yeah. I'm actually not sure what they say in the English spell learnings because I didn't run it for very long and I wasn't around when you guys ran in English.
Yeah, Lockhart is very annoying. I can tell you that much.
But again, like I always say, the main reason we run in Swedish is the first reason is because it's fast, but the second reason is for the bras.
That's the main reason, actually.
Yeah, let's switch those around. Sorry.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see who can beat Flo with this. Like, with this performance, I don't think many people can. Like, I mean, Zasta has gotten a sub 30, so he's, I think, a very good contestant for that. Beaver can get a sub 30, I'm sure, if he actually, like, fully tries for once. And, I don't know, Imek seems capable of it as well, potentially, with a bit of a cleaner run. Abe, if he practices, also might have the potential. So I think everyone that's still in, except maybe me, might have a chance to beat or to take a couple games off Flo. So I wouldn't call this decided yet, but he's with this very likely win, he's given himself a very, very good position to be in.
Low going very high. Is going very high there optimal? I'm not even sure.
I mean, I guess the higher you go, the more to the right you get as well, right?
Yeah,
like
that's
a medium
true.
ledge grab. I don't know really.
Low just ignoring the bow truckles. I'm always so scared that they'll hit me during the ledge grab and stun lock me.
That really sucks. And they do a lot of damage as well on top of that, because they are like late game bow truckles.
Yeah. Are they actually bigger than the rest of the bow truckles in the game?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. I'm pretty sure they made like everything in Forest bigger. I don't know if they made imps bigger, but yeah. I mean, the
Low
spiders
getting
are,
perfect,
the
two
plants
webs, forecast each.
Nice. Perfect start. Ape getting the frog, which is nice. They are both on very okay health, I'd say, for the late game.
I don't think we've seen anyone fail that bridge jump in Forest.
Oh, someone failed it today. I don't remember who. I think Lusak, maybe? No, I don't know.
Or Luzak.
I know someone did, but yeah. Imek, okay.
Failed it, apparently.
Was the same match, but the other person. Yeah, it's not a thing you usually fail. It's a kind of a jump that's not too difficult, but if it happens, it's also not too bad. So.
I mean, it's kind of difficult in Chungus. Chungus
Oh
could
yeah,
run.
it is. I think I failed at every attempt that I've done in Chungus.
Ooh, getting stuck on the spiders and getting hit by one. Oh, that hurts.
There goes
Those
the OK
spiders
health.
do half HP.
He takes the
Oh,
frog.
he's gonna go for this frog. Generally, when I go for that frog, I just do the rock boost since it's right there, but he opts to go for the tree boost anyway.
I actually wonder what's like faster there. Probably doesn't. It's not much of a difference, I guess.
Yeah, it's just that the rock boost is significantly easier.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, first try for flow. Oh!
Ooh. Second try.
It's crazy
Alright,
how
that
it's
looks
surprising
like
that he doesn't do
forehead.
something perfect. It's like...
Oh, another 4 and 3 for Ape on the webs. He's just getting so close to getting the 4 and 4 every time.
Yeah. Oh, and the Giga Chat boost for flow does not get it. Decides to go for the rock. It's actually kind of cool. You can try it like once without losing too much time.
Yeah.
See if Ape will
And
go
it's
for
good
it.
that you have an unskippable cutscene there,
Yeah.
where you can reset your brightness slider. I mean, Ape not doing the Chungus strategy, but his pause casting is still good.
Yeah, for sure. That's very fast. Now he just needs the one crit after this phase is over. There he goes. Flow already on Chamber B again. 2 minutes behind. Actually, is it 2 minutes? No, like a minute behind, I think, his old run. And he did wait a bit, so this is still a very, very, very good run once again.
Yeah, this is crazy. I like how he jumps there as that thing is falling and he gets like the glitchy jump. I
Yeah.
didn't realize you could do that.
Yeah, I only know that from HP3, but haven't seen it in HP2. Gets an easy drop down.
He's redeemed himself. He got the medium ledge grab, allowing him to boost.
He's getting far with that boost though, like dang.
Look, see the dance he's doing there? That's what he did last time too. That's what I'm talking about.
Yep, I saw it this time. Yeah, it's hard. If you want to play everything optimal, you don't have much room to maneuver, so stuff happens.
Alright, let's see if Ape gets the first try Scourge Snipe here.
Nope.
Ooh. Second try?
Third try? Ooh. It's a difficult trick though, especially if you just want to have the run done. Like, I think that's
It's
his
so
mindset right now.
Finicky. That
Yeah.
trick is so finicky.
It really is. Oh, Float taking that super close with the debris. Like, almost pulled a Lusak there, but barely makes it in. So that was very nice for him. Did Ape just fail that boost? The one we keep on calling the
long ledge
easiest?
grab or something.
Oh, see, that would make sense.
Yeah. You pretty much always get a medium if you walk up the right side, like that little slope. But if you just jump at it, you can get long, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, that was a short ledge grab for him. He decided not to boost.
It's a rough chamber for Ape, really. Not gonna lie, but he's gonna make his way down. Flo, meanwhile, on the snake. Oh, that was a nice hit. That was so much damage. We'll go
I don't
for.
understand how Flo manages to do so much damage with every hit. Is it just where he hits the snake?
I think it's I think he just has the weak spot like figured out. Really, wasn't the best 2-cycle. Actually, it wasn't really a bad 2-cycle at all. He wasn't happy with it, but pretty good. Sub 30 with the waiting of apparently 26 seconds. Wow.
Yeah. That's just Flo not happy with it because he didn't get the final damage boost, but it's still a 2-cycle, right?
Yeah, it's still very good. It wasn't a slow 2-cycle either. It was quite a fast one.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. What are you gonna do against Flo if that's how he plays? It's just, what can you do? And Ape again, not on a terrible run. Like, yeah, he had the soft lock and all, but this will be a 32, I think. Which could be a lot worse than that.
Really, for Ape, the only thing that went wrong was 1, the soft lock, 2, he died in Goyle on the first boost, and 3, it took him 3 tries in Bicorn. But like, if he were to work on his Bicorn, I think Ape is gonna beat Flo again in the finals. It could be very likely.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, not getting the soft lock and with a bit of a better Bicorn, I think there's definitely a good chance. Just depends on how much motivation or time he has to play, to be fair, until tomorrow. It's not like there is 2 weeks of time this time. It's only a day. Grand finals will be tomorrow already. Actually, the entire rest of the tournament will be tomorrow.
Well, the thing is, Ape knows how to do Bicorn. He's just rusty, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure if he does like Bicorn IL for an hour, he'll be ready for tomorrow.
That sounds like fun. Good old Bicorn IL.
I mean, you just turn on some music and do some ILs offline, and
yeah. Okay. Ape now also at the fight.
Yeah, it looks like you could 2-cycle here. I mean, Snake's HP is a little bit above half, but should be fine.
And that is, like, they make it look easy.
Ooh, he missed 1 hit.
That
would
have been it.
Right past Snake.
I was about to say they make it look easy, but it's actually so hard to 2-cycle. You need poison in a good spot, so that's kind of RNG, and then you need to do very nice hits to drain, well, half the health bar really with every phase. There he goes.
I'll give anybody 1 hint though if they're trying to 2-cycle. Don't try to do it from the right side of Snake because Jenny could body block the shots.
Oh yeah.
And it's not fun to shoot your shots at Jenny.
Nope.
But yeah. Very good race. Very, very, very good races out of these two.
32-19. So this time a lot better than... Was it better than last race? I don't actually know, but let's rejoin them. Another GG. Another good run. Like, apparently it was 26 seconds that you waited, so this would be a very low 29 again.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't have been better than the last round, but still really good.
It really was.
Yeah, I mean insane.
Have you had any race above 30 seconds except the one you soft lock?
I don't think you have. No, the first one was above 30 as well.
No, I've had a couple. I'm pretty sure that was my... Was that my first sub 30? I'm not sure. I think it was.
What did you get against me? Did you not get a 29 as well?
Oh, yeah, right.
I think today you only got under 30 minutes, which is pretty insane. Only one other person in this tournament has done that, I think, with Zasta.
Pretty correct.
Yeah. To be fair though, 32-19, again, not a bad time at all. And that with a soft lock.
Yeah, pretty disappointing though. My best run in the tournament was a 31.05 or something like that. So.
Yeah, understandably disappointing, but you gave yourself a very good position still in this tournament, because you will be right in the losers bracket grand final with this, or losers bracket final or whatever. I can't show it because, again, the website is still broken for me, which is kind of annoying. But essentially you'll await whoever is victorious in the entire losers bracket in another best of 3. So I think there's still all chances to see a potential rematch in the grand final.
Oh yeah, I'll be back. Have no doubt.
I think that sounds good to me. And Flo can lean back and relax until the grand final tomorrow is
Sure.
safe in there. Alright, and once again we are back. We have the, I don't know how to call it really, the small losers bracket final, I guess, between Beaver and Zasta, who did meet earlier, or not earlier, but 2 weeks ago in the winners bracket already. That one ended in favor of Zasta, so we'll see how this one ends. I will be joined in commentary by Felix, so welcome in. Good to see everyone around.
Hi everyone.
And the runners are already in the zone apparently, so let's count them down. If you guys are ready, yeah, I see 2 games. So, 3, 2, 1, let's go, good luck.
Look.
Alright. Do we have timers that start? Yes.
Looks like it's always good. Sucks to have to read it multiple times.
Something happened though. Is it frame host?
Yeah, you're separate.
Okay, whatever. I said it didn't start.
Oh,
yeah,
so I just
so I thought
just
we would reset for it.
Yeah,
I
that's fine. We'll
I
reset it.
did it manually, so yeah.
Yeah, it's also fine if you do it manually and then it's like a second late, but this way it also works.
Yeah.
It's funny because during the transition we talked about how great auto start works. It instantly happens.
I know why it happened for Zeba there. He had gone past the first cutscene. He was already in Diagon Alley, which is considered a different cutscene, so it messes with it.
I see. Then we should do the countdown quick. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Good luck. Okay, then it should work this time, hopefully.
Hopefully now we're good. Yeah, it looks like it.
Alright, we had only close matches so far. It's been a very good day, so I don't think this one's gonna be any different.
Yeah, this is certainly one that I would expect to be close. It's really interesting how many times we've seen this exact matchup, because it's at least twice in the Glitchless Tournament, now twice in the Warpless Tournament.
Yeah, and they had like a best of 5 in the Glitchless Tournament as well, so they played each other a lot. They're, I guess at this point, long-term tournament rivals.
Yeah, I think you could say that.
And I don't know, like I don't actually know who I would favor in this. They've both proven to be very, very consistent. Beaver just got a good time. Zasta got a pretty good time last race. This is gonna be fun.
Yeah, I think that this should be really interesting. Hopefully neither of them make any major mistakes, so it just kind of comes down to small things and we get a close race.
Yeah. Maybe another one that gets decided in Snake. So far, kind of most of them were.
Yeah. It's always cool to see that, but then you always feel bad because, you know, poison placement, machine gun Snake can just kind of ruin it for you, and it's not really your fault.
Yeah, that is true. It's Snake, like it's obviously very skill based, getting the damage hits in and the 2 cycles and all that, but it can also, there's also a lot of RNG involved in where the poison is, as you said. So it does feel bad if you lose in Snake.
Yeah, definitely the most important thing when it comes to Snake is skill level, but they both have the skill level to beat Snake, like 2-cycle almost anything. So if one of them does mess up, it's probably due to things out of their control.
Yeah, that's actually true. Like, I've gotten very few 2-cycles in my life, so...
I have gotten 0 2-cycles in my life.
It's difficult. Okay, we have Beaver with the correct line, and Zasta not with the correct line.
Oh no.
As if I've known. That's fine.
Against me.
Dude.
I see it has happened again.
I'm sorry.
Third time's the charm.
I've done the same thing, and you were on the same pace.
3 times this tournament against me, somebody's done that.
Oh well. Maybe you should start reminding people, like every race.
Just set your reload hotkey to be on the correct shortcut and you don't have a problem.
That's a smart way to do it. Okay, I see English, I think, yep.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Let's wait for Beaver's game. Oh no, it is there, okay. Yeah, double English, perfect. Then third try is once again the charm. 3, 2, 1, let's go, good luck. God damn it.
Hopefully this one actually works.
Yep. Now we've done all the hyping up already to how close this matchup's gonna be and all that, so.
Yeah, like what are we supposed to talk about during Willow now?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we can talk about how equal they are in the first 15 seconds. Oh, actually, Beaver getting stuck on the door, giving us something interesting here at least.
Nixxo strikes again, they're not equal.
That's an interesting spot to get stuck in, but that boost can be annoying.
Oh gosh. Okay, we really jinxed it.
Oh my god,
that looked really high, but I didn't think that was high enough to kill him. But wow, that is basically having to do all of Willow again.
Yeah, he's like 40 seconds behind right off the... Oh, Beaver with the waiting time. Okay. Okay.
The sportsmanship is too good.
Yeah, he does.
This is a race.
I would just like run away with this right now, honestly. But
I would take that.
Yeah.
Especially because, oh no.
I mean, oh my god, Zasta, what the... Okay, that was high again. I thought that would kill him, honestly.
Getting a little boost happy.
Yeah, that was not the best start, but Beaver going out with quite the lead out of that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure how long he waited. I don't know how long he took off of it. Probably like at least 25 seconds.
Yeah. Like, I think it should have been like 40 seconds, but it's probably less now. I mean, obviously because of the waiting.
I understand waiting for things like game crashes, but this was his fault. So.
Yeah, I'd agree with it. I mean, obviously it's his own choice. He wants it to be closer, but...
I definitely would have taken that and ran with it, but...
Yeah, nobody would have been mad about that, I don't think. Yeah, not looking good for Zasta though. That's a bit unlucky.
Yeah, hopefully he can recover from that mentally and not continue to make mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. That would be it's easy to snowball with a bad mindset right off the start and just make more and more mistakes and get more and more angry.
Yeah, and especially messing up in Willow.
Yeah.
Can do that to you. Especially because, you know, all of us are used to if you mess up in Willow, you just reset, because why would you take a bad Willow?
Yeah, I mean, you get back to the start anyways at that point, so might as well just reset.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, to be fair, Zasta still undefeated, so he might go out with one loss in the loser's bracket at this point, but we'll see. So far, he still has a chance because of that waiting, definitely.
Yeah, he's definitely a lot less behind than he probably should be at this point, but I guess we'll see out of Rick too exactly how much the time is, because I didn't pay attention to going in.
Yeah, me neither. Doesn't even look too far. Like, they're like one room apart, really.
I would guess like 20 seconds, maybe 15.
I think that's a solid guess. I have literally none, so we'll go with that. Beaver getting the left side. Honestly, I feel like I should start going for that. Everyone, like, nobody has ever failed that, I don't think. Some people got the ledge grab first or second try, but the jump, nobody has failed.
I hate that ledge grab.
Yeah, it's stupid. Zasta also getting it. Also get the jump, no problem. And
I feel like that jump is harder than they make it look, though.
I think so, too. It does save a good chunk, though, like more than it feels like sometimes.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how much time that saves.
Okay, Beaver, oh, with a bit of a weird menuing, but makes it up. Look a bit scary. We'll see Zasta's chasm skip, which we've seen some people fall down today. I don't quite remember. I think Beaver actually himself fell down on that. Oof.
Oh, that was a little sketchy.
I think the ledge clip saved him there, I think, to not fall down. I wonder if Beaver would have waited for that as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Also, I don't think we've paid attention to when he left. At least I don't remember.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah,
I didn't.
me neither.
We could do inter-Quidditch.
Yeah. During Quidditch, we have enough time to do some calculations because nothing's going on anyways.
So 508.
Yeah, it's actually not too bad, I don't think. Like, I don't know how much walking that is, but it can't be that much.
No. 10 to 15 seconds. 15, it looks like. Maybe a little more.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, 5:24, so 16 seconds.
So, Beaver waiting for, like, I guess about 20, 25 in Willow, probably, by the looks of it.
Yeah, seems like 25.
I guess we can keep that in mind, just so we can see in the end if that would have changed anything or not.
It would really suck if he ended up losing because of that.
Yeah, if he loses by like 10 seconds now or something. Oh, Beaver not getting hit. Nice Quidditch. Yeah, I learned something new. I don't remember if he said that on stream or in the transition, but last match he let the other Seeker catch the snitch, which is apparently faster if you get hit twice, so our guess was correct.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, me neither. Never
That
heard
is
of
good
that.
to know. Because I feel like I get hit twice fairly often.
Yeah, it's actually a good backup, I guess, to know.
What's kind of funny is when I played this as a kid, I did not realize that you had to actually press the button to kick the other Seeker, so I would just kind of bump into her, and then she would always catch the snitch, and so I thought it was just impossible, and the game was just rigged that she always caught the snitch. So
I like that. I wouldn't be surprised. That's how I felt in HP1 as well. Yeah. Yeah, to be fair, Quidditch, they don't explain much to you, do they?
No, they really don't. Like, okay, they say to press the button, but like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I was dumb.
As a kid, you don't read. Reading's lame.
Yeah, no, of course not. Except for Harry Potter.
Yeah, true. That one you should read. I don't know. I know they say like left mouse button to catch the snitch or something. I don't know if they talk about attacking. They probably do.
I was just already playing in Swedish then for speed, and I didn't know what they were saying.
Yeah. Sounds about right. Okay, Beaver has entered Scourge. I think he struggled with that at some point today. Okay, not this run though.
Yeah, that was good. Second try.
Yeah.
Got the angle immediately. I'm always impressed when people can get the angle without a setup.
Yeah, it's so difficult. Like, it's such a tight angle. Now, let's see. Zasta, I think, will also YOLO it. Looks good, actually. Looks like a good angle. Yep.
Basically got that in exactly the same amount of time.
Yep. It's so hard to get it, like, first try without any adjustments, because you have, like, an awkward angle coming out of the door before, so...
Yeah.
It's really tough. Hey, my Scourge was pretty okay last race. Like third try. Oh, because of the IL. Okay, I see.
Yeah, that IL is certainly a hard one.
Beaver, I think, should get the cycle. Had one jump that didn't get the ledge grab. But I think
Yeah,
that's fast enough.
Yeah, I don't think that'll lose enough time to miss it.
I feel like we've seen someone get it with that exact, like, mistake, essentially.
His jump off that bridge is always very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know why he does it. I'm pretty sure he said at some point there's, like, no reason.
Yeah, I think he said that in Glitchless, but...
Yeah.
You know, a little personal flair, a little personal style.
Ooh, that one's not gonna go in, is it? Nope.
Nope, got caught on the door. That really sucks, especially because you have to, like, go all the way back around to hit it from behind, basically.
Yeah.
Both get that snail in now.
Let's see if Zasta can make up some time on those crabs.
That one looks good.
Mm-hmm.
That one looks good too. Oh, not enough hits though.
Still a bit quicker than what Beaver did though, so it caught
Yeah,
up a
because he didn't
couple
have to
seconds.
walk over there.
He's meanwhile though at the wall walk already, no issues with that. Today I don't think we've seen anyone fail that. I don't want to jinx it though because Zasta has not been there yet, but still.
I think the damage has been done. Like if you've jinxed him, it's already happened.
Oh,
oh no.
Thankfully that is one of the quickest deaths in the...
Oh, twice though.
Yeah, except if you do it twice. Now he decides to
Going
go...
the glitchless way, I think that's a good idea.
I think so too. It doesn't seem like that wall walk was meant to happen for him.
Especially because he's already messed that up in a previous race today.
Zasta gets it first try. Actually getting closer and closer now at this point, and the loadless timer is pretty much in his favor.
Yeah, we'll have to pay attention to their exit times. He's definitely gained back a little bit of
They're
time.
actually pretty close now. Like within 5 or 10 maybe at max.
10:44.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the potions classroom. Better keep an eye out for Snape.
So maybe Beaver should not have waited at Willow.
Yeah. Looks like it's 6 seconds. Yeah, that's not much at all.
Nope, that's pretty much nothing. Especially with someone who's as good as the game as Zasta. Again, often overlooked at what he can do in all categories and not just glitchless.
Yeah, and there's so many ways that his even besides also being able to glitch well, having those really good glitchless skills help too, like the movement, things like that, help in all categories.
Yeah, still the
That's
most
why I
important
recommend
thing.
everyone runs glitchless.
Yep. It's a good category. It's actually really fun. Same as Warpless though. That's why we have tournaments in both of them. They're probably the best HP2 categories. Hundo is also fun, but it's just very long for a tournament.
It also sucks if you miss something.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, that would be hard to schedule because like someone misses something, doesn't realize, and then the race is over like an hour early or something. I don't know. Kinda lame.
Yeah. It would only really work if you could play it on like a modded client where you could replay like Slytherin and Goyle too in case you missed something in there.
Well, that could be cool actually. Okay, Beaver. Oh, yep, getting that. And getting that. Very nice this time. Very good snake skip. It looked a bit close to the trigger, but overall that was smoothly executed. So
You didn't get caught in the ceiling either.
Yeah, no soft luck today so far as well. And Zasta gets it. Very nice.
It's nice to see them both getting that.
They're both looking
so they should
strong.
Still say about the same gap then.
Yeah. So I think it's gonna stay like that until Goyle Boomslang. Actually, if we see auto boost, we can see some fails. Which I'm not
it's
sure
interesting.
if they go for it.
Zasta went for the kind of mushroom strat in his last race, I think. So
Interesting.
could be remembering off, but
Beaver goes for it. Oh, does not get the ledge whip. And that mushroom barely makes it. Let's see, is Zasta? No, he's gonna go for the mushroom again. I guess not confident with the auto boost or in the auto boost. Oh god, he goes high. I mean, he saved himself the clip, I guess.
yeah, but going into Goyle with low health is always a little scary.
I'm surprised he only lost that little on that, honestly.
Yeah, he is kind of going wild with the boosting a little.
Mm-hmm. Don't know what's up with that. He's just a bit overly motivated, maybe. A bit too many inputs.
Yeah, too many clicks.
Still very close though, especially with loadless. Chat is saying Zasta actually ahead now. I'm not sure about that, but it's very, very close looking at the loadless timer now. It's crazy. Where does he get the time even? It's not like Beaver. Okay, he did die in Bicorn a couple times, but since then I don't feel like he's done many mistakes really.
No. And you can't really think it'd be too many like small optimizations because they both are so good at the small optimizations.
Yeah. Okay, 52 into this low. This time I've definitely seen it. Yeah, that could be a head for Zasta actually. Oh god.
Yeah, it looks like he is by a couple seconds. 3 seconds? Is that what it is? 2?
Yeah, 2 to 3, something along those lines. But Goyle can absolutely change that. Okay, that was a good boost for Beaver.
That was a little scary.
Yeah, it was.
With the low cast web.
I wonder if it's faster. I mean, Beaver, you never know. Sometimes he just does stuff because he enjoys it, but a lot of times he also goes for like the fastest approach. But I don't see how that would be faster, really. It's probably the same, honestly.
It probably is. Unless you get caught on it and then it's slower.
Yeah. Beaver skipping safe books. He did get the hard boost though, quite well. Zasta's coming up to the second one with his very, very low health. Ooh. Okay, nice.
Like landed up there perfectly. Yeah, he's done the first 2 boosts very well, which is both are scary with low health. Now he just needs to not fail the wall walk.
He looked very relieved on that. I wonder if he gets the triple frog chest. I don't think he needs to. He could just get the one single frog, or he
yeah,
just
I would bet that
it.
he wouldn't, but I don't know. We'll have to see.
I think he might just not get any frog and still like YOLO the wall walk here.
Yeah, that would definitely make the wall walk very scary because if he fails it, he would die, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure. Actually, maybe not for sure, but I think so too. That should be too much damage. He's done it last race though, so might do it again.
But he would be safe if he got this frog. I certainly would get the frog. I don't know if he will. Oh, and he won't.
And he gets it. Oh wow. That is such a scary strat.
It really is.
But it's very cool to look at, and that's definitely a couple more seconds for Zasta. They both had clean Goyles, but I think his was just a tiny bit better.
Yeah.
I really hope this doesn't come down to the like 20 to 25 seconds that he waited.
It looks like it might.
Oh no.
Oh, so his Goyle was actually 1 second slower.
Oh, what?
Looks
Okay,
like.
interesting.
I
Didn't
mean,
feel like it.
it really didn't. It felt very clean.
He will also...
I wonder...
Yeah, go ahead.
I wonder what he's going to do on the staircase.
He will lose time no matter what, really. Because he can't do the fastest way the Beaver just did. He just doesn't have the health, so it's a couple of seconds for sure.
Hopefully he goes for a safer drop, like the portal drop or something, and doesn't try and land on the lamppost, but... Oh! Never mind.
God.
That's terrifying.
He must be so confident with how much damage that does. It's like actually impressive.
That's really impressive.
Like I barely see his health bar at this point. Does it even exist?
Yeah, it's basically empty. Or he's basically a zombie at this point.
Yeah, like that is so scary. I don't know. I couldn't do that.
Or sorry, Goyle's a zombie. Harry Goyle.
Very important distinction. Okay, Beaver on his way to bridge skip though, which shouldn't be an issue once again for both of them, as always, really.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect either of them to have trouble with it, but anything can happen.
The thing is, they have very low health now for the boost into Spongify, which usually you don't take damage on, but we've seen Zasta go very high today, so we'll see.
Yeah, true. And with that little health, there's no room for error.
Yeah, you go a little bit too high and you're definitely dead. Yeah, Beaver now actually back in the lead according to chat timing by 2 seconds, which makes sense. That's just the drop down the staircase that he could definitely go for the fastest.
No, he's still 2 seconds behind.
Oh, is he behind? Oh yeah, wait, behind. Okay, all the timings make no sense. I don't understand how that happened. Like Zasta should have lost time on that.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where that second came from.
Yeah. And good bridge skip for both, at least. No
As
issues.
expected. It is interesting that Slytherin Warpless is basically the same as Slytherin Glitchless. It's kind of interesting that we haven't really found any concrete ways to use glitches to help you go faster. Like you can pause cast, but it doesn't really save much.
Yep. I mean, the any percent IL record, I'm pretty sure is the glitchless IL record.
Yeah, makes sense.
So yeah, that's how similar it is. It's just a level that doesn't have many ledges, I guess, and it's just you don't have to go up ever, so
yeah, makes sense.
Kind of no reason to really boost. Okay, Beaver done. I did not quite see the time.
Hopefully someone will say it in chat.
I guess we can do it on this door. 2:36. 20:36, obviously. Oh no! And it's it's not Nick skip. For a second I was scared.
Didn't take damage though.
Yeah, very well done that he realized it's the wrong ledge grab and aborted the mission, because he could have not afforded that. Still time loss. Okay.
Yeah, good chance.
Yeah, so it's still those 2 seconds.
To extend the lead a little bit. But still his boost is going to be scary with that health.
He took that very safe. He made sure to click very slow in the end. And he will be actually quite a bit ahead after Spongify now with Beaver failing that. Probably like 10 seconds or so. Which is the biggest gap for Zasta that we've seen today.
Which is still less of a gap though than what Beaver waited.
Yeah. If he wouldn't have waited, he would still be like 13, 15, 14, whatever ahead.
I'm still so scared about his health. Like, can he please get a frog so I can stop freaking out?
They'll get it in forest, and until then there shouldn't be any way to die, right? So
let's hope.
I don't see how, really.
I don't know. You could find a way. It'd be a little crazy, but
I mean, I guess if you go for there's not even a boost that you could really go for.
No, because he uses Spongify, yeah.
Yeah. It's actually perfect though to be on this health and flip the cauldron over, because the chance for a frog has never been higher.
Yeah, that's true.
By the memory Tom Riddle showed him. Come on.
Is the timer broken? No. There's a loadless timer, which means every time there's a load it pauses, and since PCs are a bit different, there's quite the gap between their timers. Since Zasta just has way longer loads because his PC is not the greatest.
Monsters don't make good pets.
Not the fastest.
Never killed no one.
Come on, The least
It's actually
Hogwarts
quite
can
a
do
big
is make
difference
sure
in
the thing that
loads,
killed
like,
that
dang.
girl is slaughtered.
Yeah,
It
really.
wasn't him. He wouldn't. He never.
Like, they are in the
Stand
same
aside.
cutscene, and Beaver entered it, like, significantly ahead, but he's actually behind.
So 2308 going out.
And now it's time to get some health back. I'm curious if they go for both frogs or just one.
I would certainly go for both, but I feel like
Same.
they probably won't.
Yeah, maybe this depends on where it is, and then they decide. But we've seen, like,
Yeah.
pretty much everyone just ignore the frogs completely.
So it looks like Zasta's ahead by about 8 seconds.
Yeah, that seems about right after that level. Which means this could be a very, very interesting late game.
We're probably going to end up with another one that comes down to Snake, but
Hey,
We'll
we
see what
wanted another
happens
close
in
match. We got it.
Forest and Chamber.
Yeah, true. First they have to make it through those. Beaver getting... Oh, that's an awful frog.
Yeah, that frog did not want to be picked up.
So maybe Zasta can squeeze out a couple more seconds on that as well now. On that frog. And the rest of the forest is really not that bad usually. Even though we've seen Beaver having a bit of a brain, I don't want to call it a brain lag, but thinking Aragog's webs were down when they weren't in his last race. So sometimes there's some time losses, but he does does ignore the frog completely, as we kind of thought.
Yeah, that frog was better at the beginning for Zasta.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tiny bit of time save. Nothing significant.
I don't like either of their health, to be honest.
I don't either.
Like, yeah, for Aragog fine, but then for the snake, and you take fire damage before, probably. Kind of scary.
If they both stay at this health, it would be fine, but there's so many random places that you can lose a tiny bits.
Yeah. This time Beaver with the double forecasts, so does not lose time on the webs this time, which is nice. Making or learning from his previous round mistakes. Oh yeah, Zasta's safe books take like forever. But thankfully they are not included in, well, they are included in the loadless timer, so the timer does stop during safe books. Since they are PC dependent, as we can see.
Yeah, it'd be pretty unfair if we were just like, yeah, if you have a bad computer, you're never allowed to save.
Yeah. Or you lose 10 seconds every time you take one. Yeah, looks like a good spider for Beaver. He seems fairly happy with it. As far as I can tell. Let's see what Zasta can do. Looks very, very focused. They both look very focused once again, which is nice.
It's the Chungus strat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, where'd the snake go? Okay. I mean, not snake, spider.
I do that all the time. Didn't look too good for Zasta. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't lose his lead actually, but he lost some time. Like he lost 2 seconds, I think.
Yeah, I think he spent too long trapped inside Aragog instead of getting back out in front of him.
Yeah. It looked like he did a couple, or it was a couple more seconds than he wanted it to be, but he is ahead. And we know that Zasta's chamber is very, very good. Beaver actually, I assume, got the RNG frog in front of Myrtle, so he is back to full health. And first try skirt snipe, so that helps.
Yeah, that definitely helps.
Very, very good start for him into this fairly difficult level.
Oh, Zasta also gets the RNG frog.
Nice.
Equal RNG, yay.
Yeah, that's good to see, true. The frogs being kind. Beaver also through that room. So no issues with chamber A, very strong start. Oh, first try as well. Oh my god.
Wow.
They're doing well in this race. It's really only been like the start for Zasta and then Beaver in Bicorn, really. The rest felt pretty
this has been
solid.
Very good run.
And he gets the high boost. Which, we'll see if Zasta actually goes for that one. I don't remember if he's done it in his last race, the boost there, going all the way up.
I'm not sure how much time that saves overall, because it really just takes out one Spongify bounce.
It's probably actually quite a decent chunk, but I don't know. Beaver on the final stretch. Just has to escape the boulder and not die on the final boost.
Yeah, he can Indiana Jones his way out.
This section is so useless. It's great.
Zasta does go for it and gets it.
Nice.
So yeah, they've had very equal chambers.
Yeah, I don't think the gap changed much in this really. Which means it will come down to Snake, as long as Zasta doesn't make any very uncharacteristic mistake here or something. But I doubt it.
Yeah, Beaver's made it through completely clean.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Zasta as well.
It's crazy their loadless timers are almost a minute apart.
Beaver waiting a bit to not take all of the fires, which makes sense. Want to have at least a bit of health.
They both made up their health really well from how concerning it was earlier.
Yes. Okay, Beaver in the final stretch. Let's see. If he can start this with a 2-cycle, that puts some pressure on Zasta.
Yeah, definitely.
Because he will know. Yeah, like Beaver will definitely tell him. Not the greatest damage, but definitely doable.
Yeah, you can definitely still do this, but...
Good poison as well.
More difficult.
Oh, he lost it. He dropped it. And that could be it. That could have been...
Yeah, that could be the mistake that does it.
Like, he will get it now. It's still not... Oh, no.
Oh yeah, the snake did not go well for him.
Now it's kind of horrible. And oh no, don't tell me it's those 25 seconds. I was hoping that would not be the decider. $30.40. Honestly, not a bad time at all.
Yeah, that is a really good time.
The headmaster wants to address you.
I mean, I wish that would be the run he's done against me. To be fair, he also waited 25 seconds or whatever, or 20, so it's more like a 30, 20, 30, 15.
Zasta also doesn't get the 2-cycle though.
Yeah, no, Zasta's fight actually not going well at all. Oh, that's...
Oh!
Does he have a potion still? No, right?
No, it already popped.
Oh, that's horrible. He cannot even walk into any on the ground. He gets it, but scary. But he will take this.
Yeah, he will. But it'll be less than those 25 seconds.
Yeah. Oh boy. I mean, it was Beaver's own free decision to wait, so we have to give this to Zasta. 30-30.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, GG's. I guess we'll go back with him. I don't know why he's waving, but yeah, let's hear him.
I have no respect for this guy anymore.
Why? What happened?
Because if I didn't get a 4-cycle, he would have had to go for 2-cycle, and he didn't go for it, so I have no respect anymore.
I see. Yeah, I mean, the waiting at Willow decided it, I'd say, so hats off.
Well, it's just fair. We made it to fucking Willow, or to Rick 2 earlier to reset.
I do see what you're saying, yeah. And apart from that, I mean, I guess Zasta's run was just a bit better, especially in Bicorn.
I mean,
dude, I literally don't deserve to win. I've died in Willow, and then I didn't make a single mistake.
Yeah.
I literally don't deserve to win, even, like...
I mean, that's the rules are the rules. You did finish first. Anything that happened during the match?
Hey, you finished a minute after. me.
Okay, yeah, okay, fair enough. You have a point. Did finish with a lower time on the timer. There we go. Yeah, that's a GG's for Zasta, to be fair. Coming back after not being able to play last weekend, and then taking 2 races today to put himself into the losers grand final, or whatever the hell you want to call it, versus Ape, who lost to Flo yesterday. So this is actually the match we were supposed to get in winners round 3, when it sadly couldn't happen. So I guess let's see how the rematch goes here. We'll take a break, probably like 10 minutes or so Zasta can have some time to chill a bit, and so we can get Ape set up. And we have 2 more very exciting series of races coming up, I think. GG's to Beaver as well, honestly. Very nice showing. Bit unfortunate with the bracket, honestly, and with this race.
I've only ever lost to Zeba in tournaments. That trend will continue.
Yeah, and that's, I mean,
Yeah.
that's something.
Yeah, GG both of you. It was very fun to watch.
Yeah, I agree. It was a very good race until the very end, so thank you for the entertainment. Alright, we're back a bit early to kick off the action here. We're gonna be having the first best of 3 of today at least. So the losers final match between Zasta, who you've seen earlier, and then Ape, who's gonna come back today for the first time. And whoever wins this series will face Flo in the winners grand final, the grand final really. So it's gonna be an exciting match. I'll be joined in commentary by none other than Sinner, which is also pretty sick. Welcome in, guys.
What's up? Good to be here.
Hello.
Cool. So I see 2 games that are waiting to get a run started. I'll give you the countdown if you're ready.
Yeah. Sure.
So then 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Good luck.
Good.
Okay. Exciting match coming up.
Yeah, we actually get this match that was supposed to happen earlier in the tournament. But Zaba wasn't available yesterday, so...
Okay, we had a timer that did not start. Good start.
Oh,
yeah.
God, this game is cursed.
Yeah, auto start is cursed.
Yeah, for some reason, auto start is just super broken.
Yeah.
Yes. I remember saying yesterday that it had never happened before of not starting.
Yeah,
Oh,
like it never.
was the first
it didn't
version.
happen. It didn't happen a single time during the glitchless tournament, but during this tournament, it just keeps happening to me every single run.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready whenever.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
3, 2, 1. Let's go. Good luck. Yeah, so as we said, Zasta actually still undefeated, even though he is in the losers bracket. I keep on mentioning that because it's great.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll actually get to see this matchup.
Time has started, so I think we're good to go. I think it's hard to find a favorite. I mean, obviously Zasta has done some very good performances in this, but Ape is, I believe, the 3rd fastest on the leaderboard still, so...
Yeah, it looks like... well, I think maybe Liam also got a 29.40 something, but Zaba has one of the top 3 times in this tourney.
Yeah, I think Liam got a...
But Ape is like a minute behind, so...
That's pretty close, yeah. And
pretty close.
And who knows what kind of Zasta we get. He can be very consistent, but he can also make some silly mistakes, I guess. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, he definitely goes for it. So we'll see.
Also to close the circle from the Beaver Zasta match, he in the break said that he waited because they did make it to Riktu and then Zasta had the wrong client. So once again, hats off to the sportsmanship there, but that was the reason he waited. Just to give a quick update on that. But thankfully this time nobody has to, nobody failed anything. Hopefully no tech issues. Hopefully we have a clean race. And Abe overtaking in the load, I think.
So this will be best of 3, as mentioned before, so...
I should probably add that info.
Yeah. There's only 3 people left. Winner of this matchup will play Flo in the grand final.
Yeah, Flo, who didn't have any match today yet, he could essentially just enjoy his Sunday so far. So we'll see how practiced he will be once it starts. Yeah, Flo will obviously also, since he will come from the winners final, he gets 1 free win, so to speak. It's a best of 5, but Flo will start on 1 since he comes from the winners final. Yeah, just to clarify the rules already. But first we have to decide who actually faces him. It looks like Abe and Zasta are actually at the same pace, even though it's already like 3 seconds difference RTA.
Yeah, well, just like the last match, we're going to see this timer difference grow as the race goes on, just because of Zaba's loads.
Yeah, it's crazy. It was like almost a minute, I think, at the end. Also, Zasta skipping the safe book, if I saw that correct.
Really bit risky here, especially in a race.
Oh, God,
We're
okay.
always worried about that crab passing, but we're good there.
Yeah, that was kind of scary. Like, Abe didn't feel or didn't sound the most confident in chat, but something like that would definitely give him a free win.
I think that's standard mentality, you know.
Yeah. Actually true. Having an excuse if you lose in that case.
Yeah, don't have too high expectations.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hit a little fizzle there for Ape on the Pandas.
Yeah, then with that, Zasta now also RTA caught up a little bit more. And should be ahead, actually. Loadless in taking into consideration. Let's see how that chasm's gonna be like. We have seen some issues and some mistakes on that earlier. But not for those two.
Ape, ooh. Cutting a little close there, grabbing the right side of the ledge, getting a medium grab. Really risking getting stuck in the wall. But manages to get it fine.
That is a rough soft lock. Sometimes people don't even get the book before, so that will be...
It's either a soft log or you're forced to drop down to the crab platform.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's also pretty bad, to be fair. But
It's
yeah.
pretty bad too, yeah.
And there they go.
So Zaba 2 seconds ahead.
Pretty standard pace after Rick 2, just a little bit cleaner. We will probably not see anything change on that lead until Scourge. Zasta getting Scourge skips second try, I believe, pretty much in all of his races today. Abe, I know, struggled with it yesterday. Like, he had one where it took him like 30 seconds to get out of Scourge. So we'll see. We'll see if he's worked on that a bit. I don't know how much he's practiced, if he practiced anything.
Yeah. So being super consistent.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, he barely even plays those games anymore nowadays. It's just, he shows up and gets into the top 3 of the tournament.
I mean, yeah, it's crazy. Also considering how his main category is glitchless, and you don't do Scourge skipping glitchless.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's really insane. I mean, imagine if he wins this and he wins glitchless and warpless. Now that would be pretty sick.
Yeah, he'd be undisputed HP2 champion.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, Ape getting a hit there. It was in 2 seconds.
Ooh, that's a rough one. You can tell Zasta catching it way earlier on the pitch as well. And is now even RTA ahead, which changes after the load. Now they're even, but still.
They sync. But that timer is not synced.
This leads to the dungeons.
Yeah, 4.5 seconds. Obviously, that's nothing. We haven't seen any big mistakes yet. It's just a tiny bit of better movement on Zasta's end, I think. And obviously the getting hit in Quidditch. Oof. Oh, both of them scarily close to soft locking, I think.
Yeah, that's what top runners do now. They like really toe that timing there.
Yeah, but should they do it in a tournament is the question. Not sure.
Well, yep, that's the question.
Worked for both of them though.
Let's see how they go to Scourge. Ape trying a conventional route, fails the railing. Is that about getting the railing?
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping that one of them would do the brightness boost.
Yeah, it would have been a good comparison, yeah. How different or how much time it saves.
I know it's not that much. Just wanted to see who was willing to go for everything. But here we go, skirt skip.
This is the big one. Ape with the setup. Zasta setup left.
Oh, nice. First try for Apes. Oh, Zaba had a second try, but then the dreaded the jump doesn't work out of the wall.
It's still like
so I think that was
fourth
fourth try.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fourth try.
Ape though, very nice. That's what he needs to beat someone like Zasta. Just very clean Scourge. I guess, I don't know. No setup is impressive if it works, but if you get it first try with a setup, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah, just because also when you start Scourge, your camera gets turned a bit, so it kind of throws off any like initial setup angle you had. And that's for me.
Yeah, no, for sure. Okay, let's see. This boost, also one of the very important ones. Ape gets it first try. Could start into Bicorn. Now Zasta. Yep. Very nice. Even better, because he didn't have to fall down that much, I think.
Yeah, on track to get this snail cycle.
Yeah, they should both comfortably get it. Yep, there it is for Ape. And there it is for Zasta. Oh, he needs a 3 push though on the snail, but I don't think it matters really, because the other snail takes a while anyways to go down.
Oh, Ape didn't. Ape, his pause casting got fizzled, so he had to reach that last one.
Yeah, that's rough. That's not what you want. We've seen Zasta die in Bicorn earlier on this bridge that Ape is coming towards, or coming up now.
I think I was there for that. Yeah, both runners actually failed the drop down here.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot to die on, but if you go too fast, I guess you get stuck.
Yeah.
Okay, both getting this one well. Still a very, very nice head-to-head. They both play fairly smooth and everything. And you can see the focus in their faces.
Oh, that door is, it gave Liam some problems, it gave Zaba a problem there.
Yep. Ape done with the wheel skip, Zasta done with the wheel skip. So very clean Bicorn, except this one pause cast fizzle, but you can't really do much about that, honestly. So they both doing quite well. Small ledge
Zaba having to get a ledge grab there twice.
Not optimal, but should be like less than a second still, or even maybe like a second and a half or whatever. But it might matter in the end. Those might be the small
I think
differences.
he's still ahead. Yeah, still ahead by 5 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Just from having better creatures, I think, in the beginning.
Yeah, definitely Ape had to waste a couple seconds getting that last grab in.
Hi, would you
we're gonna see how they both do Defender though. That's always an interesting one, and no matter how good you are, you can fail that. Like, I think all the top runners in this, definitely all of the first 5 seeds going into this tournament have had issues with that at some point.
Yeah, it's like the optimal setup there is to get the first boost to land in the wall. So it's just a walk forward to the medium grab. But yeah, I think pretty much everyone in this tournament has been over boosting that first one just because, you know, not enough reps. But yeah, that to gain that second grab is what's been causing some runners problems.
Yeah, it's quite tough to get. Like,
Yeah.
if you don't do the good setup where you land in the wall. I don't know if you've looked at Zasta's fight, but that was quite something.
Yeah.
He should probably be behind after that, but Malfoy just didn't want to deflect Rick to Sempra for some reason, so not the greatest.
Malfoy is the easiest duel in the game, so.
Yeah.
Oh, Ape! Oh, he didn't walk forward. Ah, that was weird.
He did get the good setup for the.
He turned his
grab.
camera, but he did. There you go. That was almost optimal, the Ape.
That was pretty good, yeah. I mean, Zasta's only chance to do that better is to just not need a second grab up there. Like that, I guess.
Oh, beautiful. Jumped into the grab.
Yeah, that was sick. That was a really good bike Defender.
That was optimal.
I wish he could submit that as IL. I mean, I guess he still could, but that should be a good one. I don't see that being done any faster.
I think he insta boosted on the first grab too, so like pretty much optimal.
Yeah, that was really sick. Definitely helped him to now be back in the lead apparently by 2 seconds after he lost quite a bit in that duel. That was quite vicious. It's not the final, it's the loser's final, meaning the winner goes to the final, or whatever you want to call it.
The grand final.
The grand final, yeah. That's a better term.
Ape gained the optimal boost there.
He did go for the auto boost?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice. I
Got
know
it.
Zasta does not go for it. He hasn't done it in any match, so he just always goes for the mushroom, which is tiny bit slower, not much.
Got the RNG though, so he's still good.
I feel like in Warpless, you get that so much more often than in Glitchless. Like, pretty much everyone going for that strat got a good mushroom. It feels like in this tournament. For a second I was confused why they go different ways at top of the staircase, but it makes sense.
Ape heading to Dumbledore. Skip. We'll see. I'm assuming he'll go for conventional strat.
Yeah, and I know Zasta will go for the glitch
he's
as
actually
well.
going for the boost.
Ooh.
Which is
he
not
fails
conventional
it.
and fails it. Ah, Ape.
Oh, that could be run over. Or at least this race over. But it is a best of 3, so even if that kills it for him, he still has 2 more matches to bounce back. But, oof.
Yeah, I think he should have went for the conventional strat. Zaba just got it.
I actually
No
don't
worries
know
there.
if he knows the glitchless one, because I don't think he's ever ran it. So I think he might just always do the boost.
See, the thing with the boost is even if you do get the medium grab, if you're too close, if you're too far to the right, I believe you actually boost into the trigger.
Yeah, I
so
hate the
it's
boost.
like it's a little. See, there you go, another bad grab.
You gotta, yeah.
It's not looking good for Ape here.
Wait, why is he reloading? Didn't he just die?
I don't think he knows that you just spawn where you about to load.
Yeah, that makes no sense reloading that. But I think sadly that's it. That's his
I don't think
race.
he got a save. Yeah, no. So
Yeah. I don't feel like there is a coming back from that, unfortunately.
it's all about getting coil. What do we call that strat? That first boost in coils here.
That's a good
Is
question.
there do we have a term for it?
It's block boost?
I thought
don't
we
know.
did. I thought we did.
I don't remember.
Or something
any.
random.
Probably is. Most strats have random names in HP2.
Oh, little damage there by Zaba, but still that does it. Okay, there goes the ape. Third time's a charm. But
yeah, we'll probably have a small transition or like a small break for the runners between the matches. He should probably try to practice that a bit. During
yeah.
that.
Nice wall walk from Zaba. Crab skip.
Oh, he probably wants to get the 3 frogs in the secret with that Lumos. Yep, interesting. I guess because he's so far ahead.
Went for the frog by the haystacks.
Yeah, I think that would have been more than enough. That's what he's done in the other races. Or he's, like most races, he hasn't even collected any frog. He just did it with low health. But I guess because of that lead, he feels confident enough. It's interesting. Also,
yeah, I think he's taking a no chances approach here, which is fair enough. He's got a comfortable lead now.
Yeah, for sure. He can play it like super safe and chill. Even goes for the setup here. Very nice. Also, if you want to get those 3 frogs, he casted the wrong gargoyle. I keep on saying it. That one triggers a cutscene. The one in the area where the secret is in does not. So if you go for those, go for this later one.
Yeah, just to give you an idea how long his loads are, that screen was there for a solid 4 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, every time he walks into a safe book, you can see how long that takes. For most people, those are instant. By the way, Ape, I believe, has a really clean Goyle. I don't think.
Yeah, so far he has a clean Goyle, yep.
I don't think he had any issues, but the thing is, Zasta also got a pretty clean Goyle, so it's not going to help him much.
Yeah, at this point, it's going to take Zaba to make some mistakes for Ape to come back here.
Yeah, some big mistakes as well. Gets the wall walk, very nice. Like, I don't even know what Zasta would have to die on to give Ape a chance to make this back.
I mean, yeah, Zaba is a minute 26 ahead at this point, so...
Oh, wow, yeah. Yeah, that's unlucky for Ape failing that boost twice. Before that, he had a really clean run. And he still does, apart from Dumbledore skip. This was a very good run. That one just a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you might be right. Like that's the only strat he knows, but I would. Yeah, I think he should learn the conventional way.
Yeah, I'd recommend it honestly.
Because the boost there only saves a couple frames, if I recall correctly. And you risk fall damage, and you risk hitting the trigger as well, so...
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like it either, but a lot of people actually learn it like that nowadays, I think. They just learn the boost and not the, you know, glitchless, conventional way.
Yeah, half a second per boost.
Yeah. I mean, I guess some people probably find it easier. I don't know. If it works, then it works. Okay, Zasta at bridge skip. Let's see how he does that one. I think that looks very, very safe. Yep.
Yeah, no issues.
I guess as expected.
I think at this point, Zaba can... Oh, well, I guess he... stopped to get the frogs in the chest, but maybe he could contend for a top time in the tournament.
Yeah, the thing is, Flo got a 29 flat, which is like, if it would be on a legit game, probably would have been world record. So that's gonna be hard to beat.
Do we know the time difference for this category?
It's still believed to be 6 minutes 36 seconds, but it's not like super precisely timed, I think.
Oh, so he would have like a 5-6 second PB?
Yeah, something along those lines. Which is pretty insane in a no reset tournament match. So I don't expect anyone really to beat that today, the 29 flat. That seems like the lowest it can go, really.
Yeah, something like a 2940, which we've been seeing, is more realistic.
Mhm. Yeah.
Something's not right. Professor Snape.
Abe also, meanwhile, getting a smooth Slytherin. Yeah, it's not a level that people struggle with a lot. At this point, the only like difficult stuff is really just chamber. Once you're out of Goyle, you're kinda... If you're on a real run and you get out of Goyle, you feel very good. If you're on a good pace. There isn't too much that can go wrong at that point.
Yeah, I would say you'd still focus on having a good Aragog, not letting it,
Yeah.
you know, get hit by Aragog.
That's
Other than
true.
that, yeah, it's pretty smooth sailing.
And then obviously the boss fight, like the snake is tough, or can be tough to do fast.
Yeah, Snake is one of the deciders. Like we saw last race with Liam and Zaba.
Yeah, that was a cool finish. This is actually the first race of the day that is not like super close, but it definitely would be without that Dumbledore like double fail. Like they're both on a clean run still, which is nice.
Yeah, I mean the
Apart
good news for Ape is that this is practice for game 2 because this
Yeah.
is a series. It's not a yeah. He has one more game left. He can come back in the series.
Yeah, for
so,
sure.
Use it as a practice. I think when was the last time he participated in the tournament, right? Because one of his races got I guess canceled.
Yeah, he did have to race yesterday, but also against Flo, which is kind of a race you go into with a mindset of probably not gonna win. So yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, if I'm Ape, I'm looking at game 2 and
Yeah.
and thinking about having a good run there.
For sure, it's gonna be hard to take 2 back-to-back from Zasta. Not gonna lie, but who knows?
Come on now. In the box. It's all right. Come on out.
Anything's really possible here.
Evening, Rubeus.
What are you doing down here, Tom?
It's all over. I don't think you meant to kill anyone, but monsters don't make good pets.
An Ape, probably more than a Hagrid cutscene behind. It's probably still like 140. We didn't do a pace check for a while, but this race is just kind of it's not gonna bring that back. Let's be honest. Or at least I would highly doubt that. So it's interesting though what time Zasta can get in this, because he's definitely on 29 pace. Just a question of how low.
Yeah, what was his time last match?
Oh, that's a good question. Maybe someone in chat still remembers. Oh, yeah, I think
it was like a 30-20. Yeah, it wasn't
yeah,
a sub 30.
something
so,
like that.
So
30,
yeah, you
30,
can
yeah.
definitely he can still get sub 30.
Yeah, I think I know he got a sub 30 in his first race against Liam or Beaver 2 weeks ago. We should have that time somewhere, because I know they've been posted on the Discord.
Yeah, I see it. 29:42.
Yeah, so it's the second fastest time of the tournament actually, still by Zasta, so he's very capable of some pretty fast times. We'll see if he improves that by a bit today though with this race, because I think it didn't have any real issues apart maybe from Scourge. Getting a very nice frog, very good RNG, full health actually, which is rare. We've seen a lot of people being very low on health today. Like Ape, for example, he will need 2 frogs to fill that up, but I assume he's just gonna go for 1.
Yeah, as is the norm.
Yeah.
Get the first frog.
I still think it's like scary, because you will get hit by the fire and chamber, most likely. So you'd still kind of only go in with 1 health bar, essentially. That was an interesting boost by Zasta, almost landing on the tree there, which would be disaster, actually.
Yeah, I've never seen that boost take you there specifically.
That was a weird spot. Ooh, getting stuck in the tree.
Yep.
I don't think that's gonna work. Yeah, way too far to the left.
Also, I think he has to delay a little more. There you go.
Yep. So that's the first mistake really we see outside of the Scourge. He does not look very happy about it.
We'll see if he goes for the hybrid Aragog strats.
Gets the spell cast out, which is always... it gives you confidence for the fight. If your pause casting is good at that, then fight should be alright.
Dude, I'm so bad at those webs. I can never get into webs.
Yeah, it's super tired. Like, you
I'm
can
so
barely
bad at
get
those.
enough cast out. Yep, he will go for it. Kind of. Jumping into it. Yeah, the
got it.
The webcam
Yeah.
is the best during this. It's just flashing lights.
You shouldn't be podcasting at that point. Just wait for the opening.
Yeah, I don't think that was
Yeah,
quite
he
the
was low
fight.
health.
Quite the fight he was looking for. Also, Abe's struggling as well.
Abe's also
with
having
that
problems.
boost.
I think he's like, wait, what? What is happening here? No, I think he has to. He's. There you go.
Yeah,
You have to delay
sometimes
that boost.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't want the way you want for some reason. That boost is weird. But they both do get out of the forest. It's actually crazy. It looks kind of close, but taking the low discount timer into account, it isn't really that close. I mean, to be fair, even RTA it's not even that close. Like, Abe hasn't even gotten Aragog down to half his health. First try Scourge Snipe for Zasta,
Yep,
as
first
always.
try.
God, I don't know how you can get that consistent at
What
that
do you go
spread.
for? Short grab chamber boost here?
Looks like it.
He will.
Nope. Not quite. That is always the Giga Chat boost if you pull it off. Abe not happy, shaking his camera on the way down. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to just reset your mindset really after that. And come back fully focused and motivated for the next match.
Yeah, like everything before number skip was what he probably wanted. So I think if can just replicate that and have a clean Dumbledore skip, he can contend next race.
Yeah, for sure. Also, Zasta's boost on that was like kind of wild. That went so far and so high. Good chamber for him, apart from the failed small ledge grab boost, but I mean, that one's really hard. It's cool that he went for it.
Yeah, I don't think Ape is having a setup here. I think he's just praying here.
Yeah, I think
unless
at this
the setup
point,
is way different than other people, but yeah, this is what, fourth try, I think.
I think at this point he's just a bit tilted. Doesn't really try his very hardest and is probably not at full focus at this point. So you'll definitely need the.
Yeah, I think we're on number 7. Yeah, this is.
Curious when he decides to just walk around.
No, I think at this point you try to get it and try to remember for next race.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it looks like a different angle every time.
Yeah, I think most people decide to stand more to the right and to turn the camera more to the left than what he was doing, but there you go, gets it.
And Zasta is at the final section, waits his turn for the fire. Has a lot of health to work with. I mean, this just can't go wrong at this point. But maybe he can pull off a 2-cycle. And is a sub 30 possible? Yeah, it should be, right?
It's gonna be close. It's gonna be very close. I don't know. I think he's gonna need a 2-cycle.
Yeah, actually 15 seconds of walking. I don't know, it's hard to tell. We'll see.
I think he needs 2 cycle here.
Yeah. Even then, I don't think he can. It has to be done in the next 5 seconds, so there's no way. But he can show us a clean snake fight, maybe, at least. That looks pretty good. Oh!
That last hit. Oh!
First he didn't get the spell out, and then it missed when it finally came out.
That last cast in the second cycle was delayed. I think it threw him off, and that because of that missed the snake. Threw me off.
Still a pretty okay 4 cycle, I guess. Like a fast 4 cycle. And Zasta is done with a 30-19, which is a good time. Like, not as good as he can do, but very good.
I was gonna put him top 6 time in this tournament.
Yeah, not a lot of people have gotten a 30, especially such a low one.
Well, only Flo has gotten a better time than Zaba.
Actually, no. Oh yeah, Liam got 1 today. Beaver in the race against me, of course.
Yeah,
he got a sub 30. Yeah. Yeah, big GGs. Very nice race. Sadly, kind of decided after Dumbledore skip, but sometimes it's nice to have one where you can chill a bit. Not all of them have to be super close, right?
He's a 1-0 series lead.
Yeah, it's a good start.
But for Ape, there's game 2. Chance for redemption.
Yeah, he'll definitely need to clear, get his mental game up. It's so tough losing the first one. You know you have to win 2 back-to-back. We'll see. We'll see how he does it. If he can reset, forget about the mistakes of this run.
I think just having a good 2-cycle hero make him have some feel good entering the next match. See, yeah, he almost walked into the goop but didn't really hit it, so that he couldn't continue that cycle. It's tough, like judging where Harry gets hit. Nice, very nice adjustment on the second cycle. Gets all the hits he needed.
Very nice.
But yeah, like usually, people will try to walk into the goop and then they walk back just to realize they didn't actually hit it. So that's what kills a lot of cycles.
Honestly, that's still a 32. That's actually still not horrible with the failed Dumbledore skip and 10th try Scourge Snipe. So, GG's. Let's rejoin them. GG's.
Thanks.
First race of the series done. Pretty good time. 30-19. And Ape, sadly, I think lost the race at Dumbledore skip. I think we can say that.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair to say.
Yep.
It was a close race till then.
Oh yeah, it was really clean from both until that point. And I feel like even after that it was pretty, it would have been pretty even.
Yeah, maybe. I struggled at the end on Scourge Snipe.
True. That probably would have been the decider even without Dumbledore, yeah. But it is only the first match in the best of 3 series, so you have time to bounce back. Do you guys want a 5-minute break?
I don't need one.
Same. I can continue.
Fine for me as well. If you guys are ready instantly, then we'll kick it off instantly.
Okay, I'll just let me reset my game and.
Yeah, sure. That much time we have. All right. I do see 2 games. If you guys are ready.
I am.
Yep.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Good luck. Have fun.
Good luck.
I have the slight suspicion Zasta's timer won't start because he reloaded in the intro. Yep.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, I thought I saw that coming. Do you guys want to reset or continue?
What happened?
Timer didn't start, right?
Yeah, I started myself, so I don't mind resetting.
Yeah, let's just reset.
Let's just reset.
Start anyways.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
I think it's because you reloaded before skipping the cutscene, by the way. Pretty sure that did it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It got delayed.
Yep. It's just, I think, easier to reset. Otherwise, we have to do the math the entire time.
Yeah, in case it's a close one like last race.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So, third try is the charm. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Good luck. Okay, now I think we kick them off.
There you go. That looks good.
Nice. So we have the second run of the series. It's going to be interesting to see if Abe will be able to bounce back. I mean, he kind of has to, obviously, at this point. Zasta can afford one bad run. Abe definitely cannot.
Winner of this matchup will play Flo in the grand final. Right after this, so stay tuned, guys, for that.
Absolutely. And that's going to be a very interesting match. Whoever of the two wins this, it's going to be fun to watch. Zasta very high with that boost.
Dude, he's been towing that line there, that willow boost, taking a super high, taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, I really don't know why he's going that ham with it today. It's weird, but at least he didn't die this time, so that's good. It's also great how his room gets like gradually more dark. He started out earlier today, it was pretty alright, now it's very dark.
Oh yeah, wait, is it? Oh yeah, it kind of looks like there's a tarp on the window, but I guess it's just dark outside.
I actually can't tell.
I want to say that I actually want to say there's a tarp on the window.
It shouldn't be dark. He's in my time zone, and it's
yeah. So I think
much...
there's a tarp on the window.
Yeah, I think so. So it's intentionally dark. Looking like Zasta actually, I think, had a bit of a scuffed. Willow lost health, and I think had issues with both boosts. So Abe with the tiny lead. Kind of like we've seen it last race, kind of a small repeat. So let's hope they can keep it this close this time until the end, and we don't have any Dumbledore skip fails. Okay, they both have the correct client, which is a good start as well.
Hopefully Zaba doesn't skip the save book again for the crabs.
I mean, I guess it worked out last time. I don't think we have seen that soft lock, which is very weird because we've seen it in glitchless, and it should happen more often when you pause cast, but in Warpless, so far it's been fine in this tournament. Which is, I guess, good, and I hope I didn't just jinx it, but we'll see.
Nope, I'm skipping it again.
Oh no. Please, please don't. Okay, good thing that like he didn't pause cast that much. He actually paused it like too little, so that was kinda slow, but it's gonna be fine.
I think the crab got stuck in the wall there, that's why he had to do an extra one.
Could be. Oh, failing the left
side.
3 times.
Oh. Meanwhile, Ape getting it clean.
Yep.
And getting the jump fine. Very nice luck there, getting that frog.
That's true. That's gonna help him after the Willow that wasn't optimal. But Ape with a really good start in this rig too. Looks like he found his focus again, and he's back and ready to attack.
Yeah, he's ready.
Oh, those safe books.
Gain chasm skip fine.
Yep. Getting that boost quite well. Zasta should also be fine. Has to delay a little bit to not go too far to the right.
Yeah, they both got mediums.
I still don't actually know what's faster. The medium doesn't seem too slow if you do it well. It's just a bit more risky, right?
Yeah, if you get the medium right, you actually like just land right in front of the door. So
it's even better technically.
yeah, if you can do it well.
Okay, I haven't paid attention when Ape left, but it should be a couple seconds of a lead. Let's see when they enter Bean bonus room. 4:32 into the load. So it's a couple seconds. 3 or 4 maybe.
I'll say 5. Yeah, 5 seconds.
Yep. So it's pretty much nothing, but again, that's the kind of gap you expect after Rick 2. There shouldn't be a bigger one at that point. And that one's really just from Willow. It's not even from Rick 2. But let's see if they get some clean Quiddiches. We've seen Abe lose 2 seconds last run, which ultimately didn't matter, but it might in this race if it stays close. Zasta taking the time for some sneaky drinks.
They both had sneaky drinks.
Oh, they both had. Okay, nice. I mean, it is one of the few real like breaks you get, so it makes sense.
I can only think of like 2 other areas where you can sneaky drink. One being before Slither and the other one MV Hagrid.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it on this client. Yeah, I can't think of anything else either. I guess you can like menu walk somewhere or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I guess when you just have to walk forward, you can do that with one hand. So
yeah,
you could drink at least. It's not really a break though. Okay, that's being done now. I think they'd go a good Quiddiches, both of them.
Yeah, no issues.
And we're once again approaching Scourge, so we might see one of them struggle. Last time it was Zasta. We'll see if he's. I mean,
and
obviously...
Zasta actually like had it earlier. He just missed the jump afterward.
Yeah.
So that was unfortunate.
That one always hurts.
Like Rourke, you're so focused on getting the clip that like, you know, sometimes you get the clip and then the jump doesn't work and you get super annoyed.
Okay, Ape, doing the glitchless path again. I don't think your wish is gonna be fulfilled that anyone does the boost.
Yeah, I mean, he did it for Dumbledore skip. I mean, he could have just done the same thing for Enter Scourge, but it's a very small optimization that makes sense that no one really goes for it.
Yeah, half a second in a tournament shouldn't matter too much. Ape? Oh no, might be him struggling now. So his third try.
That was his third.
Ooh. Does not seem to get it. Gets it now.
I think like 6th or 7th.
But Zasta, okay, third.
Third try for
Zasta.
Zaba. Yeah, third try.
Quite a bit better, so he should have made up that Rick December time loss at least. Probably is actually in the lead now. It's always hard to tell with races involving Zasta because his loadless time is just so far behind all the time.
Yeah, I think he's like 5 seconds ahead.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Kind of a disaster, or not a disaster, but it wasn't the greatest Scourge for Ape, not what he wanted. Reminds me of his races yesterday, or what was it yesterday? I don't know. The one where he took very long at Scourge. But not the end of the world.
Yeah, considering he's only 5 seconds behind, he'll take that.
He got himself a good lead after Rick 2, so he can make some
a medium
mistakes.
grab. Ooh, not good here. Gotta miss the snail cycle.
He gets it ultimately, but this is like more costly than it looks once again. I keep on saying it during this tournament, but he will miss the snail cycle, and also the crabs are gonna be in awkward spots. Yeah, that one's horrible. They're so far away from the actual platform.
Forgot to mention his last race, but both electing to do the map pausecast.
Mm-hmm. Interestingly enough, I feel like that's also kind of the thing people learn when they just learn the runs nowadays.
Yeah, people have been telling people to go do a map instead.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a lot better start for Zasta here. Once again, those creature rooms, we've seen that during Flo's runs as well. If you're really good at this game or this segment, you can save so much time in the beginning of Bicorn. It's a very, very, very tough level to do optimal. Okay, none of them failing that wall walk. Let's see how the wheel skip's gonna go. Nice for Zasta. And Abe also gets the wall walk, so pretty good second half of Bicorn for both of them. No chokes on the technically easy parts.
Nice little trap skip for Zaba. Could have gotten a little more boost there, Ape, but manages to also skip the ledge grab.
That was a little bit of a scary boost, but as long as you make it up, you make it up.
I'm in the potions classroom.
I think Zaba's lead ballooned to like 20 something seconds.
It would make sense with that start, which just did not go Ape's way, but maybe Zasta gets the troll Malfoy again, so we'll see. Can change very, very quickly. Like, this is not as bad as the last run, obviously, in terms of time loss, so this is a very, very close race. Obviously, though, Zasta has played a lot more today, which I'm never sure if it's an advantage or a disadvantage. Like, I guess on the one side you get tired, but on the other side you get like a lot of practice in. So it's hard to tell.
Yeah, I think as long as you get the practice in, even if you're like Ape and this is your first match today, like I think practicing the strats you need to clean up on it. As long as you do that, you're kind of fine here.
Yeah.
Because like we said, like there's a lot of patches of this run where it's smooth sailing.
Yeah, for sure. It's a lot of running, honestly, from one place to another. But we also have those hard sections like Defender, which we've seen both do pretty well last run. Zasta, though, like insanely smooth. Let's see if we can do that again. Jumps into it again, which always looks sick. Oh, wrong ledge grab. He does realize. And Ape, meanwhile, again, also long ledge grab.
Long ledge grab.
And then they both get it. Oh, no.
He didn't. I don't really know what happened there.
It looked good to me, but I guess not quite.
I can't tell if he started late or didn't boost fast enough or what.
Yeah, I don't really know. I guess one boost too little, but at least it didn't soft lock, I guess. So it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, I think he could have tried boosting faster there.
Yeah, probably. So that's a good chunk lost to Zasta once again. Slowly but surely bleeding the time away. It's just actually been kind of insane how consistent Zasta has been in this once again in the Warpless Tournament. I don't know how he does it, but he barely makes or rarely makes any big mistakes.
Yeah, we had to see those on full display and the glitchless tourney as well.
Yeah.
Just super consistent. But you can't be consistent if you don't get the RNG. He didn't get the RNG this time, so he's gonna have to set up the mushroom here.
And Abe with a really clean auto boost.
With the auto boost, so
at least
looking close RTA here.
Yeah, he evens it out RTA, which is pretty nice.
Looks like it's a 23 seconds advantage.
Yeah, it's literally just like loadless timer now, so actually fairly easy to calculate for once. Yeah, we can see it here. How? Oh my god, that is such a big difference. It's like 2 seconds or whatever that load took longer. Which means Abe will also be the first making it to Dumbledore skip, so let's hope he doesn't feel the pressure from failing it last run. Oh no, it's the wrong ledge grab again.
Boost.
Oh no. It's not meant to be for
Oh,
Abe.
like I said, that's one of the risks for that strat like it's not just hitting the trigger, it's also you can get the wrong grab, and that really, like, you can save a long grab, but like you have to know you got the grab before you like stop the spamming, so you're in position to grab one of the like the ledges, because you can get a long grab on the Defense Against the Dark Arts platform to save taking damage, but you have to be more to the left, and if you like just spam the boost like before you grab the ledge, you're not gonna be in position.
Yeah, even if you realize it's hard to back that up. Oh, Zasta though is dead. Oh, he's not dead. What? I could have sworn that would kill him, but I guess barely not high enough. Over boosting, but barely alive. So
I would have went for the half wall, just not taking any damage.
Yeah, that's a good point. This boost is kind of scary now. Nope. Makes it very nicely.
See, yeah, dude, that was normally a run killer when that shot was first sound.
Yeah, that one's hard.
Yes, I remember, Mark. I got a stored boost, so I actually took the damage anyway. It was really annoying.
Oh no. Oh yeah, I do remember.
Like I saved it, and then but I had a stored boost, so.
Oof.
I got damaged.
Abe, by the way, also getting that first boost. Zasta will go for the frogs, which makes sense. So it does not grant Abe the death to catch up, really. Because that's kind of what he needed in this coil.
Oh, didn't boost enough.
Yeah, he realized, but then it was too late. And it's looking like we're gonna get a Flow Zasta final, which I'm not gonna lie, is not what I would have expected going into this tournament, but
too much. Yep.
Ooh, Zasta failing that for once.
Meanwhile, Abe failed that boost again, so
yeah. It's all coming together now for Abe. That's unlucky. Also, we said earlier that like failing that wall walk takes like 40% off. I guess it's more like 60% actually of your health. It's kind of surprising for that wall walk. It's not even like you fall that far, but okay. But anyways, Zasta is out of Goyle. Abe, not quite yet.
Looking at Zaba's health, I think he'll go for the railing strat. I don't know if he decides to go for the lamp.
I think he always.
Knowing Zabi might do the lamp strat anyway.
Yeah, he usually goes for it from my memory from this past races, and he usually knows very well how much health he's gonna have afterwards. It looks super scary, and he survives with like a tiny
Oh my
part.
gosh.
Yeah, he's been doing that all day today, really. Yeah, for sure. I mean, Abe, even if this will be or might be the end of his journey here, it's looking quite grim. He got third in this tournament, no matter what happens, at least third. So it's definitely not bad. There's no shame in this, for sure.
Yeah, third place ain't shabby at all. Considering the field, the Flow, Zaba, Liam.
Yeah.
Guys like Imek have had a big surge in times from this tournament.
Yeah, had to beat some good people. Oh, Zasta using the break for some, you know, I don't know how that's called in English, but yep. It's a good part. Have time, like no time anywhere else, so it's a good spot to do it. That can be an issue actually, if you're like slightly sick and then you sneeze in the wrong moment and you die. Oh, Abe actually going for the super classic staircase strat.
Yeah, this is the old strat before they found railing.
Yeah, that's one that I mean, obviously he doesn't know the railing, the portal drop at this point, but that's a strat that there's literally no reason to do it now with the new one. Because it's just so easy to drop down there.
Yeah, the portal drop's one of those strats where we were like, how did we not find this sooner?
Yeah. It's a very nice backup if you don't have enough health. Or if you just want to preserve health. Zasta first try bridge. I guess, again, no surprises here. So far, again, on a pretty clean run. I'm actually surprised that his last run, in the end, it didn't get a sub 30, like barely, which surprised me a bit because I don't think he messed up that much, but we'll see what pace this one's on. I think it's probably a high 29 pace again at this point. / low 30. Yeah, it's an entire common room behind and more because loadless, so that is rough. I don't quite see Abe's way out of this, to be honest.
I mean, just repeat of the last match, Zaba's gonna need to make mistakes.
Yeah, and big ones. It's actually quite interesting. I remember the losers final best of 3 of the glitchless tournament to be also like a pretty one-sided one, which was Beaver versus Lusak. So it's interesting. The losers finals, there's always one person who's not having a great day or not having the luck needed. Either of the two.
I do think in both cases there was a decided favorite, so the other opponent had to really go for it, and kind of like what Abe was doing with Dumbledore, really like try to save wherever he can, and not think twice about it. So I think with making those like mistakes, you will see these races not be as close.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
what can you do? You're facing up against guys like super consistent HP2 machines.
Super consistent and super fast. I mean,
super fast, super consistent.
It's like hard to beat that. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting though. Like Zasta Flow is a good final match. Like I'm quite happy with that. I mean, obviously it's still not decided, but there has to be something go like very, very wrong for Zasta at this point.
Yeah, Flo and Zaba have the top 2 times in the tournament. And I think, looking at this list, Flo has 4 of the top 5 times, 4 of the top 6, I guess, times in this tournament. So, like, if you want to talk about super consistent, Flo just takes it to another level.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, he had one, like, Clown Fiesta match earlier. It's his second match, where he gave himself the clown emoji on top of his head. So that was good. But apart from that, he's been very impressive yesterday. So let's see how he plays today. Because again, it's going to be his first match as well. Same as for Abe. While Zasta seems to be, warmed up now at the very least.
In the box. It's all right.
So it really depends.
There you go.
Like, I think that's going to be a very, very close series.
It's all over. I don't think you meant to kill anyone.
Best of 5, right?
Yeah, it's a best of 5, yeah.
So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that matchup went 5 games.
Oh god, yeah, it could. I mean, I guess the max is
Very
like
well
4
go 5
games because Flo does get the 1 free win, so he only has to win 2.
Oh yeah, so I guess it would go 4 games.
Yeah, that would be max. Okay, making their way to forest now. At least Zasta is. Ape can watch the beautiful Hagrid cutscene. So it's pretty much one Hagrid cutscene apart RTA, and then a whole lot more on the timer. I mean, even with warping now, I don't think he can make this up. Even if we would just play any percent from this point on, it's pretty much the same. And now it's actually fully dark in Zasta's room. Reach the next level. We'll see if we get light mode Zasta for the final. Gonna be interesting.
I don't think so.
Probably not.
I think Flo will be the light side, Zab will be the dark side.
Gets the bridge skip though. Light does not matter for that one apparently.
I think Zaba is about a minute 37 ahead, so
yeah, that's
same as last race.
Yeah, that's just realistically too much to come back from. It's not impossible though. I mean, there's the hard lock at Snake that can happen. There would be a new game possibility if he has to reload. Stuff like that can always happen, but it's just unlikely at this point. But once again, Ape did not play this poorly or anything. It's just Dumbledore skip that has ruined both his races. So it's hard to win a best of 3 if 2 races your Dumbledore skip is just a disaster. Okay, Aragog coming up. We can probably see some more strats. I think his last Aragog was a bit weird, so see if we can get redemption.
Yeah, I think it was Saul last time. I think he over-pause casted, so we'll see if he learned from that.
Gets in position to do the strat of jumping into him. Yeah, on top of that, he also died in Goyle like twice. It happens. It's a hard level. It's definitely like understandable mistakes. Just unfortunate that it happens in this race. But what can you do? Ape also at the end of Forest at this point has to get the final boost. Which at least this time they both haven't struggled. Oh, no, never mind. Zasta hasn't struggled
there you
with
go.
it this time.
That was a better Aragog.
Yeah. And now Ape gets the boost. Not too bad.
No second try. Or third. I don't know.
Yeah, it was still a bit of a struggle, but not too bad. Okay, Zasta first try on Scourge Snipe, yes or no? I'm gonna say yes, as always. I believe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Tommy with the no? Okay. I don't know, he's been so good at that. It's literally been one race where he didn't get it first try, I think, out of this entire tournament. I might be wrong. I probably am, but it's just pretty impressive how he does it. Okay, it's coming up to it now. We'll see. Oh. Okay. Second try still. Pretty fast, but guess we were both wrong. Goes for the boost again though, the small ledge grab. Oh, okay. Very nice. The Giga Chet boost with a small ledge grab. That is... I don't think we've seen that successful at all today because it's so difficult. So, Yeah, get your Giga chats in chat. That was a very nice boost. And if your opponent pulls off those strats, then, I mean, what are you gonna do, right? That just speaks for their confidence and how well they are, or how good they are at the game.
This is a cool looking strat.
Yeah. It's super
Just
flashy.
that turn on, like that's like luggage boost just times 10.
I don't think it exists for too long either. Like I hadn't seen that for like before this tournament, I think even. I'm sure it exists longer than that, but yeah.
Yeah, it's been around. It's been around. I think actually I want to say TK found it. I'm not
okay,
too
so
sure.
that's actually
but,
quite old then.
Yeah, it just wasn't really used a lot until like Flo and Liam and Zaba started going for it.
Oh, it was during low cast attempts. That's kind of cool. I guess that makes sense. That's actually kind of easier than the one I do for low cast, honestly. Oh wait, no, but you cast on it. What do you mean low cast?
The Spongify cast. You skipped the Spongify cast.
Yeah, but you cast. Oh, I guess you skip one cast. Yeah, it's like Flipendo and Spongify.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I guess two casts.
Yeah, but you save one, essentially.
Yeah. So you skip that Flipendo and you skip that Spongify.
Yeah, that makes sense. The one ape just had. Okay, Zasta. Let's see if we can get a 2-cycle. Sub 30, definitely dead. I guess not too unsurprising. There's some mistakes in there, so if he wants to take races of flow, I feel like he has to get at least a sub 30, to be honest, in the grand final. Like I feel at least if he plays like yesterday, Flo's just gonna get a sub 30 every run. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think Flo's gotten more sub 30s than non sub 30s this tournament. So
yeah. Okay, Zasta, good start, good damage. Oh, yeah, there was a lot of poison coming his way. It's a good thing he dodged, honestly. That was kind of scary. Could have died on that, technically, and gets it now. Good fight still. Good run. Looking solid, looking good for the grand final.
Yep, GG's. Zaba takes the series.
Yep, big GG's. That is a 2-0 or 2-0 win for Zasta. Very, very nice confidence boost, I think, for the final. Ape again, though, did absolutely didn't do poorly. Just had a couple mistakes that were just too costly. Most parts were still played fairly smooth.
Yeah, unfortunately, that mistake he made 2 runs in a row were deciders. So, but I think everything else, like he was really solid and it was tight.
Yep.
Yeah, like I think if he gets that trick, like this is a much closer race.
Yeah, absolutely. His 2 cycles were looking pretty good so far, though. This one he's probably gonna miss, though.
Oh, how did that last hit? Did not do any damage.
Unlucky. Yeah. Knows the strat, though, to skip the 3rd cycle completely, pretty much. And goes there now as well. Very nicely done, though, for Ape still. Another 32. It's definitely not bad.
Also a nice resell on the timer there, Zaba.
Thankfully, we don't have to retime that.
Yeah.
And GG's. Let's rejoin them. GG's once again. Well played.
Yeah, GG's.
3rd place for you, actually, in the tournament, so...
Yeah, I guess I'll take it. Can't complain too much.
Yeah, I think that's a very good result overall, considering like the competition and the people that are in this, honestly.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And yeah, the Zasta, 2 pretty solid runs. Missing the sub 30 twice though, but you have a lot of chances to get those sub 30s versus Flo.
Yep.
Grand final is lined up. How confident do you feel against Flo?
Not really. I mean, I can get like sub 31s consistently, but he can get sub 30s consistently. That's the major difference between us, I would say.
Well, he has one run that was not sub 30 in the top 5, so
yeah.
You just need 1 or 2.
We have seen him have some very rough runs, to be fair, so he's not unbeatable, I wouldn't say that. So I think it's gonna be quite an interesting series. A thing, once again, I want to mention before people put points in predictions and all that stuff, since Flo is coming from the winner's bracket, just to show it off real quick here again, since he had a flawless run so far, and Zasta is coming from the loser's bracket, Flo will start with a 1-game lead into the best of 5 as the winner's bracket advantage, essentially. So just so everyone keeps that in mind during their predictions, he will have to win 2 matches, Zasta will have to win 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 Harry Potter Royal Rumble. On the left corner, we have Flo. And on the right corner, we have Zaba.
And in commentary, we have Hans. You heard him already, so thanks for this amazing intro. Yeah, this should be fun. We have the grand final going on, and I think this is a very hype way to start it. So let's do the countdown if you guys are ready.
I am ready.
So,
Sure.
3, 2, 1, let's go. Good luck.
Good luck.
That was an amazing start.
Thank you.
I'm actually, for some reason, getting nervous about this match, even though I'm not playing. Because this could be very exciting.
It is. 2 best of the best, and we've got a long one coming.
Yeah, this could go the full distance, which would probably be kind of bad for Zasta, because he's been playing for half the day today, really.
Yeah, and before the match, he said that he's not really feeling that well. His head hurts or something, so he can't even open the lights in his room or something. I don't know if those are excuses for when he loses, Kappa, but
yeah, might be. That's not good to hear though. But there's a bit on this, a bit at stake, because I think if Flo loses this, he will learn glitchless properly or something like that. I know that bet has been made.
Yeah. So for those of you who have joined to the finals, as Nixxo said before the break, Flo is gonna have to win only 2 matches, assuming that Zaba doesn't win anything, and Zaba will have to win 3.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, essentially he can only afford to lose 1 match. So if Flo should win this first one, that would be very bad news already for him.
The dormitory is up here, Harry.
We're seeing a fairly decent start from both.
Yeah, I think Zasta only behind because loads already. I might be wrong.
Yeah.
How insane it would be though if Zasta can take this, as like he took the glitchless tournament, and if he gets this one as well, that would be actually insane.
Yeah. I mean, he has a chance, honestly.
Oh, for sure.
But it's gonna be hard. Flo is gonna have a lot of fight in him.
Yeah.
It's his title after all, so we'll see.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. Like, if he gets a 29 flat again, I don't feel like there's anything Zasta can do.
Yeah.
But if he gets a couple, like, at times that are a bit worse than that, like 29, high 29s, Zasta can definitely compete with those.
So far, they seem about equal. Zasta maybe 1 or 2 seconds behind.
Yeah, that might also just be because of the timer, though. It's again, every race Zasta's in, it's really hard to tell what the pace is because of that big difference.
Yeah, for sure. That potato PC is showing a lot of signs of weakness.
Yeah, apparently, like, I know from the talk in the transition that we had, apparently he plays on his HDD, even though he does have an SSD. And when we asked why, he said he doesn't know. So, you know, kind of his own fault that his loads are that bad.
Yeah, for sure.
But at least it doesn't matter since we have the loadless timer.
Oh, Flo going for the left side. Managing it. And
nice.
Zaba going for it as well. Both are getting it.
It's kind of cool how that's become a staple in this. Like, there's like everyone does it at this point in the top 5.
I mean, it's the small optimizations, right, that make you the best at what you do, so makes sense.
Yeah, that's true. Especially in HP2, it's like people have to go for dumber and dumber strats to save time.
Zaba missing some casts on the left Pendo. That's gonna cost him a second or 2.
Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't work even if you hit. Also Flo, with the smooth window boost.
That was very beautiful.
One of the few people that dares to go for it in like a tournament race. Oh, okay, nope, fine for Zasta. Looked kind of scary, but he's good.
Yeah.
There's a good lead for Flo, actually. That's the only real way to get a lead out of Rictu, honestly, if you get that boost.
Yeah. Flo is gonna be several seconds ahead now.
Yeah, I don't quite. I think he exited like 410 or something. Oh, Zasta having issues grabbing the thing. It's like actually 14 seconds already, if I remember correct at least.
It might be. I actually didn't notice when Flo left, but...
Yeah, I'm not fully sure, but it's about like 15 seconds, I think. 16 is what chat says.
We can count by Quidditch, so 4:40
is
when Flo got into Quidditch.
Now we just have to remember that.
Left, right, up, and down. The Nimbus 2000.
Yeah, Zasta
and for those. Yeah, sorry,
coughing
go
right
ahead.
now as well. I hope he's not getting sick. That would be bad.
Yeah. So about 17 seconds. Right. Not too bad. Still salvageable.
Yeah, for sure. It's one failed boost in Goyle or anything, and it's completely different again.
And obviously we're in the best part of the entire run, Quidditch.
Yeah, it's so fun. So fun watching like nothing happen. I mean, I guess there is at least the 2 seconds you can lose if you get hit by the other Seeker, so there's something, but...
Yeah, but haven't we seen actually anybody getting hit today, or...?
I know Ape, that's where we pointed it out, did lose 2 seconds, but apart from that, I don't really remember. I think I didn't get hit, at least. Yeah, Zasta also makes it, so none of them loses time to Quidditch, which is good. It's weirdly, like, weird semi-RNG, nobody really knows. It's Quidditch sucks.
Yeah, but now we're off to the good part of the run.
Yeah, now the fun begins. Early game's done. Early game's always, you know, a little bit meh. To be fair though, if Flo does strats like window boost, that makes it a lot cooler to watch.
Let's see if Zaba is gonna get that soft lock in potions.
I doubt that. I mean, he did actually cut it kind of close earlier, but he's probably gonna make sure. Oh, never mind. He's not gonna make extra sure, but it still works out. Oh, Flo actually tiny bit high on this way to Scourge. He said in chat earlier this saves half a second, and he took the fall damage for it, so I don't know if that's worth it.
I mean, this isn't too much, right? When you can glitch and do snake and stuff. Like, as long as you keep your health stable for the rest of the run, it's not too bad. Oh, almost getting it first try.
Then no setup as well, but somehow like falls out of it. Third try is not too bad though, all things considered.
Yeah,
small
have
chance
to go for the
make up
YOLO
some time.
strat.
Yeah, it's so impressive when they get it first try without a setup.
Honestly, when I tried to do scared skip just for the heck of it, I tried for like 10 minutes and I couldn't even find where that trigger was, so or the wall.
It's such a weirdly precise trick. Oh, Zasta got it second try, but then fell out again.
Oh.
I think he's done that last race, so actually...
So that's gonna be a fourth try for him.
I think Flo at 3, right? Yeah, so loses a little bit once again. But all still very much in reach. Oh, that looked kind of scary for Flo, but makes it up into the wall walk. Thought he under boosted for a second.
Yeah, we don't know. You know, it's very hard to see at least what's going on in the screens when they're boosting. So
yeah, true.
Especially for me when I'm not even too familiar with how that thing goes.
Yeah, like most people, it's not a requirement, but it helps a lot. You can stretch your game. Like we'll see that when Zasta does the boost. So under the menu, you see the game a bit, which helps you to kind of judge how high you are. But it's still, it's hard to tell sometimes because the background just looks the same.
Right.
Gets it well though, takes some fall damage, but should get the snail cycle with this. Also, I believe in the glitchless grand final we got the fastest and second fastest time of the tournament in the final match of the grand final. So
right?
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen here, but we might still get the fastest race overall if you add both times together, technically.
That's for sure.
Wouldn't put that past them.
Flow getting close to the end here.
Oh, accidental menuing, I guess. I'm not sure. Only has wheel skip really left in this level. And that was quite clean. No issues at all. Closes the... Oh no, does not close the door behind him. Shame.
Getting the boost pretty much perfectly.
Yeah, very, very nice bike horn for him. So far, it's been a very good run for Flo, I'd say. Oh, okay. Oh no!
Nixxo strikes again.
Oh, that's a big death, actually. He does smile it away, but you know that hurts.
Yeah, for sure. But I think that despite of this, he's still a little bit ahead.
Yeah, even considering the loadless, and I think he had enough of a lead by playing smooth to still be ahead. But it's significantly less than it was before the spike horn.
Yeah, for sure.
That is an interesting death. I don't know if I've ever seen that happen to anyone, but just jumped a bit late.
Hi, would you
When you're so freaking fast that you go into the Scourge pool.
I mean, sometimes it is actually because of that, because people are too fast and then they just don't get the jump out, or they want to do it like super optimal and stuff like that. Let's see what the pace is actually. This is going to be interesting, because I don't know. It's quite a big loadless difference.
Right, so 11:04.
Compared
Flo
to...
enters into...
Oh, Zasta's ahead, I think.
Oh, he is by around 4 seconds.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Surprising, but nice. That's a cool surprise, I guess, after that bike horn. I mean, not too... Yeah, it makes sense with that death, but still.
Yeah, we will see who can optimize the best.
And now it's a very even race again after Zasta started to fall a bit behind in the beginning. But he's honestly, this tournament, he's proven that he's probably the most consistent HP2 runner, which was the title that Beaver held. Maybe still holds. I mean, he's also very consistent, but Zasta has been impressive.
Yeah, for sure. I'm seeing a lot of pyramids in chat. That's nice.
Which I will start to time out if they continue, just a fair warning. Flo at the...
Almost a perfect boost.
Yeah, has to re-grab, but gets it without a soft lock, which I'm sure he's gonna be relieved about.
Yeah, let's see how the other fares. Oh, he's getting the perfect boost.
He's so good at that, it's insane. But that is such an impressive defender, and he will save more time to Flo, so I think he's gonna extend his lead here. I didn't see when Flo exited, but
it was around 31, so yeah, around 10 seconds I think now.
Yeah, sounds about right. That was a very clean one. So Flo has to pick up the pace here. Now it's gonna be stressful after that death. It looked like he could cruise to victory here. 26 versus 21. Okay, so yeah, 5 seconds. So I guess he saved like 2 in that defender.
Yeah.
Goes for the auto boost.
And gets it pretty smoothly.
That was, I mean, you can't really do that better. And he will save time to Zasta because he does not go for it. He hasn't done it in any match, and I doubt he's going to start now in the grand final.
Yeah, he's going with a regular jump.
I mean, this, as long as you get the good mushroom RNG, this isn't too much slower. So it's totally fine. But sometimes if the mushrooms troll you, you can lose quite a bit on that. So Flo's boost eliminates RNG is obviously a bit harder to do. And it's also a tiny bit faster.
Right. Let's try and do another measurement now.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Right before Dumbledore skip, even though that can completely scramble things up, but yep.
For sure, yeah. 58, Flo going for the boost.
Okay.
Not getting any damage, that's good.
It scared me that the cutscene triggered, but it's just the one up in the air, so thankfully he's fine with that.
Yeah, so 3 seconds difference. So Flo is catching up.
Interesting. I mean, there wasn't... I mean, I guess, yeah, it's the auto boost. It makes sense. Saving time.
Zaba going for the glitchless.
Gets a ledge grab out of it, which probably not too happy about it. That's gonna put him a bit further, or like it's gonna make Flo catch up a bit more. So they might actually be roughly even going into Goyle, which is kind of cool. That's the hardest level of the run, so we'll see how they do it. Flo going for the block. Not as smooth as he usually does it, but very good after overall.
Yeah, he was practicing this a little bit before. I think he's trying to do some shenanigans over there.
It makes sense. It's kind of the newest strat for this category, so makes sense to get some practice in. Oh, they do scary boosts simultaneously, both getting them well. Very nice. Flo pretty much done with the hardest part of, or the scariest part of Goyle at least. Also, for once, they're both in good health, which we have seen rarely today.
Yeah. Haven't been any more health lost ever since that one in the beginning. So.
Where is that from, actually?
The boosting in the beginning on the staircase.
True. And then Zasta got damaged on something, I guess, as well. Can't remember.
Yeah, likewise.
But they're still, you know, that's perfectly fine. They don't need to worry about it. Can do whatever strat they please to get down the staircase. That might actually be the first time today that Zasta has good health out of Goyle. I mean, he's not done. He can still fail the wall walk, I guess.
Flo going for the YOLO and getting it. What? Yeah, he's getting it.
That was such a sick backup, though. Like, I think he didn't jump far enough, and there's like a weird like, I don't know, a collision in the wall that blocks you, so he had to jump around that one as well and then get it again. So yeah, he's stoked about it, so I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Yeah. Let's see what Zaba does. He's also going for the YOLO and failing it. Oh no.
Yeah, that much too good health.
At least he got the backup, but that's gonna cost health and time, so not looking too good now for Zaba. I think that puts Flo back in the lead.
Yeah, it definitely should. I don't know how much it is to fail that wall walk, but looks like he will be about 6 seconds ahead. Yep, 6 seconds ahead. After Goyle. It's probably about 10 to fail that wall walk and a bunch of health. Yeah, Flo just jumps down all the way, has enough health to do that. Zasta will have to do some other strats to get down. We'll see what he decides on. Doesn't even have enough health to do his lantern jump this time.
Yeah, probably if he knows portal drop, that would be the strat, but
yeah. I actually do
sure
not know if he knows it. I mean, it sounds weird if Zasta, if there's a strat he doesn't know, but it's kind of new and he hasn't been running really a lot, so we'll see.
Is portal drop, by the way, any slower than... Oh, he's going just through the regular staircase. Makes sense.
Yep, so he did not learn it yet, quite yet.
Pure blood.
But does portal drop lose you any time over the regular drop onto the candle, or...?
It loses a bit, because you go like a bit to the right and not just straight, but it's really not much. Maybe like a second or so. Going around is definitely slower, so he should have learned that one before, but only a couple seconds. Okay, so Flo has recovered well after his weird death in Bicorn, which is good to see.
For sure. Flo is playing pretty consistently so far. I haven't seen any major mistakes from him.
Yeah, apart from that one thing, I think it's all been very smooth. I mean, he almost did fail the wall walk at the end of Goyle, but then did save it, so that was quite nice.
Yeah, and getting the bridge skip pretty easily.
Yep, no problem. So it's 11 seconds, pretty much nothing. Or 10, 11 seconds, roughly. Depends on whose timing you take.
Yeah.
Zasta obviously still has to do the bridge skip, but I really don't expect that to be an issue for him.
Yeah.
So until, I would say, the end of Forest, I don't think this pace will change much.
Yeah, and it will be interesting to see which strats in Aragold they both go for. I think Flo is doing a combination of pulse casting and the Changus strat, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's kind of the fastest way, and we've seen Zasta do that as well today. So they should, if they get it well, should be equal in that, but that's a big if.
I thought I saw a Gryffindor in here.
Harry Potter.
Flo is on his way out. Zasta is now entering the common room, but he does have the advantage with the loadless timer, so it's not as bad as it looks.
Yeah.
Both, with that health, have to be careful on the boost up to Spongify. That's like the only thing that can really go wrong until Forest, I think. If you overboost a little bit here, it can be quite bad, but Flo gets it very well. I mean, he did want to land on the candle, but whatever.
Talking to Filch, obviously, that's important.
Actually taking a second or so to do that. If he loses by a second, then we know why. This looks like they're having fun, so that's...
Oh! Stopping himself a little bit too much before that Spongify ledge grab.
Yeah, he really wanted that long ledge grab, but as you said, didn't have the speed. Too much holding backwards, so that's quite a few seconds actually. And that in a level that is technically quite easy, or supposed to be quite easy. Oh! Okay, I thought Zasta got a long ledge grab for some reason, but he did not. It was scary. When was his last mistake? I know Flo overtook him again at some... Oh, in was it Boomslang?
Wasn't it in Goyle where?
Oh yeah, might have also been in Goyle. Oh yeah, but with the wall walk, yep, that's why the gap is there essentially. Oh no, Zasta does the same thing. Oh my god.
Yeah, both are trying to get that long ledge grab, and
at least they're not losing time to each other, so that's something. Okay, so 21:44 into this cutscene for Flo.
yeah, we're probably not gonna see young Hagrid.
Gotta get you out of
Yeah,
here.
he's probably just gonna take the
Come
time
on
to
now.
drink a bit, stretch a bit.
In the box. It's all right.
Focus
Come on
on
out.
the final 2 level, because at this pace, this could be a very close final 2 level.
What are you doing down here, Tom?
It's all over. I don't think you meant to kill anyone, but monsters don't make good pets.
It never killed no one.
Come on! The least Hogwarts can do is make sure the thing
I
that killed
already
that girl
forgot
is
the
slaughtered.
time Flo entered with.
It wasn't him.
Yeah, me too.
I think it was a 47, but I'm sure Chet has it, I believe.
No!
I was so busy looking at the amazing cutscene that unfolds.
44.
Oh, 44,
Alright.
thank you. Yeah, so the gap is growing a bit, even with that Spongify.
Yeah,
About
that's gonna
16.
be 13, 17.
Yeah, I
How
think
much was that?
16 if my timing is not completely wrong, so maybe it is completely wrong.
958, right? So it's 14.
Yeah, that's still not bad at all. Like, that can be made up at any point. I think as long as you're within 30 seconds, this is pretty much everyone's race. And it's not even at all decided.
Especially since we all know that Snake is not free.
Yep.
So
Very much not free. I mean, at least they both have a potion still, and they should get their health back up in the forest. As long as the frogs cooperate, at least.
yeah, we'll probably go to around half health here. Yeah.
Which is usually enough. Like, I always take the second frog, but most of the like top runners just take this and they're fine with it. I don't know. It's a bit scary for me, but I don't expect Flo to take the second frog here. I would be very surprised actually if he takes those seconds for some extra health.
Yeah. Unless somehow gets right in front of him, I don't think.
Yeah, if he gets lucky, that's true. Oh, no.
Oh, almost.
he chased it a bit, but he didn't fully commit to it.
Yeah.
So I guess he would have liked the health, but he's fine without, kind of.
Yeah. And we're seeing Zasta now going into forest. So almost a minute because of the load times.
It's insane. To be fair, the Flo does have a pretty good PC, so that amplifies the difference even more. I'm not sure how loud our Aragog is on Flo's end, so I'm preemptively gonna turn it down a bit.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
Yeah.
Good double forecast on the webs, that's what you want to get. I mean, obviously Flo's pause team is very, very strong. Zasta does get the frog, by the way, gets some nice RNG on that. Jumps right in his way. So small health advantage on Zasta's end. Might be big, who knows?
Yeah.
And Flo with a good Aragog, I think. Like 2 hits off. Should have probably paused it two times more, but it's so hard to tell.
Yeah. So 37 Flow goes out of Aragog. 25, 37.
Now the question is, can we remember that until Zasta's there?
Let's try.
Yep. Let's see how his Aragog's gonna go. First, you gotta hit those casts on the webs. We've seen a lot of people fail those because it is hard to get 4 out on every web.
Yeah, but Zasta doing a pretty good job. He's lost one, I think.
Oh, I thought he got it, but I guess not, yeah. Now he turns on his awesome lights again. I love it.
I think that might not be helping his headache right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, Flo at Scourge Snipe. Oh,
First try, that was absolutely no words.
Yeah, and barely any setup at all. Just super, super well done. 58 for
So
Zasta.
it was around 20-21 seconds.
So it is getting bigger. Flo is saving a couple seconds. That boost also like such a hard one. He makes it look so easy. And that is another like 1 or 2 seconds. I doubt Zasta is gonna go for it in this position. Would be very surprised at least.
Yeah. Flo getting you, I think, over there.
Boosted very hard. Did he try to do the boost to the secret? No, I don't think so. I think he just boosted late. Small oops, but thankfully the safe book is right next to it, so it's not too bad.
Yeah. It was about, I don't know, 5 seconds?
Yeah. Probably something along those lines, but that does help Zasta to have a better shot now to maybe overtake him in Snake with a good 2 cycle.
Getting a pretty good boost over there.
Let's see if he goes for the small ledge grab run. Maybe he feels pressure to do it. Oh, he does. Oh, okay. Not quite. I respect that he tried though. I mean, he has to try anything at this point to come back.
Yeah, for sure. Flo getting closer to the end of chamber 1.
Only has the Indiana Jones part, which shouldn't be an issue. There can be a death on the final boost, so let's see if he takes the safe book. He has a lead. He should do it. He does do it.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
I like it, I like it. Doesn't have to take the risk. And there he goes. Very nice chamber for him. Very, very smooth.
Pixie almost ruining the jump for Zaba, but he gets out of it.
Yeah, as long as Flo doesn't die to Snake here, I think he got this. He is a little bit low, but nothing he can't handle, I think.
For sure, and we've seen Flo obviously do the Snake pretty consistently during every run that he did, so I'm not too worried about it, but we'll see.
I expect nothing other than a 2 cycle.
People looking for the jinx.
I mean, I guess we've just done that. We can't do more to jinx the boss fight here.
Flo going for the 2 cycles seems pretty...
That damage is insane. Like almost
Yeah,
dead
I don't know how he
cycle.
does that.
Yeah. I mean, he did practice, like he did try to go for 1 cycles on stream.
Yeah, I saw that one, yeah.
So I guess that's where the practice comes in handy. Good run for Flo. I mean, that's a good time.
Yeah, that's an
Sub 30.
absolute GG. Very good.
Apart from that death and bicorn, I think that's pretty much it. That's the only mistake, really.
Yeah.
Really nice time. Really, really good. To be fair though, Zasta's best time of the tournament would have beaten that by 6 seconds. So if he would have performed to his absolute max, he could have taken this one, but it's such a good time.
Yeah, and let's see how Zaba manages. Maybe he gets the legendary 1 cycle.
Yeah, true. You never know. He could still win it. It's not, I mean, it's hard, but if he can finish this within 20 seconds, I think that's actually impossible.
After you and Harry saved Hogwarts,
The thing is, though, it's not over for Zasta. It is a best of 5. So he has a chance to come back, but he would have to do a reverse sweep 3 games in a row. That's hard, but we'll find out. And honestly, considering
getting some decent damage over there.
It'll be you, Gryffindors. You're naturally
Oh, missing quite a bit there. I don't think he can go for the 2 cycle now.
Oh,
Oh, Zaba dies. All right.
He tried to 2-cycle it and then jumped into it. That was unlucky. Without that happening, this would have still been a really low 30. And I was about to say, considering that he's has played a lot and apparently has a headache, that's a sick time as well.
Yeah.
It's just so hard to take any round from Flo. It's insane. He could actually win this undefeated, but we have to see. Zasta can still make the comeback here in the best of 5.
Some very good movement on this snake.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage as well. Like, it's so sick to see how low they get it in one. Oh my god, that 2-cycle, holy shit.
Yeah, that was like, I think if he would have gotten this one in the first one, he might have not have win, but it would have been very close.
It would have been a very low 30, yeah. Like, definitely within 20, I think. Even though Flo's 2-cycle was also, like, it's sick, so.
Yeah, for sure.
31 flat, very nice.
GG's to both.
Yep, and let's hop back in with them real quick. Oh, GG's to both. That was a very good opening race of this series.
Yes.
I'd say apart from Bicorn, pretty good time, right, Flo?
In Chamber A.
Yeah, okay, but that's only like 5 seconds.
Dude, it was so stupid. Like, I get all the hard stuff first try in Chamber B and in Chamber A, and then the last part, the easiest one, you just boost and then I fail it.
I was wondering if you maybe wanted to go for the secret or whatever for swag strats, but I guess not.
No, I messed up the boost.
Okay, I see. And honestly though, Zasta would have gotten a low 30 if that 2-cycle would have gone through, so...
Yeah, shame I died. It was like 1 hit away, but whatever, I guess.
So also another really good run, and I think this means there's definitely potential to make this a close series. So far though, it will be the 2-0 for Flo, which means he's 1 away from winning this entire thing. Zasta would have to come back and win 3 in a row, so it's not an easy feat. I think we'll do a 5-minute break, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, we
That's
give everyone some time to relax a bit and don't look at the screen for too long, and then we'll be back in 5 minutes. We are back and ready to kick off match 2 in this best of 5 series. Yeah, Flo is 1 away from winning it. Zasta would have to do 3 back-to-back, and if you guys are ready, I will count you down.
Yep.
Okay, so 3, 2, 1, let's go. Good luck again.
Good luck.
Okay, second match of this pretty hype series.
Let's see that everything works. Yeah, we've got timers going. Everything is good.
Auto start not being annoying for once. Let's go. Yeah, we'll see. This one's gonna be interesting. Zasta absolutely could have taken the last one away from Flo. He's still playing like a machine even after, I don't know, like a good 4 hours of playing.
Yeah.
So that's pretty impressive. But that is just the luxury you have when you win everything in the winner's bracket. You are just less tired in the grand final. That's how it works.
Yeah, you gotta give the winners some sort of an advantage, so it makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, the alternative is to just make this a best of 3, and then in case the person coming from the loser's bracket wins, you do another one.
Yeah.
But I think that's worse. So I think there's a very good way to do it. Just give the higher seed, so to speak, an advantage.
Yeah, that sounds pretty fair.
I wonder what they're talking about right now. Just having a casual talk entering Hogwarts.
Yeah, probably talking about how snails taste.
Yeah, that was our conversation before going back live. Yeah, that looked very, very casual. They're both chilling in Hogwarts.
Yeah.
And I guess this is kind of where the run starts. Zasta actually took some damage in Willow, but it's nothing big this time. He's been very trigger happy at the boost in Willow.
I mean, the higher the boost, the better you are, right?
Yeah, if only that would that's how it works. I could probably not do like not horrible then.
Right, but so far seems about even. Like Zasta is 1 second behind.
Someone has the wrong client. I see. We got some Swedish in here.
To make it fair, I'm just gonna play on the Swedish for the last few.
Yeah, just with all the spell learnings. Easy 6 minute difference. All right. Yeah, I have to see 2 games, so I guess I can count down. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Good luck.
Good luck.
Yeah, it happens a lot because it's just your muscle memory. Like, if you run this game a lot, you reset this game a lot, and every time you reset this game, you click on your Swedish client, obviously.
Yeah.
It's just how it works, really.
But now we do see that everything is in English, so hopefully we're on the right client.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I could have noticed that earlier in, like, the intro, but I didn't. I mean, I do have Flo's audio, but it's whatever. It's not like they were super far apart or anything. And they do get it the same again, so it's all good.
Yeah. No disadvantages or advantages being given here.
Yeah. Since I see the question in chat and we've seen this again already today, warpless means, well, obviously they're not allowed to warp. Any percent has a trick which is called a Quidditch warp, which instead of playing a level, you go and play Quidditch instead through a glitch, which is a lot quicker, but it skips the entire level. So in this category, they actually play the entire game, so to speak. They have to play every level, which is usually the one people enjoy more, and I think also the one that's more fun to watch.
Yeah. The levels that they're skipping are Goyle and which others?
It's Goyle, Diffindo, and Slytherin, usually.
Yeah.
And the Hagrid cutscene, which is a shame.
Yeah, we obviously need the Hagrid cutscene.
He wouldn't, he never.
Nay!
Nay. There's a good cutscene. Okay, let's hope they both get to class again without any issues, so we have a clean continuation of the last match.
Yeah, we're seeing the boost. Both getting it pretty much the same. Zasta, I think, 1 higher than Flo, which might lose like a second or 2.
Yeah, it's pretty even. Zasta is a couple, like 1 or 2 seconds behind, as you said. It's just from movement, I guess, and a bit cleaner boost for Flo. I mean, his Rictu is like actually insane with the window boost and everything. As long as he gets it, he's always going to be ahead of Zasta because he won't go for the window boost, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
Even has time to cast in the crab.
Yeah, pretty solid running.
Both make it through the door, which is honestly harder than it seems. Oh, no safe book.
Did Flo get it?
Nope.
I'm not sure if he...
And Zasta doesn't go for it either. Okay, I guess it's on. They need to save every second they can.
Yeah, and Flo didn't get soft lock. Let's see about Zaba.
Good start. Oh, I thought for a second.
Yeah, that was so scary.
But he is fine. This time also Flo first try with the ledge grab. No issues this time. So that's Zasta. And honestly, that jump looks like actually not that bad. I should learn that strat. That's what I get out of this tournament. That's my takeaway.
Yeah, for sure. If you can learn something, that's always good.
Yep.
This time, no funny business with the last flipendo for Zaba.
He does skip that safe book, which I feel like is kind of scary as well. Like, that one's actually just in the way.
Flo going for the window boost.
Okay, he gets...
Getting it to not as smoothly, but...
Yeah, not as good as last run, but that is still a good chunk faster than going around like Zaba has to do. And he skips that save book as well. What the hell? I mean, to be fair, the saves do take a long time for him, but I would take at least a couple just in case.
Yeah, and they don't come towards the time that we're counting, right?
No, they're in the loadless timer, so he could absolutely get those without losing time. But I guess he doesn't want to fall too far behind RTA, I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so 440 for Flo entering this. This is always a good level to take the time because not much else is happening. It is only 4 seconds, not too bad.
Yeah.
Like, especially considering the win the boost that Zasta just doesn't do at all.
Yeah, so far it's been pretty equal.
Yep.
Let's see if any bad RNG happens in Quidditch.
Yeah, we'll find out. I mean, this is kind of what you expect at the start of a race. More than 5 seconds out of Rick 2 means someone messed up, like, big time. Usually it should be within that.
Quidditch is a rough game, but don't worry, padding counts.
It's kind of weird. The first, like, 5 minutes of this game are just kind of so slow-paced, but then the rest picks it up, like, so much.
Yeah. And we're seeing Flo doing a bit of a wait before hitting the other Seeker just to make sure that she doesn't come back.
Yep. That is actually the worst. That is worse than just getting hit by her if you knock her out too early and then she annoys you at the end. But there we go. No issues for either of them. Good Quidditches.
This leads to the dungeons.
Leads to the dungeons.
Yep. I missed that voice line as well, though. Harry just being a smartass all the time. And this leads to the dormitory.
But you obviously can't ignore the best voice line of Mr. Goyle.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Goyle voice acting in general is legendary. Oh, Zasta again cutting it so close, but he should be fine. Yeah.
Yeah. He likes to scare us, but as long as he gets it without soft locking, that's fine.
Yeah, I gotta save those frames, I guess. Yep, Flo almost taking damage on this again, I think. He's always aiming for the lamp, but then barely misses it again.
Yeah, this time not taking damage.
Yeah. So a bit better than last run. But still not how he wants it, I don't think. Okay, no setup? Ah, not quite. It's crazy how he has
Second
the
try
angle,
is
though.
not bad at all.
No, not at all. That's very good. Like, it's crazy how he just gets the angle. He does not need any kind of visual indicator. He just knows.
Yeah. So, Rex, soft locking means that the game is essentially locked in a position where you can't continue to play it. And in Potion specifically, there's a soft lock. If you're going to the cauldron before Snape starts to say his voice line, you can't essentially progress the game and then you have to restart it, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, it just locks you in the cauldron making or potion making animation, yep. I think that was a very good explanation. Yeah, Zasta with a rough Scourge. I don't know how, 8th try, I guess, yeah. It's not too bad, but that is quite rough of a time loss. He just couldn't get that timing. Like, I think he had the angle from the start, but then he just couldn't make the jump timing. 20 seconds, okay. Yeah, 20 seconds, again, we said it earlier, or last run. As long as you're within 30, usually you have a good chance of coming back, and it's far from decided. But 20 behind against Flo is rough.
Yeah. And this lead is probably not going to go any lower unless Flo does some significant mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him just fall off here at the end of Bicorn last run. I doubt he's gonna do that again, but yeah. 30, you mean 28, I guess. 28 is definitely possible. Flo got a 29 flat, and he could have saved a second on that, obviously.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, obviously very good first room for Flo. Zasta's also good though. This time won't lose too much to Flo on that. I guess. Oh, never mind. One Flipendo hit the bar.
That's a shame that that happens.
Yeah. It was a good room until that point, but now he's gonna lose a bit to Flo once again at the start of Bicorn.
Did he get the previous snail inside? Ah, it
I think
really
he
seemed
did,
like he
yeah.
didn't.
I'm not sure. Yeah, it's just like I know that as well from racing Flo in this tournament. It's so weird. You think like your Bicorn wasn't even that bad, and then you look over and he's saved so much time on you. It's insane.
Yeah.
Closing the door behind, very polite, and does not
This
fall
time
off.
get it.
Nice, nice, nice. Zasta, in the meantime, a good rest of Bicorn. Gets the wheel skip, yep. Don't ever expect him to fail that, obviously, since it is a glitchless strat. But that is a growing lead for Flo. Oh!
That was using the potion. Damn.
Zasta just standing there in disbelief. Oh, he wants to kill himself, does he? Because he lost the potion.
Yeah. That's gonna cost him a hell of a lot of time.
Interesting choice. I think it would be faster to just continue and make a new potion, to be honest.
Possibly, yes.
Interesting. Maybe he doesn't want the shame of that. That's a lot of time now, though.
Yeah, I think that's gonna put him around the minute mark,
Mm-hmm.
which is extremely hard to come back from.
Yeah, Flo looks strong, trying to close this out. So far still undefeated as well, I believe. Yeah, he 2-0'd Ape in the best of 3, and now he's on pace to 3-0 Zasta in this one, but we'll see.
Yeah, so it's how many? 49 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty crazy.
That's gonna be rough to come back. Like, that's hard to come back from. I don't know. It's not impossible. Flo has soft locked in Defender before, for example.
Yeah, I think it was twice, right?
Yeah, twice in a row even, yep. So it's definitely far from over, especially for someone as good as Zasta. He can play very consistent. Oh, that looks good though. Yeah.
That was freaking perfect. No words.
If he gets out like the best time of the tournament on this, that would be insane on the very final match. The 28, the fabled 28. I mean, that's what he wants to go for right now, I think. Looking very strong so far.
I like how that dude always comes in from the top of the castle. Like, what are you doing over there?
He's just very, very late, I guess. It's kind of a shame that you can never revisit the Willow area. It would be kind of cool if that's part of the open world.
Yeah.
Kind of the same with all the level though. Like, I would love a version that has trigger to just re-enter all the level. Okay, Flo though at the auto boost. Ooh, nice. Not nice.
Ooh. Going for the backup.
Yep, instantly goes to the right. Not too bad, but a good chunk of health loss. I thought he would have that. Also, I didn't see Zasta's defend though. I think it was good though. I might be wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I don't know if that mistake kills the sub 29, but it very well might, to be honest. That's quite a lot of time loss. So Zasta caught up a bit in Defender, I think, and he will catch up more in Boomslang. So maybe if Flo feels a bit too safe already, it starts to maybe be less focused.
Yeah. And we're seeing, by the way, that since the beginning of the match, they have gone quiet and each is focusing very hard on what they're doing.
Oh, Flo missing the lamp again. Cannot get the redemption.
Oh, and Zaba also failing.
Oh. Yeah, maybe he's not gonna catch up too much in that boom sling, but at least he caught up in health.
So the reason that you don't want to use the potion is that you need it for the final boss of the game, Rex. Or usually you would need it. Like you can possibly do it without it, but
yeah, I still think dying there was slower than just making another potion later on. It's hard to tell though. Both are kinda slow.
Yeah.
Oh, Flo failing that.
That was an interesting one.
Failing the block, and now he has to do the weird backup, which, yeah, it's very weird, but it worked, I guess.
Yeah.
Has to take the Walk of Fame. I don't think we've seen that at all today.
Neither do I. I think the first time we're seeing somebody like that.
Like, we've seen people die on that, I'm pretty sure, but I don't think we've seen anyone having to walk around. I mean, obviously, it's a hard boost, so absolutely no front to Flo. It's definitely normal to fail that every now and then, but interesting. Gets the second boost very well, though. Skips the safe book. Okay. I don't understand why they do that.
Who needs saves books? Come on. We're gigachads here.
Yeah, I guess they are indeed. And I don't know if he's gonna get any frog, and I feel like if he fails the wall walk, he would just die. He will get this safe book though. There's no way he skips that. Like, you can, but why would you? Yeah. Zasta meanwhile on the same boost that Flo failed, also failing it. Does he know the backup? He maybe knows. Yeah, that's one. That's one of the many. Yep, gets it.
Oh, oof, that was close. And Flo going for the YOLO and getting it.
Oh,
and failing the jump. Wow.
Some small
I think
mistakes.
they're trying to make it even.
yeah. Throwing for content. Some small mistakes sneaking in here and there. But Zasta, unfortunately, making the same mistake, so he won't be able to catch up, really. Oh, he grabs that ledge? No, I was about to say that won't work. Oh! Save!
That was so close.
That was an amazing save. With that ledge grab. What he should have done, though, afterwards is get a long ledge grab of that thing, because that you can do the same boost up the top, but still, that was nice.
Yeah, but that was a very Giga Chad move.
Yeah. Does he want to go for the frogs? Nah, just the bait Lumos, I think. He's probably gonna do
the best music.
Oh yeah, he's probably gonna do the Giga Chat setup once again without aiming, just jumping around. Oh, Flo going. What is he going for? Oh, that's an interesting way to do it. I don't think I've ever seen that way to going down the stairs, but I guess that works without damage as well, so maybe a thing he's been working on.
Yeah. But yeah, Zaba getting the wall walk, no problem.
Yeah, I honestly cannot judge if he lost or saved time in Goyle, but the loadless time was actually not too different this time, so I think it's quite the gap. I mean, at least still less than a minute, so that's something.
Pure blood.
Within a minute is still salvageable, technically. It's just, against Flo it's hard, because he makes very little mistakes. Yeah, it might be exhaustion for Zava, but to be fair, last match he played really consistent and really well, so... But this one might be one too many. It's just how it is if you come from the losers bracket.
Yeah. And being not at his peak health probably doesn't help over there.
Nope. Oh, does not have the health, and that's probably gonna call that's probably gonna be it. Dying on that lamp, getting all the way back. Yeah, now it's over. Unlucky. That's an unlucky final race for this tournament, but what can you do?
Yeah.
I'd say we let them finish it though, of course, even though now it looks very... Oh!
Flo going for the 360 no scope.
I guess we get to see some cool strats from Flo, maybe. Let's see. Mouse shake, bridge skip. Yeah. Still though, I mean, it's probably the final match for Zasta, or the final match of the tournament really, but good run for him. After being in the losers bracket, beating 3 people, including seed 3 and 2, with Beaver and Ape, the 3rd and 4th best time on the leaderboard. Very nice run. Like, has a very, very solid day today. And playing this despite having like a headache is also pretty giga chat, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Making his Czech countrymen proud today.
Go on then. I didn't want you hanging around here all night with that pained expression on your face.
Yeah, Flo definitely not try-harding anymore, taking his time.
Yeah, he's probably gonna move to cutscene percent now.
Yeah. Yeah, this is unfortunately over, but it was a very good series overall. I was honestly, to maybe draw a conclusion to both tournaments, I think I'm overall very, very happy. People seem to enjoy them. I really enjoyed the matches we got to see. Some cool runners showing off what they can do. And,
yeah, and hopefully we see more people in the community, you know, getting those tournaments going.
Yeah, hopefully. The more tournaments, the better, yeah. I think, you know, obviously that's far in the future, but I would love to do this again next year as a glitchless and warpless tournament. Then we can have defending champions as well. So that should be fun, but we'll see about that.
Would you be interested in trading?
Changus, when?
Changus tournament, yeah. There's a lot of potential ideas that can happen. Yeah, I think this is a very good proof of concept that those tournaments can be hopefully quite fun to watch, from what I've gathered.
Would you be interested in trading?
Yeah, for sure.
Low cast tournament, yep.
Oh, Jesus. That's gonna be torture.
Definitely low cast. Yeah, we'll follow Flo and Zasta down. Wait, what is Flo on actually? Oh, it's Forest already? Is he done Spongify? I guess he has.
Right.
I guess we're kind of out of the loop. Yeah, no, he's definitely going to the Hagrid cutscene, so he's done with the Spongify.
Will we see the gnomes in the bathroom?
He would have had enough time for that.
Come on.
Yeah, it's over a minute, far over a minute, 1:23, and that's with Flo doing some shenanigans, so it's, yeah.
There you go.
This is probably gone, but honestly, Flo with a very impressive showing in this. I mean, he's the world record holder for a reason, showing that he is absolutely a good runner in this.
Come on. The least Hogwarts can do is make sure the thing that killed that girl is
Oh, we see Tom Dalder.
Tom Dalder, yeah.
Wasn't M.
Stand aside.
No. So we have the final stretch, the last 8 minutes or whatever for both of them. It was fun though. I'm gonna miss it. I'm gonna miss the weekend tourneys.
Yeah, for sure.
Zasta now also in the Hagrid cutscene. No, he's not. Never mind. I thought he just entered it. We only entered Bean Bonus Room cutscene. I mean, technically there is a hard lock in Snake that could happen to Flo, or you could press new game. So
Yeah,
there are ways for him to lose it, but he shouldn't. And honestly, I don't know if that would be good if he does, because Zasta now actually does look quite exhausted. So I really don't hope Flo gets him to a third game in this.
Yeah, but they're back to chatting and being kindly.
Back to
Flo going for Giga Chat strats,
yeah,
obviously.
very interesting stuff. To be fair, if he does that for too long, then he might actually not be in the lead anymore. But it is cool to see some other parts of the game, I guess, that we haven't seen before. Yeah, but to be fair, that's been the only, like... Oh! He wants to do the jumpless strat, but gets blocked by the pixie. To be fair, that's been the only, like, bad run that we've seen out of Zasta, and it's understandable at the end of a long day, so... once again, very, very good performance by him.
Yeah, at least we're seeing some memes coming from Flo.
Yeah. Gets the frog. Nice RNG. Oh. I wonder what happens if you land on that tree. Like, I don't think I've ever seen that on that boost, but I think that would be really bad because you lose your Spongify storage.
Right, you're probably gonna take too much damage going down.
Yeah. Zasta also taking the Spongify downstairs. Let's go. Probably not too much slower, actually.
Yeah, I would guess maybe a second and a half.
Yeah.
Flowing, showing us the complete control over the game mechanics, going backwards.
Yep, the ultimate flex, showing that he definitely doesn't care. He knows the game well. Should have gone backwards out of Slytherin. That would be the ultimate flex.
Yeah, for sure. Aragog isn't too loud at least. That's good.
Yeah, he's balanced it quite well. The pause casting is coming in pretty good. If you get him to halfway before he charges, that's usually a good point. Oh. Don't think that's how he wanted it, but probably won't matter too much. Now he gets it done. That was like a weird way to kill him. Oh, Zasta going for jumpless now. Oh, and he gets it. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Pulling off the cool strats here. Let's go. Giga Chat Forest. Why don't they just do like a jumpless chamber race? That sounds good. Oh, he does not get the booster. That's great. He gets the super hard stuff, but then fails the boost. Oh yeah. Well.
I think that before the match they were talking about moving to HP 1 any % in the middle just to, to do some memery.
I guess I was getting water then. Oh, nice frog for Flo. What? I don't know how high the chance is. Not very. With full health. And there he goes. Into the final level of the final tournament for probably this year on this channel. We'll see, but most likely. So let's enjoy some Flo skills. Oh, or not, because he goes
not
around.
Going.
Thank you, Flo. Oh, this one's cool though. Oh no, he didn't get it. Like, you can actually boost up there and, like, make it all the way up, and it's actually kind of cool. It's not even too slow. There will be other tourneys, though. There's other people hosting them and having them, I don't know, maybe in winter, who knows. Who knows what we're gonna host, but we had two, like, very close back-to-back. Should have probably spaced them out a bit better, to be honest. But I really enjoyed them. They were fun.
Yeah, it was very fun being here, seeing all the good runners that we had.
Yeah, some people like definitely, I don't want to say overperformed, but we had some people really surprising with how well they played.
And Flo getting chamber jump, because why not?
Yep. Curious to see if Zasta will go for it now, the chamber jump expert, obviously.
this time getting the boost.
He should have done the boost to the secret now, just because. Yeah, Zasta is saving time on Flo because he does not do the meme strats, but I think even then it's probably gonna be a bit too much to make up. Very nice from Flo. Oh.
Yeah, that side angling was pretty hog.
I love that boost. It's so nice. Zasta at the Scourge snipe gets it. I believe first try just dropped the Scourge aiming. Yeah, I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear if they were fun to watch. That's awesome. That's all I can ask for. People enjoy watching them. Oh, Flo also with a cool cutscene skip. We get to see some nice strats. That way the boulder will never chase you, which, I mean, it's not like this section is hard, but makes this section absolutely free.
Quote one. Hashtag.
Yep. Not just basically free though, that is actually free. Oh, Zasta with Pixie Proxy, getting a bit of glitchless in there.
Oh, and dying on the Pixie Proxy.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
Oh, and now he goes for the
I
boost.
think...
Doesn't
yeah, he fell down.
Yeah, doesn't get that one well. Yeah, Zasta had like pretty much only impressive runs. It's just this one where I guess the exhaustion kicks in.
He was jumping as the platform was going down.
Unlucky. And Flo, yeah, he might go for the one cycle here, we'll see. I don't know if he gets it now, that would be insane. He didn't get it on stream yet.
Let's see.
Hope he goes for it. Oh, nope, looks like a 2 cycle. Which is fair, I mean, 1 cycle is just actually dumb.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, this might be close though, I don't know if he can get that. Oh. Okay.
I mean, Flo can do whatever, probably, right?
Yeah, oh no, absolutely, yeah, it doesn't matter, but... Interesting. Oh, okay. I think that was on purpose. I'm pretty certain.
Yeah, pretty much.
He wants the 2 cycle now. If he does that again though, Zasta wins, so he probably shouldn't.
Or maybe he should. You never know.
I mean, I feel like Zasta is barely able to play the game at this point, so maybe we should be done.
Yeah.
I think he just wants the 2 cycle and wasn't happy with his other fight. And this, oh,
Yeah.
he does so much
This one
damage.
is great. Yeah, that's like 2/3 damage in 1 cycle. That's crazy.
Yeah, how the hell does he do that? It's insane. And that was a sick 2 cycle. And the Quidditch warp right after, because why not?
Yeah.
Oh no, he didn't do it. Okay, I thought he wanted the flex Quidditch warp as well. Oh, he's gonna do it after the game ends. I see. Demonstrating Hundo strats. That's a theorized Hundo route. Doing the final Quidditch matches after you've completed the game, so to speak. Disqualified for warping. Oh yeah, good thing he didn't do that before, actually. It's warpless, so he wouldn't be allowed to.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself if we were gonna count that one or...
Yeah, I mean, yeah. This is obviously fine. I mean, he's been done. He was in the final cutscene. If he would have done it after Snake, though, I mean, that would have probably been a disqualification. Yeah, 31-41. Honestly, considering that he memed for half the run, that's a good time.
Yeah, it's a very good one.
And let's see if Zasta can get a 2 cycle here to redeem his run. It's not even that bad either. I mean, it's a 32. It felt a lot worse for some reason. Good damage.
That's what happens when you get the 2 best runners in the category. You know?
Really
Just
is.
memeing it out. It looks so slow, but it's so fast.
It's still very decent, yeah. And there he goes, 2 cycle once again. Well done for Zasta.
Big GG to both.
Yeah.
I think we
Ginny.
can head back into the call with them.
Yeah, I think we're ready to go back in with them in a second. Since Zasta is now finished 32-29, still pretty solid.
Yeah.
All right, and there we have it. That concludes it. GG's to Flo for winning. I guess not totally unexpected, right?
Yeah.
GG to both, though. It was a very nice run in the last one.
Mm-hmm. It was a very interesting seeing some cool strats. Yeah, tournament favorite does it, which without being defeated, by the way, undefeated tournament runs. So big GG's. That's pretty impressive.
Thanks.
And Zasta gets second here, which is honestly also very impressive. Having opponents like, you know, Ape, Beaver, Imek, all like very, very, very good runners in his way. And going through until the grand final. So absolute big GG's.
Thanks. It was pretty good. But honestly, right now I'm just totally destroyed after like 7 Warpless races.
Yeah. Understandably so. To be fair, this is still not even a bad time. We'd said how it felt kind of slow, but a 32 is not even like that bad. So nothing to be sad about. I think that was a really fun tournament. I mean, I can only speak for myself. I enjoyed especially this day, honestly. There were some sick races.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
That was cool.
Really cool.
Glad to hear that. I will, I guess, use the time to shout out everyone who was part of this, especially, I guess, Zasta, since he had a marathon match, or day to day, really.
Yeah.
But everyone really who took some time out of their weekends to play, commentate, obviously also watch, which, I mean, that's the main reason we're doing this, so people have fun watching some races. And this is your final standing. There we have it. We have obviously Flo with a clean 5-0. Zasta in second, only losing 2 rounds to Flo, and then actually no, and 1 where he couldn't compete. And then Abe in third with a 3-2. Beaver in fourth, and then me and Imek Imek and me share the 5th place. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it from me. GG's once again to, well, Flo for winning this. Everyone though who played, I think, very well in this tournament. We had a lot of good runs. A lot of people showing what they're capable of. So, since this is probably gonna be the final tournament for quite a while on this channel, probably at least until the end of this year, I wanted to use the chance to once again say thank you to everyone who watched this either here or on Twitch and hopefully enjoyed it, left some nice feedback. I'm really happy with how it went and how people have seemed to enjoy it, so thank you so much everyone. If you did enjoy this tournament, would be amazing if you could give it a thumbs up, of course, maybe leave a sub if you haven't, and have an amazing rest of your Sunday or whenever you're gonna watch this. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day, everyone.